Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
In fact, Loki was surprised by Allin's strength. His plan was to use illusion to lure Allin, make him think he is in a real battle. This is used to entangle the Avengers. Give yourself a chance to escape. However, the development of things was far beyond Loki's expectations. The power of Allin, like a volcano that has been suppressed for a long time. Once it breaks out, then it will be unstoppable. His movements were simple and direct. Every wave, every clap, they all contain destructive energy. Members of Avengers, those superheroes who have proven their strength in countless battles, in front of Allin. But it is like fragile porcelain, which breaks at the slightest touch. Loki's brother Thor, the god of thunder, known throughout the Nine Realms for his great strength and fearless courage, even if Loki himself has never admitted it. But it cannot change the fact that Thor has always been a symbol of power in his heart. 857 But, in front of Allin, Thor's power seems so small. A slap, just one slap, Thor was pushed into the wall. It was a power Loki had never seen before. A power that is enough to terrify even the gods. Thor's body was embedded deep into the wall. It seems to be frozen in time, unable to move, not to mention breaking free. And the Hulk, always the strong support of Avengers. But in front of Allin, Hulk's power also seemed so weak. It was the same slap. Hulk's once indestructible body. But at this moment, it is like paper. It was easily slapped into the wall. Alongside Thor, became another mural of this battle. Loki was filled with shock. He once thought he held the secrets of the universe. I thought my plan was perfect, but then Allin showed up. But it's like a mirror. It reflects his insignificance and powerlessness. Members of Avengers, those heroes who once gave Loki a hard time. But at this moment, they were easily subdued by Allin one by one. Their strength seemed so insignificant in front of Allin's strength. Even Loki felt an unprecedented fear. But he also realized it. It seems that I can take advantage of the other person. Turn the already messy situation into an advantage again. Looking at Allin, he looked like he was completely deceived by his own illusion. Loki's emotions also changed from shock to excitement. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. There was a stinging pain in his wrist. But at this moment, the pain was insignificant to him. There was a fanatical gleam in his eyes. It was as if I saw the dawn of victory. His eyes were fixed firmly ahead. There, Allin was still immersed in illusion. Steve's face was filled with confusion and exhaustion. But those blue eyes remained firm, revealing a hint of unyielding rationality. He looked around and watched his comrades fall one by one. My heart is filled with confusion and anxiety. Allin's sudden attack caught them off guard. These people were originally just trying to capture Loki, but I didn't expect to encounter such a fierce counterattack. It's still Allin's counterattack. Is he Loki's teammate? No, it shouldn't be. If yes, then it would be impossible for him not to take action against me and others just now. Steve gasped. He tried to make sense of it all. But there is no logic in Allin's behavior. It's magic. It's Loki's magic. Steve took a deep breath. He knows. This is not the time to dwell on the reasons. He must find a way to awaken Allin's sanity. He opened his mouth with difficulty. A voice sounded, trying to penetrate the fog in Allin's heart. Child, stop. This is not you. This is not what we are fighting for. However, Allin didn't seem to hear Steve call. His attacks were still relentless and fierce. Steve felt weak. He knows. Words alone cannot wake Allin up. He had to find another way. Find the key that can touch Allin's heart. Steve's eyes wandered to Loki, the one who caused all this chaos. He knew that all this was done by Loki, and Loki must have a way to make Allin regain his sanity. Steve wanted to lunge at Loki, but with wounds all over his body, he could only throw out a weak shield. His shield drew an arc in the air. Haven't come into contact with Loki yet. It fell to the ground with a plop. Loki looked at Steve sarcastically. It's useless. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was very clear in his mind. As long as Allin continues like this, those Avengers who call themselves Earth's guardians, soon it will be history, and he, Loki, will be the ultimate winner of this war. He even began to fantasize, as the Avengers fell one by one, how people on Earth will look up to him, how to tremble at his feet, turn defeat into victory. I will win. I will definitely win. He clenched his fists, teeth clenched. The excitement in my heart is hard to suppress. He never thought about it. I actually have such an opportunity. Be able to find the possibility of turning defeat into victory in desperate situations. Even now, he no longer needed the help of the Chitauri. No external support is required. He only needs Allin's strength. It was enough for him to take over the Earth easily. Countless plans raced through Loki's mind. Each one was enough for him to establish his rule on Earth. He imagined himself on top of the world, looking down at those who once looked down on him and opposed him. His heart was filled with the pleasure of revenge. He wanted everyone to know, he, Loki Zero, is not something they can easily ignore. However, just as Loki was immersed in his own fantasy, a sense of uneasiness suddenly flashed through his mind. He realized, although Allin's power is strong, is this power really reliable? Will Allin's fantasy suddenly be shattered? If that, all his plans will come to naught. Loki took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil in my heart. He understands. Now is not the time for hesitation. He must seize this opportunity. He had to make use of Allin's power no matter what. He turned his gaze to Allin again. I swore secretly in my heart. Anyway, he will be the final winner. Kill him. Kid, kill them. They are monsters. Just a bunch of monsters. Loki's resolve was as strong as steel. There was an unyielding light in his eyes. The outcome of this war. Right at this moment, he won't let anyone stand in his way. Even the Avengers. Even the entire planet. Nothing can stop him from moving forward. Steve fell to the ground, seeing through Loki's thoughts. His eyes were filled with anger. His gaze was like a sharp sword, straight at Loki, as if to expose the conspiracy and tricks in his heart. Loki, you won't succeed. His fists were clenched. His knuckles looked pale from the effort. It shows his extreme dissatisfaction and determination. But I can't do anything. Loki ignored Steve's anger. A smug smile appeared on his face. It was as if he was enjoying the feeling of being watched. Same. Enjoy the pleasure of being in control of everything. He cast a spell on his hand and temporarily healed the wound on his hand. Immediately following, walked gracefully to the bar. There were all kinds of wine bottles on display. 1.6 are the most expensive wines on Earth. All of them are Stark's treasures. F***K. You can't take that bottle of wine. Tony was done at this moment. He yelled in annoyance with a hoarse voice. Loki sneered. He gently picked up a wine glass. Then he poured himself a glass of wine skillfully. The movements are smooth and graceful. Loki picked up the glass, shaking gently. The wine swirls in the glass, emitting an enticing aroma. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes. It was as if he was announcing his victory to everyone. He took a sip of the wine slowly, then frowned and threw it aside. Rubbish. At this time, he lost interest. The voice is deep and powerful, with an unquestionable commanding tone. Okay, stop hesitating. Allin killed him. However, this moment, he just realized that Allin had been looking at him like a fool from the beginning to the end. In Loki's confident and provocative command, Allin's expression seemed unusually calm. There was no wavering in his eyes. Instead, he had a calmness that was almost sarcastic. Loki's words echoed in the air, but Allin seemed to be deaf to it. His eyes remained locked on Loki. It's like observing a self-righteous performer. Loki suddenly realized. Allin looked at him as if he were a fool from beginning to end. This look made Loki feel uneasy. He originally thought his plan was flawless. He thought Allin would carry out his orders without hesitation. However, now Allin's eyes told him, is all this just his own opinion? Allin was speechless. He could only sigh that Loki's idea was good, but the approach seemed stupid. Loki doesn't seem to truly understand his own position and strength. If he could master himself, that would indeed make it easy to eliminate the Avengers. But the problem is, Loki obviously didn't realize it. He couldn't control New Allin at all. New Allin's eyes gradually turned into teasing. At first, he had an urge to expose Loki directly. He wanted to see how embarrassed this self-righteous god would be when faced with the truth. But when New Allin's eyes fell on Loki's too complacent look, thinking he was in control of everything, a more complicated emotion surged in his heart. It was an emotion mixed with curiosity, teasing, and a hint of imperceptible pity. New Allin decided to put aside the idea of revealing the truth for the time being. He wanted to see, as Loki's plan unfolds step by step, and he remains silent all the time. What kind of farce will this conceited god direct and act out on his own? So, New Allin chose to cooperate. He was like a bystander, quietly observing Loki's every move, every expression, and every self-righteous decision. Over time, Loki's performance did not disappoint New Allin. He saw Loki on his smug stage, step by step towards the abyss of self-indulgence. Loki's every command, every confident smile, every disparaging comment about the Avengers. In New Allin's eyes, all of them turned into funny performances. Loki's confidence and arrogance. In New Allin's opinion, it's just Joker's self-entertainment. He looked at the confident Loki. It's like watching a monkey who enjoys jumping around. This feeling made New Allin couldn't help but smile. He began to applaud. There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. What a good show. New Allin's applause echoed throughout the Stark building. Every round of applause felt like a tangible slap in the face. Slapped Loki hard across the face. The sound was particularly harsh in the empty hall. It was as if it was ruthlessly exposing Loki's arrogance and failure. Loki's face turned livid. His eyes flickered with disbelief and anger. Impossible. This is impossible. His voice was filled with resentment and anger. The roar echoed in the hall, with a sharpness that borders on despair. His body trembled slightly, fists clenched, the nails dug deep into the palms, as if he wanted to use this method to suppress the anger in his heart. Loki's confidence completely collapsed at this moment. He thought he had everything under control. I thought New Allin would be a pawn in his hands. Let him do whatever he wants. However, but reality gave him a loud slap in the face. Make him realize how ridiculous and childish his plan is. New Allin's applause did not stop because of Loki's anger. Instead, it becomes more powerful and determined. Every round of applause seemed to remind Loki. His failure was so obvious. His arrogance is so ridiculous. There was a hint of coldness and sarcasm in New Allin's eyes. He seemed to be enjoying the fruits of this victory, enjoying Loki's pain and struggle. All the signs add up. Loki's breathing quickened. His chest rose and fell violently. Every breath feels like swallowing the bitter fruit of failure. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. He couldn't accept such an outcome. I couldn't accept that I could be defeated so easily by New Allin. Impossible. This is impossible. Loki's voice sounded again. This time, there was a tremor and fear in his voice. He began to realize, I might really be wrong. Maybe I really underestimated New Allin. I also overestimated myself. New Allin's applause finally stopped. He slowly lowered his hands. He looked at Loki calmly. There was no trace of smugness in his voice. There was only a faint calmness. Loki, you are indeed very smart, but your cleverness may backfire. You think you can control everything, but in fact, you can't even control yourself. He waved his right hand, following his movements. There seemed to be a subtle fluctuation in the air. It is a force that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people and is quietly operating. Stark building. The Avengers members who were just immersed in coma and pain. Suddenly, I felt a strange warmth. Their consciousness began to gradually awaken. It's like a sleeping soul is gently awakened. Their eyelids fluttered slightly, then slowly opened. He showed a confused and surprised look. They found themselves lying on the cold floor. But my body feels unusually relaxed. It was as if everything that had just happened was just a dream. When they looked down at their bodies, a shocking scene appeared. Those wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. Those wounds left in the fierce battle with the Chitauri. At this moment, it healed miraculously. The skin at the wound is as smooth as before. No scars were left. There was no longer even a trace of pain. The Avengers members looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They remembered that they had just been fighting a powerful enemy. Remember the scene where there was no resistance ability to be defeated. They remember the last moments before they passed out. Remember it was New Allin's power that put them in that situation. So when they woke up, the first reaction was to turn his eyes to New Allin. Be extremely vigilant. The Hulk's emotions are always difficult to control. The moment I saw New Allin, I thought of the scene where I was beaten just now. The anger in Hulk's heart was ignited again. He could not forget the pain that New Allin had brought him, nor could he forget the humiliation of being knocked down. Roar! Then Hulk roared. His body swelled instantly. The muscles bulged like rocks. Endless power surges beneath the green skin. Hulk is like a violent beast. Hulk rushed towards New Allin. His steps were heavy and powerful. Every step made the ground tremble. His eyes were filled with anger, as if he wanted to tear 657 New Allin to pieces. New Allin faces Hulk's charge, but he seemed unusually calm. His eyes never left Loki. It was as if Hulk's existence was insignificant to him. When Hulk rushed to New Allin, waving huge amounts of fists while preparing to attack, New Allin's right hand moved suddenly. New Allin's right hand stretched out like lightning, accurately grabbed Hulk's head. His movement seemed easy, but it contains unimaginable power. Hulk's momentum was stopped instantly. His body seemed to be frozen in New Allin's hands, unable to move forward any further. Roar! Hulk's face turned purple. Immediately following, New Allin's arms sank. Hulk's head was pressed directly to the ground by him. Bang! There was a loud bang. Hulk's head hit the ground hard. The entire Stark building shook. Hulk's body lost balance under this blow. His huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Stir up a cloud of dust. New Allin's actions did not end there. He sat on Hulk. It's like sitting on a huge amount of sofa. His posture was relaxed and graceful. It seems like all this is just part of daily life. His eyes remained on Loki. This made Loki clench his fists. He knows. This is a provocation. I don't believe it. This is impossible. It just succeeded. Loki opened his hands. Green light gathered in his hands. He'll try again. The Avengers were frightened once again, although I was caught once just now. But now the powerful Hulk was easily controlled again. Hulk, the most powerful being on Earth. In past battles, Hulk is almost a symbol of invincibility. His roar was enough to intimidate the enemy. His fist can destroy anything that stands in his way. However, at this moment, Hulk looks like a tamed beast. He was pressed to the ground helplessly by New Allin, unable to move. The Avengers members were stunned. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion. Captain America gripped his shield tightly. There was a flash of worry in his eyes. Iron Man Tony Stark was quickly analyzing New Allin's ability, trying to find a way to crack it. It's not that I want to do anything, just a reflex. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Clint exchanged a look. They both saw unprecedented tension in each other's eyes. This is outrageous. Captain America Steve whispered to himself. There was a tremor in his voice. He has witnessed countless battles, but never seen Hulk so powerless. Tony Stark was operating his armor quickly on the side. Try to analyze the source of New Allin's power through data. Jarvis, give me New Allin's power analysis report now. He ordered. There was urgency in his voice. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff calmly observed the situation. She whispered to Hawkeye Clint, we need to find his weakness. Hawkeye Clint nodded. His bow and arrow were ready. But facing such a powerful enemy, he knew that his arrows alone would not be enough. After all, I have just suffered once. The Avengers members were filled with uneasiness. Tony Stark already has a rough plan. We need a tactic that maximizes our advantage. He whispered quietly. There is a gleam of wisdom in his eyes. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Clint also expressed their support. They know, although New Allin's power is terrifying, but the Avengers' unity and wisdom will be their greatest weapon. They are confident, even if I lost so badly the first time. But there is the experience of the first time. It definitely won't happen the second time. Definitely. If New Allin knew this idea, then he would just laugh out loud. In the face of absolute strength, the so-called experience. It's just funny. Let's discuss how to break the elephant. Oh no, it should be about how to look forward to reaching the earth. It's ridiculous. Let him go. Fit. It's a beautiful imagination. But there was one person who didn't bother to listen to what they were saying. The tense atmosphere is almost condensed into a physical entity. Thor watched as Hulk was easily subdued by New Allin single-handedly. The anger in my heart was like ignited lightning. Explode instantly. He wields the legendary Mjolnir. Prepare to rush forward. Use the power of thunder to rescue Hulk. However, just as Thor took a step forward, Captain America Steve Rogers quickly stood in front of him. Steve's eyes were firm. His actions were decisive and swift. It was obviously a well-considered decision. Thor, calm down. Steve's voice was steady and powerful. His words exuded unquestionable authority. We can't act rashly. New Allin's power is far beyond our imagination, and we must proceed with caution. Thor paused. There was confusion and anger in his eyes. Clutching Mjolnir, the energy of lightning has begun to gather on the hammerhead. But Steve's words temporarily suppressed his impulse. Steve, what do you mean? I'm going to help Hulk. There was a hint of question in Thor's voice. His eyes were fixed on Steve, as if looking for a reasonable explanation. Steve took a deep breath. His eyes revealed a deep understanding of the situation. Thor, I know you want to protect the Hulk, but New Allin's actions did not appear to be malicious. If he really wants to hurt us, with his strength, we would not be able to stand here long ago. Thor frowned. He began to think about what Steve had said. Really, New Allin's power is unbelievable. If he really had bad intentions, then the members of Avengers might have been in desperate situation. Steve continued, we need to observe and understand New Allin's true intentions. We cannot destroy a possible peaceful solution because of the impulse of the moment. Fighting is just the worst option. Thor puts down Mjolnir. His expression gradually calmed down, knowing that what Steve said makes sense. Although his heart was still full of worries about Hulk and distrust of New Allin, but he was willing to put aside the urge to fight for the time being, waiting for more information. Besides, didn't you see it? Loki is still here. New Allin's action just now was probably because of Loki. Now, with the enemy present, we have to fight another person? This is unrealistic no matter how you look at it. Noreen never looked at the Avengers members again from beginning to end, just still sitting on Hulk, silently watching Loki, who continued to act up. The dissatisfaction and resentment in my heart were like boiling magma, constantly rolling. Loki watched as New Allin easily subdued the Hulk. Anger and jealousy mixed together in my heart. An irresistible impulse formed. I'm trapped in the illusion again. Green energy began to gather in Loki's hands. There was a gleam of determination in his eyes. He decided to use his magic to directly attack New Allin's spiritual world. Buzz! Loki's magical energy surged towards New Allin like a tide. His hands were shaking. Sweat dripped from his forehead. It was obvious that he had used all his strength. His body also seemed a little weak due to the output of magic, but his will was extremely firm. However, all this seemed so insignificant in New Allin's eyes. His eyes were calm and deep, as if he could see through everything. Loki's magical energy hit an indestructible wall in front of his mental barrier. Not even a tiny gap can be opened. Loki had a look of disbelief on his face. He couldn't accept that his magic had no effect on New Allin. His hands were shaking even more violently, but still didn't give up. Continued to output magical energy constantly. This is impossible, Loki whispered to himself. There was a hint of desperation in his voice. He knew that his magic was top-notch in Asgard and even in the entire universe. But at this moment, it seemed so powerless. Nothing is impossible. There's always someone better than you, right? New Allin's thoughts just fluctuated slightly. This led to a surprising reversal. All of Loki's magical energy suddenly rushed back. Silver-green magic exploded at Loki like a missile. The powerful energy swept in like a violent storm. Loki couldn't resist at all. He knelt on the ground and covered his head in pain. He gritted his teeth and let out a painful roar from his throat. Loki's mental world was instantly shattered. His consciousness was like being hit by a heavy hammer. Liao de Zhao. It was like a lump of flesh and blood being thrown into a meat grinder. A mess. It was instantly thrown into chaos. His eyes became emotionless at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if he had turned into a vegetable, standing there in a daze. Loki. Thor watched from the side from beginning to end. In fact, I also want to see what else Loki can do. But he realized that his brother seemed to have been attacked. I rushed to his side immediately, grabbed Loki's shoulders, anxiously shouted, "What happened to Loki? Tell me what happened." However, at the moment Loki is really a vegetable. Even though Thor constantly swayed his shoulders, his eyes still showed no emotion. No, no. Thor looked at his brother Loki, who was like an idiot in front of him. The anger and grief in my heart were intertwined. An irresistible impulse formed. No! Thor let out a miserable roar. There was desperation and pain in his voice. Maybe sometimes he really hates his clever younger brother. But for Loki, who grew up with him, Thor has always regarded himself as an older brother and loved him very much. Countless memories flashed through Thor's mind. Those moments with Loki, the laughter and the quarrels, those challenges and crises we faced together. He remembered every one of Loki's pranks. Remember every betrayal he made. But no matter what happens, he never gave up on Loki. I always hoped to bring him back to the right path, even when the Chitauri invaded Earth. The first thing Thor thought of was to quickly bring Loki back to the right path. Even if he was backstabbed by Loki, he still loves each other deeply. I can't bear to see the other person fall into such a situation. Tears glistened in Thor's eyes. His heart was filled with self-blame and regret. He blamed himself for not protecting Loki. Blame myself for not stopping this from happening in time. He held Mjolnir tightly in his hand. 000, the energy of lightning has begun to gather on the hammerhead. But his mind was in chaos. How he beat up Loki in the previous battle. That's because Thor knew that such damage would not be enough to kill a god like Loki. He just wanted to teach the other party a lesson. I want to wake the other person up by force. Because he was a simple-minded man, he couldn't think of any other way to wake up his brother. In fact, he didn't want to do anything to the other party at all. Now looking at Loki, it seems that he is beyond redemption. Thor's eyes were already covered with thunder. It turned into 2 dazzling flashes of lightning. Around his body, thunder and lightning are like a violent beast, roaring and jumping constantly. Every flash of electric arc made the surrounding air tremble. His hair fluttered under the influence of thunder. Every strand of hair seems to be given life. They danced wildly in the air, as if expressing their master's anger. Dark clouds were gathering outside the Stark building. They hang low. It seems as if this modern giant tower will collapse at any time. Thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. Every thunder was like the roar of heaven and earth, deafening. Even the space seemed to be trembling slightly. This is Thor's wrath. His anger has resonated with heaven and earth. His power is integrating with the thunder of nature, forming an unstoppable destructive force. It's him. It's all because of him. Thor's eyes were fixed on New Allin, the guy who he regarded as the culprit of everything. He clenched his fists and tensed his muscles. Every inch of his skin spoke of his determination. He would tear this enemy apart. He would avenge Loki. Thor's steps moved forward slowly. Every step was heavy and powerful. It was as if the ground wasn't beneath his feet, but the enemy's chest. There was no trace of hesitation in his eyes, only firmness and determination. The lightning and thunder around Thor's body became more and more dense. They are under the command of Thor, formed a series of sharp electric blades. Every electric blade flashed with the light of death. The Avengers members watched this scene. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion. They know the complicated relationship between Thor and Loki. But I never thought that someone could subdue Loki so easily. I never expected Thor to fall into such grief. Steve gripped the shield tightly. Thor, calm down. Thor stopped, confusion and anger flashing in his eyes. Steve, what do you mean? This is the second time you've stood in my way. His voice was as loud as thunder, full of unquestionable power. The thunder almost struck Steve, but Steve made no move to budge. His eyes were determined, looking straight into Thor's angry eyes. His words were clear and powerful. No matter what, this is all Loki's fault. He has brought this upon himself. What he has become is all due to his own faults. Do you want to take your anger out on New Allin? Thor's thunder seemed to pause for a moment at Steve's words. His anger seemed to be triggered by Steve's determination at this moment. Steve's words were like cold spring water. Let Thor's anger cool down a little. A trace of rationality emerged in his mind. The Avengers members next to them also looked at each other in confusion at this moment. Their eyes revealed their support and recognition for Steve. Immediately following, they stood beside Steve one by one, stand on the same side with him. Iron Man Tony Stark, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye Clint Barton, they're all members of Avengers. And obviously, they think the same way as Steve. Looking at the scene in front of me, the anger in Thor's heart, which had eased somewhat, suddenly became even more intense. He roared, "Are you going to stop me? Are you going to organize me together? Loki did something wrong, but he is my brother. It's God. It's the son of Odin. No matter what mistakes I made, you shouldn't judge me." His voice was as loud as thunder, full of unquestionable power and fury. Thor, during this time period, although I have experienced many battles with him, but he still has the pride of being the son of Odin in his heart. He did not completely regard them as his teammates. In his heart, Loki's fate should be decided by the gods of Asgard, instead of these mortals interfering. Thor's roar echoed from the top of the Stark building. Do those innocent people who died deserve to die? Steve was slightly stunned. Immediately following, the words were filled with anger and pain. His finger pointed out the window. That once prosperous New York City, now it has become a ruin. The scene was devastated. On the street, ruins and corpses were intertwined. It created a heartbreaking picture. Steve's roar echoed in the empty hall. His emotions erupted like a volcano. Can't be suppressed. Look at them. Thor, say that again. Everyone from the Avengers, partners who fight side by side on weekdays. At this moment, I was also feeling unhappy because of Thor's words. They looked at Steve, feel his anger and pain. This sentiment spread rapidly like an infectious disease. You're going too far, Thor. Loki is a criminal. Tony also said, don't think you can talk nonsense just because you fought alongside us. Thor took a deep breath. Following Steve's finger, he looked out. The devastated scene was reflected in his eyes. An indescribable emotion suddenly surged in my heart. He is not the so-called god who is high above. As the Prince of Asgard, he treats all his subjects equally. There's no such idea that ordinary people can be killed just because they're gods. And that's exactly why he will fight against the Chitauri for the sake of Earth. Thor's body trembled slightly. His originally majestic figure now looked somewhat decadent, like a tiger that has lost its fighting spirit. The power of thunder also subsided, no longer as rampant as before. His voice became hoarse, full of self-blame and regret. Maybe Loki really deserves everything. The words reveal a deep sense of powerlessness and self-doubt. This moment, Thor's sanity was finally fully awakened. He realized his words didn't just hurt Steve. It also hurt the innocent victims. Thor looked at the people standing next to Steve. A complex emotion surged in his heart. He knows. Steve is right. Loki's fate was of his own making. His anger should not be diverted to the innocent resistor New Allin. But, as Loki's brother, his heart was still filled with pain and helplessness. Steve could also understand Thor's thoughts. He sighed. He reached out and patted Thor's shoulder. Excellent, absolutely wonderful. New Allin looked at the big show in front of him and couldn't help but applaud and said, "But in fact, I really want to compete with you, Thor." The once majestic Thor. Now it is like a body without a soul. The light in his eyes had disappeared. Instead, there was a deep sense of exhaustion and despair. Loki's current situation, like a sharp knife, it pierced his heart deeply. It made it impossible for him to breathe. Unable to think, what Loki did not only destroy New York, it also destroyed the last glimmer of hope in Thor's heart. He couldn't understand. Why did Loki make such a choice? Why did he choose betrayal and destruction? All that. For Thor, these are all unacceptable realities. New Allin's words, like gusts of cold wind, blowing through Thor's heart. He was no longer able to refute what Loki did. He really deserved it. However, Thor could not fully accept this consequence in his heart. He still remembered Loki's smile. Remember the time they fought side by side together. If it was then, Thor will definitely be able to stand up for Loki. However, but the reality is so cruel. Loki's betrayal. Thor lost all his strength and courage. He felt like an abandoned child, standing there alone. I don't know what to do. And Thor's decadence. It wasn't just because of Loki's betrayal, either. It was also because of his disappointment in himself. He once thought, I can protect everyone, can protect the peace of Asgard, even to protect the peace of the entire 9 realms. But reality told him, he's just a human being who makes mistakes and fails. I won't take care of the aftermath. I'll leave it to you. Thor took a deep breath. The only thing he wanted to do now is to bring Loki back to Asgard. See if we can find a way to heal Loki's mental strength. Even though I know Loki has done many unforgivable things, but he still hoped to find a way to rescue Loki. Thor's movements were decisive and powerful. He pulled Loki to his feet. Ignore the eyes of people around you. Left the Stark building directly. Loki suffered no substantial physical damage, but his spirit was clearly broken. He was being dragged by Thor. His eyes were empty. It's as if I've lost all consciousness and thinking ability. The pace is mechanical and slow, like a puppet without a soul. Let Thor lead you forward. This made Thor even more heartbroken. The Avengers members watched this scene. Different moods. Steve Rogers, as a leader of the team, his mood was particularly complicated. He understood Thor, but he couldn't sympathize with Loki's experience. He knew it very well. Loki's actions have brought huge amounts of damage to Earth. The other Avengers showed more relief and satisfaction. They believed that what Loki had done was beyond anyone's tolerance. His actions not only betray Thor, it also betrayed the peace of the entire universe. A disaster for the Earth. They felt that Loki should have received the punishment he deserved. If Thor was here, according to what Thor just said, Loki was obviously helpless against them. The look they gave New Allin was full of admiration and joy, especially Natasha Romanoff and Clint. These two are agents who kill without blinking an eye. To change their words, if there is ability, he must want to kill Loki directly. Turning into an idiot is already the lightest punishment. There was a hint of sarcasm in New Allin's laughter. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, as if he could see into people's hearts. He had noticed the lucidity in Loki's eyes when he left, the regret and complex emotions in those eyes. It seems to be telling something silently. Loki's regret may be that Thor did not attack him, such is the nature of the god of trickery. Even in such a situation, still not forgetting to stir up disputes. Try to find opportunities in the chaos. I can only say that Loki is quite smart. Want to get away with it this way. Otherwise, even with Thor helping out, the attacks from the Avengers would also make him feel uncomfortable. It's already failed anyway. He might as well find a way to get out of this unscathed. Just take advantage of New Allin's attack and use the same strategy against him. Take advantage of the opportunity to get off the mountain. It can also arouse Thor's anger. But I didn't expect that Thor didn't take action against New Allin in the end. All we can say is that Loki's nature is not completely bad, but he always takes advantage of others. It's really hard to accept. If Thor knew, Thor's mentality is probably going crazy again. New Allin knew it from the beginning. Loki hadn't turned into an idiot. His mental state was affected, though, but it is far from the brink of collapse. For a god like Loki, such an attack is not enough to cause permanent damage. New Allin has always known, dealing with an opponent like Loki, we must remain vigilant at all times. There can be no slackness at all. Only his absolute strength made him worry-free about everything. New Allin's thoughts gradually drifted away. A sudden wail was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake. It caused ripples. New Allin's consciousness was suddenly pulled back to reality by the wailing. He looked down, only to find out that Hulk has now turned back into Bruce Banner. Bruce's fragile human body obviously couldn't bear New Allin's weight. His brows were furrowed. Expression is painful. He was obviously trying his best to endure the discomfort. No! New Allin quickly stood up for Bruce, at the same time shrugged, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. His thoughts were so distracted that he completely ignored his surroundings. So much so that he didn't notice that Hulk had turned back into Bruce. Zero, request flowers. The Avengers saw this. Take action now. They gathered around quickly, carefully supported Bruce. What's your name, kid? There was a silence among the crowd. In the end, it was Steve who spoke first. Looked at New Allin. New Allin. New Allin didn't hide his meaning. Why are you here? Where are your parents? As a good guy, Steve didn't care about New Allin's behavior just now. Instead, he asked with great concern. In his opinion, New Allin is very powerful, but he is just a child around 10 years old. My parents are in another universe. I feel bored, so I come here to hang out. New Allin's words were an understatement. It was as if they were talking about a very ordinary little thing. However, when these words reached the ears of the Avengers, but it was like a bolt from the blue. Their expressions froze instantly. They looked at each other. Zero. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Obviously, they were all confused by the explosive amount of information contained in this sentence. My parents are in another universe. I feel bored, so I come here to hang out. This sentence is simple and direct, but it contains too many unknowns and possibilities. First of all, the concept of parents in another universe is original enough to open people's minds. Universe. This vast space. There's another one? And New Allin's parents were actually there? What does that mean? It is the existence of a parallel universe, or some unknown dimension. Secondly, New Allin's tone was relaxed. It seems as if crossing the universe is an easy thing. This makes people speculate. What kind of ability does he have? Can you travel freely between different universes? This kind of ability, it is undoubtedly more powerful than ordinary people can imagine. Everyone from the Avengers, including Iron Man Tony Stark, Captain America Steve Rogers, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye Clint Barton, and the newly recovered Bruce Banner. They all fell into deep thought. They are all heroes who have experienced countless storms. But New Allin's words. But it made them feel an unprecedented shock. Tony Stark was the first to break the silence, with curiosity and exploration in his eyes. New Allin, what do you mean by another universe? How do you know where it is? There was a hint of urgency in his tone, obviously very interested in this topic. That's where I came from. I definitely know. Isn't that nonsense? New Allin rolled his eyes. I'm a little speechless. Steve Rogers seemed more calm. He frowned, asked seriously, New Allin, you can travel between different universes. Is this your ability? Does this ability bring any risks? Tony Stark. This tech mogul is known as a genius, billionaire, playboy, and philanthropist. I have always had a strong interest in the mysteries of the universe. His curiosity led him to delve into the complex theories of astrophysics, quantum mechanics, and cosmology. Although this knowledge sometimes seemed too profound for him, Tony's mind was filled with endless speculations about the multi-universe. He imagined countless parallel worlds. Each world has its own unique history and possibilities. However, despite his wisdom and resources, he was never able to find any conclusive evidence to prove the existence of these universes. His question was like a sharp arrow that went straight into the depths of New Allin's soul. But just at this moment, a more determined force intervened and stopped all this. Steve's figure appeared in Tony's sight. His hands firmly grasped Tony's iron armor wrist guard. It is an irresistible force. Steve's eyes were firm and deep. He shook his head slowly. The voice was steady and powerful. Tony, now is not the time to worry about this. In Steve's opinion, knowledge of a universe is certainly important. It is an eternal topic for mankind to explore the unknown. But at this moment, the safety of the Earth is the most pressing issue. Cities are collapsing and people are crying. Tony was silent for a moment. Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton exchanged a look. They are all experienced agents. For this extraordinary situation, they prefer to remain calm and observe. Natasha Romanoff asked softly, New Allin, are you here just because you were bored? Or was there another reason? New Allin's answer was unexpected, but it seems reasonable. He rolled his eyes with a hint of disdain in his tone. If it's not because of boredom, then is it because of some other reason? It's really a bit boring to stay in my universe. Quite boring indeed. He basically beat up all the X-Men. The remaining supervillains are also said to be in the corners of the Earth. He was too lazy to look for it. The corners of Natasha Romanoff's mouth twitched slightly. It was the first time she heard of someone traveling through the universe out of boredom. This statement is for her. It's really unbelievable. After all, with their perspective, it is hard to believe that traveling through the universe is really just out of boredom. The vastness and mystery of the universe. For them, it is synonymous with countless unknowns and challenges. It is the goal of exploration and conquest. Bruce Banner fell into deep thought. His scientific mind began to work rapidly. Try to analyze the scientific principles in New Allin's words. New Allin, when you mentioned another universe, do you mean the theory of the existence of parallel universes? If so, is it possible for us to communicate with that universe in some way? New Allin nodded, responded to Bruce Banner's words with the affirmative. Definitely yes. These are 4 simple words, but contains an unprecedented possibility. But before that, actually it's not possible. Because of TVA, that is the existence of the Time Management Bureau. There's only one sacred timeline in the entire Marvel movie universe. Any attempt to go beyond this sacred timeline will be immediately cut off by the Time Administration. Like pruning the branches of a tree. Make sure the trunk of the tree is pointing straight up, not disturbed by any trivial matters. But something happened in the future that changed everything. Loki becomes the god of stories and controls all timelines. This transformation, the X-Men universe, is officially connected to other universes and the Avengers universe. The interweaving of timelines, the integrate of the universe. All of this became possible. Definitely. Even if Loki doesn't do that. Let the multi-universe truly be born in this world. New Allin will still appear. His appearance. It is an inevitable part of the universe. Just like the stars are destined to twinkle in the night sky. Rivers are destined to flow into the sea. His existence. It is not just a coincidence, but also a necessity. It can even be said that this is the birth of the X-Men universe. It is very likely that it is because New Allin must appear in this world. This universe 0. It's like a huge amounts of stage. And New Allin, he is the protagonist chosen by fate. Definitely. About fate. New Allin has always been very disdainful. As long as he could be born into this world, it is impossible to deliberately do those things according to the changes in the timeline. He will never be bound alone, even if the other party is restricted by an entire timeline. Hear what New Allin said. Tony Stark couldn't hold back any longer, even if Steve organizes it. An irrepressible excitement welled up in my heart. He couldn't help but ask, how can we travel through the universe? This problem, for him, is not only a technical challenge, but also a desire for the unknown world. New Allin thought about it, spread his hands, shrugged, and said, well, infinite gems will be enough. His answer was simple and direct, but it contains an unprecedented possibility. There are actually many ways to travel through the universe, but infinite gems is the easiest and most direct way. Just get infinite gems. You can travel freely among the universes. Infinite gems, the 6 gems that contain the most powerful power in the universe. They are time, space, reality, mind, soul, and power. Each gem represents a supreme power. Their combination can create or destroy the universe, not to mention traveling through the universe. And the Marvel movie universe is also different from the Marvel Comics universe. In the comic universe, infinite gems can only be used in a single universe, even if you stay in that universe. Using the power of infinite gems can directly radiate to the entire multi-universe. Want to go to another universe? It is entirely possible to fold that universe directly into your own universe. But once the infinite gems left the main universe, just 6 pieces of waste rocks. The cinematic universe is different. There are no limits to infinite gems of movies. You can still use it in another universe. Therefore, it is completely possible to travel through the universe without restrictions. Infinite gems? The Avengers looked at each other. For them at present, they are still not clear about the concept of infinite gems. Infinite gems, also known as cosmic gems, each gem has the ability to control a certain basic force in the universe. For example, Space Gem represents the space power in the universe, able to manipulate space originally, allows the user to instantly travel anywhere, creates a space portal, even change the position of objects. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Space Gem was originally encapsulated in Tesseract. It was later used to make Odin's weapon, the Spear of Eternity. The Mind Gem controls the power of the mind. 02 enables the user to read, manipulate, and modify the thoughts of others. Enhance your spiritual strength. Even able to control the consciousness of an entire planet. In the movie, the Mind Gem originally appeared on Loki's scepter. It was later installed on Vision's forehead, become the source of his vitality. Reality gems can alter reality, allow users to realize any imagination, turn any fantasy into reality. In the movie, the reality gem is encapsulated in ether. It is a flowing, living form of matter. Power gems contain huge amounts of energy, ability to grant the user immense strength and energy projection. It can even destroy an entire planet. In the movie, the Power Stone is kept in the Ob. It was later taken into the custody of the Nova Corps. The Time Gem controls the flow of time, allows the user to travel through time, predict the future, stop or accelerate time, even completely change history. In the movie, the Time Gem is embedded in the eye of Agamotto, held by the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One and later Doctor Strange. The Soul Gem has the power to control souls and can steal, manipulate, and modify souls. Can even resurrect decedents. In the film, the location of the Soul Gem remains a mystery. It wasn't until Avengers 3, Infinity War, that it was revealed to be hidden on the Vommer Star. It requires sacrificing the soul of a loved one to obtain it. All in all, there are some infinite gems that are not that hard to obtain, and some of them are hard to accept. Infinite gems, what are those? Facing the Avengers' doubts, Allin was too lazy to explain. If you have any questions, just ask Thor. Speaking of which, he suddenly and inexplicably felt the urge to collect 6 infinite gems. Infinite gems seems to be very common. In fact, the power contained in it is outrageous. The power of these gems, if understood and used correctly, almost any wish can be fulfilled, even beyond the boundaries of a single universe, touching the field of multi-universe, especially Soul Gem. Its power is particularly impressive in the comics. Soul Gem possesses a deep understanding of the essence of life. It can touch the deepest soul and consciousness in the universe. In certain storylines, the power of the Soul Gem is used to create a whole new multi-universe. This universe is completely shaped by the will of the holder, with completely new laws of physics, life forms, and cosmic history. This creation is not a simple accumulation of materials. Instead, it involves the most fundamental structure and operating mechanism of the universe. It is a redefinition and creation of the nature of the universe. And what is the most outrageous thing? They're the infinite gems from the comics. More than just more powerful than the infinite gems from movie. It does not require any qualifications to use it. like the infinite gems in the movie. After all, the user needs to have a strong physique. In the comics, that's really not necessary. But if you want to use infinite gems to the extreme, you definitely still need to master a lot of knowledge about the universe. But this is no big deal for him. After all, Allin doesn't have a strong physique, but his energy. But it was enough for him to control the infinite gems with ease. Therefore, Noreen wants to collect infinite gems. It's not because of coveting the power of infinite gems. It's just a simple collecting addiction. But there is no need to rush now. Allin glanced at a few people and then disappeared in an instant. This left the Avengers confused. I don't know what Noreen meant by these words. I don't know where Noreen went next. In fact, Allin just returned to his own universe. Everything was as if nothing had happened. He lay in his dormitory and stretched comfortably. I looked at the chat group. Still the same 137. But it is worth mentioning. Formed Asuna. In the end, I followed Allin's advice and entered Saw's world. And I've experienced the time when the exit game button disappeared. I also live broadcasted it in the group at that time. Another thing worth mentioning is Batman. Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne in this time period has already experienced Man of Steel. Superman versus General Zod. Therefore, I hate those aliens very much. He never believed that any alien could truly contribute to the Earth. Actually, this idea is absolutely correct for a person who was born and raised on Earth. After all, Superman is not without bad guys in other universes. For example, Injustice Superman and Superman, etc. All of this proved that Bruce's idea was correct. But the right idea was applied to the wrong person. You have to know that this is Superman from the main universe. There is no possibility of becoming a villain. He shared his thoughts with everyone in the chat group. And Sun Wukong is the most qualified to answer this kind of question. The story of Sun Wukong bears a striking resemblance to Superman Clark Kent. Both heroes are the sole survivors of their planet. All were sent to Earth when they were young, and was adopted by a kind family here. Grow into a superhero who protects the world. Although their sources of power and fighting styles vary, and Sun Wukong's ideas are actually different. But what they have in common is protecting the innocent and upholding justice are so consistent. Son Goku's story begins with the destruction of his birth planet, Vegeta. When he was a baby, his father decided to send him to Earth. Hopefully he'll find a chance of survival there. Similar to the situation with Superman Clark being sent to Earth. Son Goku was adopted by the Earthling Son Gohan and grew up in a loving and caring environment. Although his scion blood gave him strong fighting instincts and strength, but his adoptive father, Son Gohan, taught him the importance of respecting life and protecting the weak. Over time, the power of Sun Wukong is gradually awakening. Although most of his fighting was because he was a martial arts fanatic. But most of what they end up doing is fighting against those evil forces that threaten peace. Who made him fight against villains. From fighting Vegeta, then to Frieza, Android 17 and Android 18. And also face the powerful Majin Buu. Every battle of Sun Wukong saved countless lives. Although Sun Wukong did not become a typical superhero like Superman Clark, his actions and decisions also reflect his persistent pursuit of justice. Thoughts on Superman? Sun Wukong is undoubtedly the one who has the most say. They all experience the destruction of their planet. They are all endowed with extraordinary powers. They all chose to use these powers to protect others. Their stories, though, originate from different cultures and backgrounds. But in the end, they all point to the same truth. True heroes are not those who are strong, but those who are brave. Sun Wukong obviously couldn't understand why Bruce wanted to eliminate Superman. It was like Bruce couldn't understand them either. This trait of his was pushed to the extreme in this film, despite the constant persuasion from people around him, trying to make him see the positive side and necessity of Superman. However, Bruce could never let go of his vigilance and hostility towards Superman. Bruce's distrust and fear of Superman. It stems from his deep understanding of the trauma he has experienced and the suffering that has befallen Gotham City. As someone who lost both parents in childhood, Bruce knows firsthand the pain and death of innocent people. He witnessed the corruption and depravity of Gotham City. We have seen numerous examples of power being abused and justice being trampled upon. In this context, the emergence of Superman, an individual with almost unlimited power and ability. For Bruce, just a potential threat. It is also a symbol of uncertainty and potential disaster. Bruce's fear of Superman. Part of it stems from his awe of Superman's power. But there are greater concerns that this power could be misused or abused. In Bruce's opinion, Superman's power is so great, so much, so that he can change the order of the world in an instant. And such a change could be catastrophic. Bruce worried, if Superman's judgment is wrong, or his power is being used by evil forces, then the consequences will be disastrous. This concern is highlighted several times in the film, especially in Superman's battle with General Zod. In the end, Superman won the battle, but it also brought huge amounts of damage and innocent casualties to Metropolis and Gotham City. Also, Russ's distrust of Superman also stems from his uncertainty about Superman's identity. Superman as an alien. His loyalties and motives remain a mystery. Bruce can't be sure if Superman will really always stand on the side of humanity, or whether he will one day become an enemy of humanity because of his race or beliefs. This uncertainty made Bruce uneasy. He couldn't place his trust and the safety of Gotham City and even the Earth on an unknown factor. Yuki Asuna. Isn't it great to have such a powerful hero protecting the Earth? Blood Demon. That's right. It would be great if there was a hero like this in my world. How cool. I don't have to go fight against any damn demons. Nezuko. Yes, it would be great if there was a Superman in my world. Then we wouldn't be bullied by evil spirits. Deadpool. Bruce, you think too much, that's Superman. The members come from different worlds. Each has their own unique background and experience. Most of them haven't gone through the trauma and challenges that Bruce Wayne has gone through. Nor does he understand as deeply as he does the relationship between power and responsibility. Therefore, they are confused by Bruce's motives and actions. You may even feel confused and opposed. For members of the chat group, the existence of Superman is undoubtedly a huge amount of gospel. In this context, a superhero like Superman possesses nearly invincible strength and a sense of justice. It is a symbol of hope for them. It is a force that can protect them from evil. The chat group members could not understand Bruce's fear and distrust of Superman. In their opinion, Superman is a selfless hero. Always stand on the side of justice. Protect the innocent and fight against evil. They might think, having such a powerful Asgardian around, it is an extremely lucky thing. It is worth celebrating and being grateful for. They probably can't imagine it. Why would anyone want to eradicate such a hero? Instead of working with him, to fight together against greater threats. This difference in perspective, a lot of it stems from the differences in the members' experiences with Bruce. Bruce Wayne before he became Batman, experiencing the tragedy of losing both parents, witnessed the corruption and depravity of Gotham City. He is well aware of the dangers of power and the complexity of human nature. He knows, even with the best of intentions, strength can also be misused. Even heroes. There may also be times when mistakes are made. Therefore, his distrust of Superman. It is the prevention of potential risks. It is the foresight of possible disasters. And for the members of the chat group, they may not have experienced similar trauma, nor does he understand the double-edged nature of power as deeply as Bruce does. They may see more positive impact of Superman, without considering the possible negative consequences of Superman's powers. They might think, as long as there is a powerful hero guarding it, everything will get better, and didn't realize it. This power can also become a threat. Batman, you still can't understand. Bruce talked about this in a group. It's not because of seeking public approval. Only children would seek approval, right? He said in the group. It's just because I feel it is necessary to let these children in the group know the dangers of society. Yes, in his opinion, these group members in the group, they are a group of children who have never experienced the beatings of society. But he obviously miscalculated. Since you have not experienced the beatings of society, how could they possibly understand Batman's thoughts? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. That's not the case. Bruce's thinking is still very normal, and he thinks much more than you do. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. But I still have to say, Bruce, your idea is correct, but you were using it on the wrong person. Batman. Bruce was just beginning to feel relieved that someone finally understood his thoughts. However, Allin's statement is very different from that of the group members. However, didn't you still recognize Superman in the end? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. After all, that's Superman. Batman. In that case, I will broadcast the action live. Please come and watch it and verify whether I am right or wrong. No one can make Bruce change his mind now. Allin shrugged. It doesn't matter. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Just do what you want to do. You will know everything in the future anyway. Batman. It seems that the plan needs to be put on the agenda. Bruce's actions were not impulsive. It is the result of careful consideration. He began collecting Kryptonite in secret. This is what he learned. A mineral that originally fell to Earth along with Superman. A rare and dangerous substance. For ordinary people, it's nothing, but it is fatal to Superman. He leveraged his own resources and networks, find traces of fluorite from all over the world, and secretly transported them to Gotham City. Bruce uses Kryptonite to create a series of weapons. Includes Kryptonite bullets and Kryptonite spears. Prepare to use it in the showdown with Superman. At the same time, Superman Clark Kent finds himself in an extremely dangerous situation. His mother Martha was kidnapped by Lex Luthor. This is an elaborate trap. The purpose is also simple, forcing Superman to face off against Batman. Lex Luthor, this crazy billionaire, Superman's archenemy. Same with Batman, feeling threatened by Superman's existence. He thinks Superman is an alien, shouldn't have such huge amounts of power. He hopes to do this by provoking a fight between Superman and Batman to reveal Superman's weakness and ultimately destroy him. Superman was forced to fight. He knows, if he doesn't fight Batman, his mother will be hurt. The 940th night of the Showdown is coming soon. In the Wanjia chat group, Deadpool, fight, 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 fight them all. Wade acted like a fun guy, clapping madly. Yuki Asuna. I don't know why, even though I don't support Mr. Bruce, I have an inexplicable expectation for this battle. Yes, although most group members do not support Bruce's behavior, but they all have inexplicable expectations. You know, this is equivalent to a battle between humans and gods. Bruce fights against the god Superman with his mortal body. Who will win or lose? Throughout the ages, there are countless stories of mortals fighting against gods. But this was the first time he appeared in front of them. How can we not look forward to it? Allin acted as if it didn't matter. The outcome of this battle is actually obvious. No one can kill anyone. Finally killed Superman. It can only be Superman's nemesis, the forger of Superman's death, Doomsday. Night. Superman's heart was filled with anxiety and helplessness. His mother, Martha Kentucky, kidnapped by a mysterious enemy. There is undoubtedly a bigger conspiracy behind all this. Clark knew. He needs help. And Bruce Wayne, Gotham's Dark Knight, Batman. He was the only one he could turn to. However, as he descended into the Gotham Knight, trying to explain it all to Bruce. Bruce, we can't do this. This is all Lex's conspiracy. Clark's explanation didn't make Bruce hesitate at all. The conversation between the two quickly escalated into a conflict. Clark tried to explain again, but Bruce couldn't hear anything anymore. The two soon started fighting. Bruce confronts Clark. Press the button without hesitation. The machine guns stationed in the building quickly turned their guns and aimed at Clark. Da-da-da-da. Bullets rained down on Clark, hit his steel body, but it didn't cause any harm. Clark's skin and muscle tissue are tougher than any known substance. Ordinary bullets pose no threat to him. However, this scene filled Clark with helplessness. He knew how deeply Bruce misunderstood him. He wanted to continue persuading Bruce. Explain your true intentions and the dilemma you are facing. But before Clark could say anything, two more terrifying attacks came from both sides. It's a sonic attack. Buzz. This attack utilizes high-intensity sound waves, designed to interfere with and weaken Superman's sensory abilities. The sonic attack made Clark's ears buzz. Some discomfort. He grinned and shook his head, trying to shake off this discomfort. Clark was not knocked out by the sonic attack. He flew up quickly, up in the air. He adjusted his state. 2 rays of heat shoot out from his eyes, which can instantly melt or destroy any substance. Clark used his thermal vision to instantly shatter the sonic weapon. Bang! Although at the moment was under attack, Clark also showed his strength. But deep down he still hoped to resolve the conflict with Bruce peacefully. He knows, only through understanding and cooperation. Together they can fight greater threats. A force of evil like Lex Luthor, Clark's actions were not merely in self-defense. It is also to prove one's innocence and loyalty. I'm not going to hit you, at least not now. Hope to win Bruce's trust. But, Acty, at the moment Bruce, who can still control him? Everything is ready. I won't give you a meal, okay? He faced Clark and punched him. Bang! The result is that Clark at the moment also became a little popular. I was already extremely worried when my mother was kidnapped. Meeting someone as unreasonable as Bruce gave him a headache. My head is buzzing now, and I was slapped in the face. Even clay figures have some temper. He is a saint, but that doesn't mean a saint can endure anything. Not to mention it's such an urgent moment. So he also went up and slapped him. The result is good now. Bruce's steel armor seemed fragile in front of Superman. He was slapped and embedded into the wall. He fell to the ground with a thud. Watching this scene happening in the live broadcast room, everyone in the group couldn't help but start to doubt Bruce. No, is that all? So many weapons were prepared, but there is no way to break the defense. Got beaten by Superman? Is this true or false? Seriously? Batman is this? But Bruce was not unprepared. There's a saying that goes, fighting Batman is one thing, but fighting Batman is another matter. You can have a live fight with Batman, but it's best not to make an appointment for a fight. Give him time to prepare. Bruce watched the barrage float by. He laughed and didn't care. Just wait and see. The surprise is coming soon. He knew that these ordinary weapons would have no effect on Superman, but he didn't care, because these are just part of his plan. Bruce struggled to get up from the ground, then take off a smoke bomb. He just threw it towards Clark. Bruce, listen to me. Clark at the moment was still thinking about talking to him nicely. So he just frowned and took the smoke bomb. I'm a little confused as to what Bruce is up to. Looking at the scene in front of me, Bruce smiled. He knew his plan had succeeded. With his knowledge of Superman, how could he not know that those weapons just now had no effect on Superman? These are just to create an illusion for Superman that he can't do anything to him. Let him slack off. Just looking for that final winning blow. And the secret to success, naturally, is the Kryptonite smoke in the smoke bomb. Green smoke quickly spread. When Clark inhaled fluorite fumes, he instantly felt a sense of suffocation and powerlessness. The effects of Kryptonite are immediate and intense. It takes away Clark's super ability, made him extremely vulnerable. At the moment, his veins bulged, looking at Bruce in disbelief. The whole person kept breathing air like an asthma patient, trying to ease that suffocating feeling. Clark's physical reaction was violent. It wasn't just that breathing became rapid and difficult. His muscles also began to tremble under the influence of the Kryptonite. Clark is Superman. He actually felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. The feeling terrified him, but he couldn't do anything to resist. In this extreme pain and powerlessness, Clark actually knelt on one knee on the ground and facing the pitiful Superman. Bruce showed no mercy. On the contrary, I feel very happy. You have this day too? Bruce said slowly. There was a hint of sarcasm and relief in his voice. He knows. This battle was the result of his careful planning. It was an extreme measure he took to prove that he could fight against Superman. There was no hesitation in the movements of his hands. A heavy punch hit Clark in the face. Bang! The power of this punch is enormous. Clark was hit so hard that he became dizzy. His head smashed into the ground, leaving a small hole, and he saw stars. Clark at the moment is no longer as powerful as he used to be. The Kryptonite fumes weakened his powers. It made him extremely vulnerable. He felt a sharp pain, difficulty breathing, barely able to support his own body. However, Bruce didn't let him off. He said, "Now tell me, can you bleed?" While grabbing Clark's feet with both hands. It spins like a windmill. Then, he threw it out immediately, breaking through several walls. Clark's body drew an arc in the air, hit the wall hard. Every impact sent a sharp pain through him. His body left deep marks on the wall. Brick and stone fragments flew everywhere, and dust rose up. Bruce's attacks were ruthless and precise. He seemed to be proving something to Clark in this way. Even Superman has a vulnerable side. Clark at this moment, I felt an unprecedented powerlessness. The physical pain certainly made Clark uncomfortable, but the feeling of powerlessness in his heart made him even more suffocated. He thought of his mother, Martha Kentucky, the woman who was like a beacon in his heart. At this moment, he was kidnapped and in danger. And here he was being beaten. There was no way to rescue her immediately. This feeling of powerlessness is like a heavy hammer. It struck his heart again and again. Clark's mind recalled his mother's smile. That warm and loving face is the source of his strength. He remembered what his mother once said to him. No matter what happens, you have to be strong and believe in yourself. However, him at this moment, but I feel that my strength is crumbling bit by bit. He thought of General Zod, the Kryptonian general who once threatened Earth. Face Zod. Clark felt huge amounts of pressure, though, but he never felt powerless, because he knows, as long as he persists, as long as he fights, he can protect the Earth, protect those he loves. But at this moment, he felt as if he was trapped in a cage from which he could not escape. No matter how he struggled, there is no way to escape this feeling of powerlessness. Clark's breathing became rapid. There was pain and despair in his eyes. He knows. He had to pull himself together. He had to find a way to escape this feeling of powerlessness. Clark closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to calm my mind. He told himself that he couldn't give up. He couldn't let his mother down. Clark climbed up from the rubble with difficulty, with a determined light in his eyes. He knows. This battle is more than just a contest of strength. It is also a collision of beliefs. He looked at Bruce and said with all his might, "Bruce, I know the fear and anxiety in your heart, but please believe me, I am not your enemy." Fear? Are you saying I'm afraid of you? Bruce was so angry that he laughed. He now originally harbors great malice towards aliens like Superman. Now I heard Clark say that he was afraid. I was suddenly speechless. However, Bruce went a little too far. Instead, it gives people the feeling that he is indeed afraid. After all, that's the truth. He was really just afraid. No one knows what nightmares he had during this period. No one knew how many times he woke up in the night. The dream was all about Clark changing his mind and wanting to rule the Earth. Or it could be something that is done under someone's control. These nightmares are like shadows. It is always on his mind. It made him feel uneasy. He began to doubt, start to fear. I began to worry that Clark would really become a threat to Earth. It is because of these dreams. He would make such a decision. Eliminate Clark. Bruce took a deep breath, trying to calm myself down. He knows. He couldn't let these nightmares control him. He had to find a way to escape this fear. And the solution is naturally very simple. Kill Clark. In the Wanjia chat group, the group members were watching this battle, which was not that fierce. Their eyes were focused on Bruce. Marvel at his strategy and execution. They see how Bruce cleverly uses kryptonite fumes to weaken Superman's powers. How to hit Clark Kent with precision. This superhero is usually almost invincible. As expected of Batman, he actually beat up Superman. A group member made such an exclamation. His words were full of admiration for Bruce. Other group members echoed the sentiment. They appreciated Bruce's strategy. However, despite their recognition of Bruce's greatness, but this group of people obviously still couldn't fully understand Bruce's ideas. They looked at the beaten Superman. I couldn't help but feel a little sympathy in my heart. Poor Clark, he didn't deserve this. A group member made such a voice in the group. Her words revealed sympathy for Clark. Other group members also responded. They started speaking up for Superman in the group, hoping to catch Bruce's attention. Make him stop attacking Superman. Bruce, you're going too far. Superman did nothing wrong. Another group member gave this advice. There was sincerity in his words. Zero, request flowers. However, despite the constant voices of group members, their persuasion did not shake Bruce's mind. Bruce stood in front of Clark. His heart was filled with firm belief. He knows. His actions were brutal, though, but it is necessary. He couldn't let Superman become a threat to Earth. He must do everything possible to protect this world. Although the voices of group members continue to sound in the chat group. But Bruce was not shaken. He knows. His decision was based on concern for the future and the protection of the planet. He can't change his position just because of a few words from others. Allin sat on the comfortable sofa, looking through the virtual screen, watching this battle live across multiple universes. There was a hint of boredom in his eyes, because he knew the plot of this battle very well. He knew what was going to happen next. Clark would say his mother's name, Martha, Kentucky. Zero. Bruce will discover that this name is the same as his deceased mother's. This discovery will touch Bruce's deepest emotions, making him stop attacking Clark. The next thing is that Superman says his mother's name, and Bruce finds out it's the same as his own mother's name, so he stops fighting. Allin talked to himself. The turning point in this battle is coming. All this is nothing new to him. Allin continued to watch, but he no longer had the initial interest. I thought after joining the chat group, there will be something new coming. If I remember correctly, Clark will then go to stop Lex Luthor's conspiracy, and Bruce will go to rescue Clark's kidnapped mother. All this plot development. For him, it's like an old movie being replayed. Every frame couldn't be more familiar. Clark goes to stop Lex Luthor, while Bruce goes to save Clark's kidnapped mother. Allin repeats the development of the plot. There was a foreboding calm in his voice. He knows. All this is just a prelude. The real crisis is yet to come. Allin's thoughts drifted back to his previous life. He has watched the film countless times. Every detail is familiar to me. He remembered how Lex Luthor had used his own blood and the body of General Zod to create Doomsday, the nearly unbeatable monster. He also remembers Superman's death. Finally, Lex Luthor used his own blood and the body of General Zod to create Doomsday and cause the death of Superman. Allin turned off the virtual screen. He didn't want to watch anymore. A bit boring. For him, the battle had lost its novelty. After all, he knew every turn and every ending. Maybe when the war is destroyed, he'll want to come and see. In front of the gate, a white-haired old man stood there. He was surrounded by a group of people wearing all kinds of weird costumes. Or maybe it's a mutant with all kinds of strange organs on its body. Magneto looked at the Xavier Institute in front of him. A complex emotion surged in his heart. He didn't know how long it had been since he last came here. Ever since he parted ways with Professor X. He never set foot on this land again. He still remembers when he founded Xavier College with Professor X. Their dreams are so pure. Their goals are so clear. They hope to create a safe environment for mutants. Let them live freely and develop freely. However, but the reality is so cruel. Their dreams seemed so fragile in the face of reality. The differences between them grew wider and wider. This eventually led to their breakup. Magneto chose another path. He won 5-0, chose to use his strength to protect Mutant. He chose to fight for the rights of the mutant. This road is so difficult and so lonely. Magneto knew that he could not go back to the past. He can no longer change reality. He could only accept reality and move on. It's been so long, and it really hasn't changed at all. Magneto shook his head. Mystique glanced at Magneto. During this long period of time, she often came back. After all, she had the ability to shape-shift. But Magneto is different. Last time and last time again. Okay, let's go in. Magneto's eyes gleamed with determination. He raised his hand slightly, as if silently announcing his arrival. Following his movements, the gate of Xavier Academy was distorted in an instant. The metal undergoes shape shifting under the influence of strong magnetic force. There was a harsh metallic friction sound. Then, Magneto waved his hand like a conductor. The gate was simply thrown aside, fell heavily to the ground. The series of movements is like a carefully choreographed symphony. Every note is full of power and resolution. These movements are quite significant. The entire Xavier Academy was alarmed by the commotion here. The mutant students were attracted by the commotion here. Some people who were inside the building looked out of the windows. They saw a swarm of people pouring into Xavier College. These people had different expressions on their faces. Some were curious, some were nervous, and some were shocked. "What's going on?" a student asked. There was a hint of uneasiness in his voice. Other students echoed this. They were confused and worried about this sudden change. Magneto stood in the center of the academy. His eyes scanned the surroundings. He knew that his arrival would inevitably cause a stir, but he didn't care. Some students seemed to realize something. There was fear and anxiety in his eyes. They recognized the unexpected visitor. Magneto. This name is well known in the mutant world. His image is synonymous with the most wanted mutant around the world. As long as someone has cared, everyone can recognize it. "That's Magneto," a student exclaimed. There was a noticeable tremor in his voice. The students had expressions of horror on their faces. They know Magneto's arrival means trouble, means possible danger. These years, Magneto has caused a lot of big things around the world. His actions were always extreme and violent. He has only one goal, that is to fight for the rights of mutant, even dominance. His methods are fierce and his stance is firm. This has made him a thorn in the side of governments around the world. "Magneto, why is he here?" another student asked. There was doubt in his voice. Other students were also confused and worried about Magneto's arrival. John the fireman. The mutant was educated at Xavier College. At this moment, he is standing in the mutant team, led by Magneto. There was a smug smile on his face, feeling the frightened gazes of those students. The whole person felt a little dizzy. He felt this feeling was extremely refreshing. This kind of awe, the feeling of being scared. It was exactly what he had always desired. Great, great, that's right. John sighed inwardly. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Sure enough, following Magneto is much better than following Professor X. Under the leadership of Professor X, they always have to restrain their power, always consider how to coexist peacefully with humans. But under Magneto's leadership, they can show off their strength to their heart's content. You can pursue your goals to your heart's content. This is the life I want. John thought firmly in his heart, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Wait for death, no Allin. John's heart was filled with hatred towards New Allin. He clenched his fists. He still remembers the humiliation that New Allin gave him. That failure, that humiliation, it made him unforgettable till now. He thought foolishly. This time Magneto comes to Xavier Academy. It was for his revenge. He was ready to humiliate New Allin severely. John cursed inwardly. There was a flame of revenge in his eyes. This time, he must let New Allin taste the taste of failure. We must let New Allin have a taste of being humiliated. He wants to let New Allin know. He is John the fireman, not so easy to bully. Soon, Beast was attracted by the noise here. When he saw the troublemaker, his expression suddenly changed. He said in a deep voice, "Max, what are you doing at Xavier College?" There was clear wariness and dissatisfaction in his voice. He and Magneto are old acquaintances. I met Professor X almost at the same time. Magneto faces Beast questioning. Just a slight smile. Responded, "Old friend, it's been so long since we last met, and you didn't even ask how I am, but only asked this." There was a hint of teasing in his tone. It was as if he had anticipated Beast's reaction. Beast snorted. His eyes revealed a firmness and unquestionableness. "You broke into Xavier Academy without permission. Do you think X-Men don't exist?" His voice was filled with warning, knowing that Magneto's arrival is bound to be bad. Magneto chuckled. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes. "It seems that you X-Men have no one who can fight." His words are like a sharp knife, straight into Beast's heart. Beast's eyes widened. I almost screamed out loud. How did Magneto know this? They are clearly hidden tightly. His heart was filled with doubts and anxieties. Beast glanced over, saw the fireman John in the opposing team. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. "John, why are you there? Come back soon." His voice was filled with anxiety and worry. He didn't understand why John would side with Magneto. But John just lowered his head. Seems a little embarrassed. But there was no intention to move. This moment, Beast also understood. John betrayed Xavier College. His heart was filled with disappointment and anger. He couldn't understand why John would choose to betray. Magneto watched Beast's expression change. A smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knows. His arrival has brought enough shock to Xavier College. His goal has been partially achieved. Magneto continued. "Beast, are you still so naive that you think everyone is as loyal as you are?" There was obvious sarcasm in his words, as if mocking Beast's naivety and ignorance. Beast glared at Magneto, his eyes flashing with anger. "Max, don't think you can do whatever you want. Xavier Academy is not a place you can just barge in." His voice was full of determination and unquestionableness. This point in time, several X-Men members lost their fighting ability. He knows. He had to protect the Academy. Protect the students. Magneto smiled. His eyes revealed firmness and determination. "Beast, you are still so stubborn, but I am not here to argue with you today." His goal is not here. Beast stared at Magneto, his heart filled with confusion and anxiety. "Okay, get out of my way." Beast stood in the courtyard of Xavier Academy. His body was tall and strong. The blue first shone in the sunlight. His eyes were firm, faced with Magneto's provocation. It is naturally impossible to give way. At the moment, the X-Men reserve students he had found for special training had also arrived. They are Iceman Robert Drake, Rugrats, and Nightcrawler Kurt Wagner. Iceman Robert Drake stands to the left of Beast. There was a calm gleam in his eyes. His ability is to control ice. He can condense the surrounding moisture into ice, forming ice sculptures in various shapes. His ability has great potential in combat. Rogue stands on the right side of Beast, although a little scared, but he still stood up. Her ability is to absorb the vitality and abilities of others. The ability to manipulate others is only her weakest point of use. This gives her a huge advantage in combat. Nightcrawler Kurt Wagner stood behind Beast. He behaved even more like a coward than the little rascal. But I'm still very determined. His ability is teleportation. He can appear anywhere in an instant. Here, 02. The strongest one is, of course, Iceman. First of all, Iceman's abilities cover almost all areas of the East. He is able to create ice from nothing, condenses moisture in the air into ice crystals, forming various forms such as ice walls, icicles, ice blades, etc. These ice products are not only as hard as steel, and it can be shaped at will according to his wishes. In battle, he can build fortifications quickly, or create a deadly offensive weapon. This offensive and defensive ability makes him almost omnipotent on the battlefield. Secondly, Iceman's ability is also reflected in his extreme control over temperature. He can not only lower the temperature, freeze objects, it can even drop the surrounding environment to near absolute zero in an instant. This ability can quickly freeze the opponent in combat, or change the battlefield environment, create favorable conditions for yourself. Furthermore, Iceman's ability is highly malleable and growable. Over time, his ability is constantly evolving. He was able to create more complex and elaborate ice structures. It is even possible to manipulate the arrangement of ice crystals at a microscopic level. The development potential of this ability is almost unlimited. But, in fact, in the early days of the Marvel Universe, Iceman Robert Drake's role was not as glamorous as it is today. His ability is set to relatively basic freezing and low-temperature control. This does not stand out among many mutant heroes. However, as time goes by and fans dig deeper, Iceman's potential is gradually revealed. His ability was re-evaluated. He was eventually identified as an extremely terrifying character. The reason why Iceman's ability is considered terrifying. The main reason lies in his ability to create ice almost out of nothing. Compared to his nemesis, John the Fireman, the pyro needs to rely on a lighter or other fire source to start the fire. Icemen can create ice out of thin air. This difference in ability is not just on the technical level. It's more symbolic. Iceman's ability represents pure, raw creativity. He does not need any external medium. It is possible to create entity out of nothingness. Definitely. That's all in the past. The current Iceman is not that powerful yet. Another person came out of the mountain. Storm. Storm was the least injured among the X-Men. After resting for a period of time, you will recover naturally. It is also because of her foundation. Beast has the confidence. Otherwise, the piano is broken and the laser eyes are autistic. He really didn't know how he was going to support the entire Xavier Academy by himself to fight against Magneto's mutant brotherhood. Since you don't want to give way, then I will let you make way. Magneto slowly raised his right hand. There is an indescribable elegance and calmness in the movements. He waved his fingers gently. It was as if he was conducting a silent symphony, and every movement was precise and powerful. As he waved his fingers, the big iron gate that had just been thrown down seemed to be attracted by an invisible force. Begin to rise slowly. That heavy iron door, under Magneto's control, it's like losing weight, lightly drawing an arc in the air. Its surface reflects sunlight. It sparkles with the unique cold luster of metal. Immediately following, Magneto's fingers clenched sharply. The big iron gate seemed to be given life. It smashed down towards the X-Men with amazing speed and force. Its trajectory is straight and firm. It was like a meteor falling from the sky. With a breath of destruction, he headed straight for the target. Storm snorted. She raised her hands slowly, as if summoning a storm in the sky. As she raised her hands, two tornadoes burst out from the palms of her hands. They're like two dragons, roaring and spinning. With endless power, he rushed towards the big iron gate. The two tornadoes met in the air, formed a more powerful force. They're spinning faster and faster, and the wind is getting stronger and stronger. It seemed to draw everything around it into it. The big iron gate was hit by the tornado, instantly lost control of Magneto. Its trajectory was completely changed. The iron gate that was originally smashed towards the X-Men. But now the force of the tornado was turned back and smashed towards the Mutant Brotherhood group. The iron gate tumbled in the air. Its surface is torn by wind forces. There was a harsh metallic friction sound. Facing Storm's counterattack, Magneto still just smiled faintly. It seemed as if everything was under his control. He waved his right hand gently. The door that was originally smashed towards Mutant Brotherhood changed direction instantly. Being thrown aside, the gate drew an arc in the air, finally fell heavily to the ground. There was a deafening noise. Bang! This loud noise. It was like a battle horn. The fighting spirit of both sides was instantly ignited. The Mutant Brotherhood and Xavier Academy. At this moment, a fierce battle began. Iceman Robert Drake versus Fireman John. Two mutants. One that can create frost. One that can manipulate fire. Their abilities are inherently incompatible. Every confrontation is like a symphony of ice and fire. As Iceman waved his hand, cold air spread everywhere. Ice walls and ice blades constantly attacked the fireman, and the fireman responded with fire. The blazing flames melted the ice, rising as steam. A battle between two people. It's like a microcosm of the incompatibility of ice and fire in nature. Every collision generates amazing energy. Nightcrawler Kurt Wagner versus the Red Devil. It is a contest of speed and cunning. Nightcrawler relies on the ability of teleportation, moving around the battlefield like a ghost. The Red Devil's ability is 293, which is similar to his. It's just that people are cunning and agile, trying to capture Nightcrawler. His red skin shone eerily in the sunlight. Every dodge seemed extremely flexible. The confrontation between the two is like a game of cat and mouse. You are here 1 second, and they're the next. Storm faced Magneto head-on. Storm waved. Tornadoes, thunder, and lightning interweave into a web, trying to suppress Magneto's metal manipulation ability. And Magneto, with his unfathomable control, turn metal into a sharp blade, or build a solid barrier. Defend against Storm's attacks. The confrontation between the two is like a contest between heaven and earth. Every encounter is thrilling, and the other members of the Mutant Brotherhood, although each of them seems arrogant, but their fighting power is not as strong as their momentum. Most of them, although it has a variant ability. However, the application of these abilities in actual combat is crude and limited. Magneto obviously noticed this as well. He shook his head. Next time, it seems that we will have to see if these people can join Brotherhood. Storm is more difficult to handle, but Magneto has a backup plan. His goal is not victory. Beast, who was enjoying the fight, suddenly reacted. Etc. Where's Mystique? Raven. Oops. Mystique Raven is missing. It was clearly still there just now. What is their purpose of invading Xavier Academy? Magneto. Every move he made was full of confidence and composure. In between battles, he seemed to see the confusion in Beast's eyes. A slight smile revealed an unquestionable confidence and arrogance. He spoke slowly, his voice low and powerful. You don't deserve a talent like Allin. These words are like a sharp sword, straight to the heart of Xavier College. Magneto was very clear about the purpose of his trip. He has only one goal, that is to take Allin away. Therefore, in the duel with Storm, he didn't use his full strength at all. It's not aimed at defeating it. Every move he made seemed to be done with ease. It's like a performance, rather than a life-and-death struggle. Beast's expression after hearing Magneto's words. It instantly became solemn and tense. His brows were furrowed. There was a determined gleam in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and growled, "You won't succeed." This sentence is full of determination, but his heart couldn't calm down. He knows, once Magneto's plan succeeds, the consequences will be disastrous. Beast turned around immediately, rushed towards the dormitory where Allin was. His steps were firm and swift. It seems like every step is a race against time. His heart was filled with anxiety and worry. He couldn't imagine it, if with Allin's strength, bewitched by Magneto and Mystique. What terrible consequences will it bring? From Lin's ability, in Beast's opinion, it's like nuclear weapons in ancient times. He didn't dare to give it to anyone. Allin is not a mindless weapon, though. But he was, in Beast's opinion, still young, especially easy to be deceived. Allin's ability, if it is channeled incorrectly, it will have a devastating impact on the entire world. He imagined, if Allin was used by people like Magneto and Mystique, then the whole America, no, the whole Earth, the whole human race, there will be earth-shaking and terrifying changes. All sorts of horrific scenarios played out in Beast's mind. He seemed to see Allin's ability being used to create disaster. I saw countless lives disappear in an instant. I saw the world fall into chaos and panic. His heart was filled with fear and anxiety. He must stop this from happening. But how could Magneto allow anyone to stop Mystique? He backhanded it. A powerful magnetic field was formed instantly. Knock Storm away from you. Storm's body drew an arc in the air, fell heavily to the ground. Her ability seemed to have lost its effect at this moment, unable to defend against Magneto's attacks. Kid, your abilities are good, but your combat experience and strength are lacking. Then, Magneto turned his attention to Beast. He waved his hands lightly. The iron tools in front seemed to obey his command. It quickly condensed into a thick iron rod. This iron rod is under the control of Magneto. Like a flexible python, it instantly wrapped around Beast's body. Beast tried to struggle, but the power of the iron rod was too strong. His every movement was tightly restrained. Magneto didn't give Beast any chance to breathe. He controlled the iron rod and thrust the Beast fiercely into the ground. The tip of the iron rod is like a sharp blade. It penetrated the ground easily. The Beast was pinned deep underground. Beast's body was tightly bound. There was no way to break free from Magneto's control. "Let me go!" Beast roared angrily. Magneto's eyes revealed a firmness and determination. He knew that the outcome of this battle was not important. What matters is whether he can achieve his goal. Magneto smiled, said to the bound Beast, "You can't stop us." A corner of Xavier College. Mystique appeared quietly. Her blue skin glowed eerily in the sunlight. There was a cunning and calm look in his eyes. She looked around, looking for Allin's trace. Finally found him in a quiet corner of the college. Allin naturally knew everything that was happening outside. He knew Magneto was here for him. I also know how fierce and dangerous this battle is. However, he did not show any nervousness or fear. Instead, he sat aside. It was as if he was watching a wonderful movie. There's a kind of detachment and calmness in his eyes, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Mystique did not immediately try to persuade Allin to go with her. Instead, he sat next to Allin. Her movements were light and graceful. It's like an old friend looking for a quiet corner. Share this moment of tranquility with Allin. There was a deep calmness in her eyes. She is not a fool. Naturally, I know that Allin is not someone who is easily persuaded. She needed to find the right way to communicate with him. Allin turned to look at Mystique. There was curiosity and inquiry in his eyes. I kind of want to know how they're going to convince themselves to leave. He knows Mystique's identity, also know her purpose, but he did not show any hostility or rejection. Allin smiled slightly, as if welcoming the witch. Mystique smiled back, her voice soft but powerful. Allin, do you know why Magneto came to you? There was a sincerity and concern in her tone. It was as if he was sharing an important secret with Allin. Allin nodded. His voice was calm and clear. I know. He wants me to join his brotherhood. Mystique didn't respond immediately. Instead, he looked at Allin quietly, as if looking for the right moment. Allin didn't speak either, but just watched the battle in the distance, quietly without saying anything. He was also wondering if he should leave with Magneto. In fact, he wanted to leave. It's not because of any other reason, but he was simply bored of staying at Xavier College. And these guys are very resistant to him. This also made him feel a little boring. It's meaningless. It would be nice to play outside with Magneto. Speaking of which, even though he has the ability to easily control everything on Earth, haven't used it yet. After all, isn't it a good thing to add a little more unknown fun to life? Suddenly, Allin was slightly stunned, then looked at Mystique. Maybe you need to wait a moment. Mystique was also stunned. What's the meaning? This is what it means, of course. Just now, Allin's thoughts were interrupted by the sudden news. His gaze turned to the interface of the Wanjia chat group. On the screen, messages flooded in like a tide. Each one is full of tension and urgency. He scanned it quickly. It was just as he expected. Lex Luthor had created the monster that was destruction. Doomsday, a biological weapon designed very carefully by Lanx's Luthor using Krypton, possessing unparalleled strength and near-immortal regeneration ability. Its emergence is undoubtedly a huge threat to the entire world. In the chat group, messages are constantly updated. Allin opened the live broadcast room. I saw the news that Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman are fighting Doomsday together. Allin stared at the chat group, feeling a little confused. Has the plot been changed? In the original movie, Bruce Wayne, that is Batman. It should just be a supporting role. His mission is to assist Superman and Wonder Woman fight against Doomsday together. However, the situation is completely different now. Bruce was stared at by destruction. It became its main target of attack. Doomsday's mountain-like body. Each attack was delivered with devastating force. Every roar was filled with terrifying pressure. Bruce faces Doomsday's frenzied attack. It seems particularly strenuous. His equipment, weapons that had protected him and helped him achieve victory in countless battles. In the face of Doomsday, but it is as fragile as cardboard. It can't pose any substantial threat at all. Bruce is in an extremely dangerous situation. If Clark hadn't been there to help, Bruce might have died in Doomsday's attack. Superman's power is undoubtedly the key to Bruce's ability to persevere. The existence of Superman, providing Bruce with a precious respite, allowing him to hold out against the frenzied attacks of destruction. In Gotham City at night, Bruce is seen driving his iconic Batmobile, like a flash of lightning in the dark night, galloping towards the battlefield. The chariot's engine roared, like the roar of a wild beast. It broke the tranquility of the city. The black paint on the car body gleams coldly under the light, as if foreshadowing the coming storm. And at the center of this storm, Doomsday, This monster was just created. It is raging in an almost crazy state. Its body is extremely strong. The skin is like an indestructible armor. Every punch caused the air to crackle. Its eyes burned with a desire for destruction. The pursuit of power. It seemed as if it wanted to crush all life under its feet. However, the moment Doomsday saw the Batmobile, its behavior has changed dramatically. The original obsessive pursuit of Superman. At this moment, it seemed to be replaced by a more primitive impulse. Roar! It roared. The sound echoed in the city like thunder. The surrounding tall buildings began to tremble. The glass windows shattered under the impact of the sound waves. The fragments fell like raindrops. Dense cracks appeared on the wall. It seemed like it would collapse at any moment. Doomsday's eyes were fixed on the Batmobile. Its body leans forward slightly, as if accumulating strength, prepared to deliver a fatal blow. And Bruce, this moment had been anticipated. He gripped the steering wheel tightly. The look is firm. Get ready for this unprecedented challenge. Under Bruce's control, the Batmobile flexibly shuttled between the streets, dodging every attack of destruction. The tank's armor hummed as Doomsday pounded the ground. Bruce took advantage of the chariot's speed and maneuverability, constantly looking for opportunities to strike back. Just at the moment when destruction swung his fist again, Bruce decisively activated the chariot's special device. A powerful beam of energy shot out from the front of the chariot, strike right into the chest of destruction. Doomsday was knocked back a few steps by this sudden attack, but it quickly regained its balance. The anger in his eyes, became even stronger. Doomsday is like a demon crawling out of the abyss of hell. Its body is huge and twisted. Every muscle seemed to contain the power of destruction. The bone spurs on the body are like sharp swords, flashing cold light. It gives people an endless sense of oppression. It roared. The sound echoed through the city like thunder. It caused panic among the people. Doomsday rises into the sky. Its shadow drew a terrifying arc across the night sky. Head straight for the Batmobile. That huge body carried a breath of destruction. It seemed as if it wanted to crush everything under its feet. The Batmobile is very agile under Bruce's control, but in the face of Doomsday's attack, it seemed that there was no escape whatsoever. Bruce gritted his teeth. There was a determination gleam in his eyes. He knows. This moment, he had to figure out a way. Otherwise, it will all be over. Bruce's mind was racing, looking for any possible way to escape. But the destructive attack came too fast and too fiercely. It seemed as if all escape routes had been blocked. However, at this critical moment, a red and blue figure streaked across the night sky like a meteor, heading straight to Doomsday. Bang! That's Clark. His arrival, like a ray of hope, lighting up this dark battlefield. There is no hesitation in Superman. He rushed directly towards Doomsday. The speed is amazingly fast. Almost instantly, he was faced with destruction. He stretched out his arms. He hugged Doomsday's body tightly. Then with incredible force, he lifted it off the top of the Batmobile. The figures of the two drew a long trail in the air, rushed out several kilometers in an instant. They're so fast and powerful. Countless buildings were smashed along the way. Fragments of glass and concrete rained down. The dust is flying. The whole city seemed to be trembling with this scene. Superman holding Doomsday. After crashing all the way, it finally stopped in a deserted industrial area. Their impact is huge. It directly created a huge amount of holes on the ground. Dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring vision. Doomsday roared again. Move as fast as lightning. Almost before Clark could react, he grabbed Clark's head. The huge amounts of hands were like iron clamps, tightly clamping his head. Clark felt a sharp pain. His vision blurred with the force of destruction. Doomsday didn't give Clark any chance to breathe. It swung vigorously, slamming Clark to the ground. Bang! The power of this blow was enormous. It directly created a huge amount of holes on the ground. Dust and gravel flew everywhere. Clark felt his head spinning. It seemed as if the whole world was spinning. However, Clark was not defeated by this blow. He took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his state. He couldn't just fall down like this. He must fight back. Clark immediately held out his hands. Hold tight to Doomsday's big hand. Use all your strength to break it apart. The power of destruction is strong, but at Clark's insistence, the huge amounts of palm were finally pried open bit by bit. Clark didn't give Doomsday any chance to fight back. Heat flashed from his eyes. The blazing energy was like two lasers. Strike directly into the chest of destruction. The moment the heat vision hits Doomsday, burst into a dazzling light. Illuminate the darkness around you. Under the impact of the thermal vision, Doomsday was constantly being repelled. However, destruction is Doomsday. Under Clark's heat vision attack, Doomsday was not defeated as expected. Instead, it showed amazing adaptability. Under the scorching heat of the sky, its huge body actually began to gradually adapt to the impact of the high temperature. Doomsday's skin turned red under the heat vision, but did not back down. On the contrary, it withstood the attack of thermal vision head-on, walking towards Clark step by step. Every step was heavy and powerful, as if announcing to Clark, no matter how powerful the attack, nothing could stop its progress. Clark was extremely shocked. He had never encountered such a tenacious opponent. Clark gritted his teeth and increased the power of his thermal vision. Buzz! His eyes were like two blazing suns. Releases a more intense light. The power of thermal vision increases instantly, trying to prevent the approach of Doomsday. However, Doomsday seemed to be more resistant to this enhanced attack. Its pace is slowed down, though, but still steadfast. There was a crazy gleam in his eyes. It seemed like he was enjoying every moment of this battle. Its body was buffeted by the thermal sight. There are some scorch marks, though, but these wounds healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Clark felt an unprecedented pressure. He knows, if we can't find new ways to deal with Doomsday, then the battle will become extremely difficult. He began to try changing his attack methods, trying to find the weakness of destruction. Just at this moment, Doomsday is approaching Clark. It stretches out huge amounts of palms, trying to catch Clark again. Clark backed away quickly. Meanwhile, continued to attack Doomsday with his heat vision. But Doomsday seemed to have anticipated Clark's actions. It nimbly dodged the heat vision attack. Then he threw a punch. It hit Clark right in the chest. Bang! Clark was hit by the punch. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string. He adjusted his posture in the air, landed steadily on the ground. I felt a sharp pain in my chest, but he knew he couldn't just fall down like this. He took a deep breath and stood up again. Prepare for the next wave of destruction. The destructive force is like a violent storm, sweeping the battlefield mercilessly. Each of its attacks carries a breath of destruction, as if it wants to crush everything under its feet. Clark seemed so vulnerable in the face of this violent force. Doomsday swung its huge amounts of fists, and each blow was like thunder, landing heavily on Clark. Clark tried to use his super ability to resist these attacks, but the power of destruction was too strong, and every blow caused his body to suffer unimaginable pain. Clark's body constantly retreated under Doomsday's attack. His steps staggered, and he could hardly stand still. His breathing became rapid, and every breath was accompanied by severe pain. As Superman, there is still an indomitable light in his eyes, but his body has reached its limit. Doomsday did not stop its attack because of Clark's resistance. On the contrary, its attacks became more violent, as if it wanted to pour all its anger and strength on Clark. Its fists fell like raindrops. Each blow made Clark's body tremble, and each blow made his consciousness gradually blurred. Clark felt his strength draining away rapidly. His vision began to blur, and his breathing became difficult. He knew that if he continued like this, he would not be able to stand up again. But he did not give up. The fire of Indomitable will still burned in his heart, and he was determined to fight until the last moment. Protect the Earth. Protect your family. Doomsday's attack did not slow down despite Clark's persistence. Its fist hit Clark hard again. This time, Clark's body flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. 0.00. His body slid hundreds of meters on the ground, leaving a long trail. Clark lay on the ground. His breathing became weak, and there was a gleam of unwillingness in his eyes. His body was already at the point of dying, but he still didn't give up. He tried to struggle to stand up, but his body could no longer support his will. At the moment when Doomsday was about to deal a fatal blow to Clark, a dazzling light broke through the night sky, like the dawn, bringing new hope. That was Wonder Woman. She finally arrived at the battlefield. Her arrival was like the arrival of a god of war, injecting new vitality into this almost hopeless battle. The Wonder Woman's posture is elegant and firm, with an indomitable fighting spirit flashing in her eyes. She slammed the artifacts on her wrists with both hands, the lasso of truth and the silver bracelet of protection. The two artifacts seemed to have life in her hands and released strong shock waves as she moved. When the shock wave surged out like a tsunami, its force was so strong and so fast that it hit Doomsday almost instantly. Doomsday was completely unprepared for this sudden attack. Under the impact of the shock wave, its body lost its balance in an instant, just like a ship lifted up by huge waves. The huge body of Doomsday was blown away, drawing a long arc in the air, and finally fell heavily to the ground in the distance. Dust flew up, and huge amounts of holes were smashed into the ground. Doomsday's body was struggling in the hole, trying to stand up again. Wonder Woman did not let down her guard because of the success of this attack. She knew that the power of destruction was extraordinary and it would not be defeated so easily. She quickly moved to Clark's side, checking his injuries while watching destruction's every move vigilantly. Clark's weak voice rang out in the dust. Although his body was severely injured, his indomitable will still supported him. He forced his eyes open and looked at Wonder Woman, with gratitude and determination in his eyes. "Thank you, Diana. But we must continue to fight." Clark's voice was soft but full of power. Wonder Woman nodded, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. "Yes, Clark. We won't let it succeed." She turned and looked at Doomsday, who was struggling to get up, with a look of determination in her eyes. At this moment, Bruce also returned to the battlefield, driving the Batmobile. The armor of the chariot was covered with traces of battle, but Bruce's eyes remained calm and firm. He used the tank's communication system to tell Wonder Woman and Clark, "We have to find its weakness. We can't just fight it head-on." Doomsday seems to be able to adapt to our attacks. Clark struggled to stand up, and despite the unbearable pain in his body, he tried his best to stand straight. Bruce is right. We have to outsmart them. As I recall, its power came from some unstable energy source. When Wonder Woman heard this, a gleam of enlightenment flashed in her eyes. "If that's the case, perhaps we could try to destroy its energy core." As she spoke, she drew the lasso of truth from her waist and prepared to launch another attack. Bruce quickly operated the control panel of the Batmobile, adjusting the weapon system of the vehicle. "I will use the chariot to attract its attention, and you will take the opportunity to look for an opportunity." Following Bruce's instructions, the Batmobile suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Doomsday. The chariot's engine made a deafening roar, like an angry beast, rushing straight towards Doomsday. Seeing this, Doomsday roared and swung his huge amounts of fists again, smashing towards the Batmobile. But Bruce, with the chariot's flexibility and powerful armor, cleverly dodged the destructive attack, leaving a trail of sparks and smoke behind him. Taking this opportunity, Clark and Wonder Woman quickly approached Doomsday. Clark tried his best and sent out heat vision again, trying to find the core of the energy of destruction. Wonder Woman holds the lasso of truth tightly, ready to bind the core once she finds it. After a fierce battle and search, Clark finally found a faint light on the back of Doomsday, which was its energy core. He immediately yells to Wonder Woman, "Diana, there!" Upon hearing this, Wonder Woman swung the lasso of truth without hesitation. The lasso quickly wrapped around Doomsday's body like a snake and accurately locked onto the light spot. As the lasso of truth tightened, Doomsday roared in pain and his body began to tremble violently. At this moment, Bruce also drove the Batmobile to the side of destruction, and he activated the ultimate weapon of the Batmobile, a high-energy missile. The missiles exploded above Doomsday, releasing huge amounts of energy waves that acted simultaneously with Wonder Woman's lasso of truth on Doomsday's energy core. With a deafening explosion, the body of destruction was completely destroyed, and its energy core turned into nothing in the explosion. Dust and smoke filled the entire battlefield, but in this chaos, there was a glimmer of hope for victory. Clark, Wonder Woman, and Bruce stood on the ruins, looked at each other, and smiled with relief. They knew that although the battle was extremely difficult, they would eventually win. For Gotham, for the Earth. Clark whispered. His voice was weak but full of force. Wonder Woman and Bruce also nodded silently. They knew that this battle was just the beginning, and there would be more challenges waiting for them in the future. But they believed that as long as they unite as one, nothing can stop them from moving forward. At the moment Doomsday was completely destroyed, the tense atmosphere on the battlefield gradually dissipated, replaced by an indescribable tranquility and relief. Clark, Wonder Woman, and Bruce, three heroes from different worlds, are now closely connected by their common beliefs and missions. "We did it," Wonder Woman said softly, her eyes shining with hope as she looked through the dense smoke towards the rising sun in the distance. She knows that every victory is hard-won, but it is these victories that make their world brighter. Bruce patted the hood of the tank gently, as if to thank this silent comrade. "It's time to go back and rest. We need to prepare for the next challenge." His words revealed a calmness and composure, which are the qualities he has cultivated as Batman for many years. Clark nodded slowly. Although his body was still weak, his eyes were full of determination. "Yes, we still need to find the root cause of this disaster and prevent similar threats from happening again." He looked into the distance, with a new plan in his mind. Just as the three were about to leave, a weak energy fluctuation caught their attention. Clark immediately became alert and released a weak thermal vision to try to see the situation through the smoke. Soon, a blurry figure gradually became clear. It was another member of the Justice League, the Flash Barry Allen. "Hey, is everyone okay?" The Flash ran over panting. Obviously, he had just traveled through time using the Speed Force. "I received an emergency signal and rushed over." "We're fine, Barry," Clark responded with a smile. He was full of gratitude for this friend who always showed up at critical moments. "However, we may need your help to investigate the source of this disaster." The Flash nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "No problem. Leave it to me. I'm the fastest." As he spoke, he began to use his Speed Force to analyze the residual energy around him. With the help of the Flash, they soon discovered a hidden laboratory where Doomsday was created. The laboratory is littered with various high-tech equipment and unfinished experimental subjects, showing the ambition of the mastermind behind the scenes. "It looks like we have a more powerful enemy to face," Bruce analyzed calmly. He carefully examined every detail in the laboratory, trying to find more clues. "No matter who it is, we will not let him succeed." Clark clenched his fists, and the fire of unyielding burned in his eyes again. "Justice League, never give up." Wonder Woman, the Flash, and Bruce also expressed their agreement. They knew that the road ahead was still long, but as long as they united as one, nothing could stop them. As the four people investigate further, a huge conspiracy gradually surfaces. It turns out that all this was a disaster created by a mad scientist in order to prove his theory of evolution. He attempted to promote human evolution by destroying such biological weapons, but ignored the possible catastrophic consequences. Bruce frowned, examining every clue in the laboratory with a sharp gaze. His voice was low and powerful. "This scientist's theory sounds extremely crazy. He has completely ignored the devastating blow that this experiment may bring to the world." Wonder Woman clenched her fists, with kindness and determination flashing in her eyes. "We can't let this crazy experiment at the expense of humanity continue. He must be found and stopped from committing any further crimes." Clark nodded slightly, his voice weak but firm. "I agree, Diana. And we also need to ensure that this technology does not fall into more dangerous hands. This requires us to act quickly. The Flashberries suddenly stopped analyzing, turned around, and said to everyone, "I have an idea. Maybe we can use my speed to track his communication records or capital flows so that we can locate him faster." Bruce's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Good idea, Barry. You are responsible for tracking, while Clark, Diana, and I will prepare some equipment and strategies to deal with possible dangers. We need to make sure everything is in place." Wonder Woman nodded in agreement and began to pack her equipment. "I'll take the lasso of truth and the silver bracelet of protection, just in case. In the meantime, we can also tap into the ancient wisdom of the Amazon to see if there is a way to neutralize any unknown technology he may be using." Although Clark's body has not fully recovered, he said resolutely, "I will also prepare my equipment, especially bring enough energy sources to ensure that my ability will not fail at the critical moment." The four of them quickly divided the work. Bruce and the Flash focused on tracking and intelligence gathering, while Clark and Wonder Woman were busy preparing combat equipment and formulating action plans. After intensive preparations, they finally locked down the mad scientist's hiding place, a remote, heavily guarded underground facility. "Are we ready?" Bruce asked the other three, standing next to the Batmobile. Clark took a deep breath and nodded firmly. "Ready." Wonder Woman clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with fighting spirit. "For justice, we are fearless." The Flash rubbed his hands excitedly. "Then let's teach this crazy scientist a lesson together." Following Bruce's order, the Batmobile roared out, and the four of them rushed towards the unknown underground world like four arrows, vowing to stop this conspiracy that could cause another disaster. The four of them sped through the dark tunnel, the Batmobile cutting through the air with its unique roar like a cheetah ready to pounce, leading them towards their goal. Clark, Wonder Woman, and the Flash followed closely behind, each remaining on high alert, ready to deal with any possible emergencies. As they got closer to the target, they gradually felt a depressing and dangerous atmosphere. The entrance to the underground facility is hidden deep in a dense forest, surrounded by high-tech monitoring equipment and concealed defense systems. With his years of detective experience, Bruce quickly analyzed an invasion plan and communicated it to others through the tank's communication system. "Everyone, please note that the entrance is heavily guarded and well-equipped. We need to work together. The Flash, you're responsible for attracting the guard's attention and creating chaos. Clark and I will break in from the flanks and try to avoid direct conflict. Diana, you're responsible for clearing any obstacles that pose a threat to us." Bruce's voice was calm and clear, and every instruction was precise. Hearing this, the Flash raised a confident smile, then turned into a blue lightning and disappeared in an instant. A few seconds later, the guards' panicked shouts and the sound of weapons clashing were heard in the distance. It was obvious that the Flash had successfully attracted their attention. Bruce and Clark took the opportunity to use the tank's cover and approached the entrance silently. Clark released a weak thermal vision, scanning the surrounding defense system, looking for the weakest link. Bruce used the high-tech equipment on the chariot to accurately crack the security door locks one after another. Finally, with the tacit cooperation of the two, they successfully broke through the first line of defense and entered the interior of the underground facility. However, this place is far more complicated and dangerous than they imagined. The intricate corridors, dense traps, and patrolling robot guards make every step full of unknowns and dangers. Wonder Woman seemed like a natural warrior. She held the lasso of truth and moved nimbly through the corridors, easily dealing with several robot guards who tried to block them. Every time she swung the lasso, it was accurate, as if she possessed some mysterious power that made it impossible for the enemy to escape. After the four of them met up, they continued to go deeper into the underground facility, looking for the trace of the mad scientist. As they go deeper, more and more clues and evidence are revealed, proving the scientist's crimes and ambitions. His experimental records, unfinished experimental subjects, and the horrific equipment used to create destruction all shocked them. Finally, They found the crazy scientist in an airtight laboratory. He stood in front of huge amounts of consoles with a twisted smile on his face, as if he was extremely proud of his masterpiece. However, when he saw the four heroes barging in, his smile froze instantly. "You are finally here," the scientist said coldly. "But do you think you can stop me? Look at this. My ultimate evolution is about to be completed. It will surpass all life forms and become the master of this world." However, before he finished his words, Clark had already released a powerful thermal vision, directly hitting the key equipment on the console. The laboratory suddenly fell into chaos, with various alarms and explosions one after another. Seeing this, the mad scientist frantically pressed the buttons in his hand, trying to activate some kind of self-protection mechanism. But it was all in vain. Wonder Woman's lasso of truth wrapped around his wrist like a snake, binding him tightly. The Flash quickly rushed forward and knocked him to the ground with one punch. Bruce calmly analyzed the remaining threats in the lab, making sure everything was under control. In the end, with the joint efforts of the four heroes, this conspiracy that could have caused a disaster was completely crushed. The mad scientist was taken away to face legal sanctions, and those horrific experimental equipment and unfinished experimental subjects were safely destroyed. After the mad scientist was subdued, the alarms in the laboratory gradually subsided, leaving only the heavy breathing of the four people and the occasional hum of machinery shutting down in the distance. Clark was the first to break the silence. Although his voice was still a little tired, his tone was firm. "We did it, not only to prevent this disaster, but also for all the innocent lives." Wonder Woman nodded, her eyes showing both the joy of victory and worry about the future. "Yes, Clark. But we must remember that such threats may never truly disappear as long as we remain greedy and ignorant." Bruce looked up from the control panel of the chariot, his eyes deep. "Indeed, Diana. We must continue to be vigilant and strengthen oversight to ensure that technologies like this do not fall into the wrong hands again. At the same time, we must strengthen education for the public so that they understand the true meaning of science." The Flashberry seemed more optimistic. He dusted off his palms and said with a smile, "Hey, don't be so serious, Inca. We are the Justice League. As long as we are here, nothing is impossible. Now, isn't it time to celebrate our victory?" Clark smiled, and although his body was still weak, his eyes were full of warmth. "Celebration is definitely important, Barry. But first, we need to make sure everything here is properly handled, including those dangerous experimental equipment and materials. We can't leave any trouble behind," Wonder Woman added. "Also, we need to tell the truth to the outside world, so that the world knows the whole story of this crisis and how we can stop it. This will not only enhance public confidence, but also alert potential threat actors." Bruce nodded in agreement. "I will arrange personnel to handle these follow-up matters, including communication with the government and the media. At the same time, we also need to summarize this action, find out where we can improve, and prepare for future challenges." Clark looked into the distance, his eyes flashing with thought. "Also, we must conduct an in-depth investigation into the funding source and the supporters behind this scientist. Such an experiment cannot be completed by one person alone. There must be a greater force behind it." Wonder Woman clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with determination. "Yes, we must trace the source and completely eliminate the source of this threat. Justice League, never stop." The Flash rubbed his hands excitedly. "Leave it to me. My speed is unmatched. Tracking the flow of funds and communication records is a piece of cake for me." Bruce patted the Flash on the shoulder, his eyes full of trust and encouragement. "Thank you for your hard work, Barry. Your speed is truly an indispensable asset to us. However, remember safety comes first and don't act rashly." The Flash smiled and nodded, full of confidence. "Don't worry, Bruce. I will proceed with caution, and I have a feeling this pursuit will lead us to more clues about this conspiracy." Clark turned to look at Wonder Woman, with a hint of tenderness and determination in his eyes. "Diana, your strength and wisdom are crucial in this operation. Next, we may need you to use the resources and wisdom of the Amazon to help us further understand the background of this scientist and his possible accomplices. Wonder Woman nodded in agreement, with determination flashing in her eyes. I will contact my people immediately. There are many wise men among them who are well versed in history and intelligence. We will definitely find more clues and uncover the whole truth of this conspiracy. Bruce paused for a moment and continued. At the same time, we cannot ignore the public's reaction. This incident has had a significant impact on the public psychology. We need to use appropriate channels to convey the message that justice will eventually triumph over evil and give them hope and strength. Degree. Clark nodded in agreement. Indeed, Bruce. The Justice League is not only a fighting force, but also a beacon in the hearts of the people. We need to demonstrate our determination and ability and let everyone believe that no matter how great the threat is, we can protect the world. Wonder Woman added. Moreover, we also need to strengthen our ties with other superheroes and organizations to build a tighter safety network together. In the face of future challenges, unity and cooperation will be our most powerful weapons. The Flash heard this, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. That's right. Just like us this time, 4 heroes from different worlds joined forces to defeat such a powerful enemy. Imagine how spectacular it would be if we could gather more forces. Bruce smiled and nodded, his eyes flashing with longing for the future. Indeed, Barry. Although the road to justice is long and full of unknowns, as long as we have faith in our hearts and move forward hand in hand, nothing can stop us. Now, let us take action for a better tomorrow. As Bruce finished his words, the atmosphere between the 4 became more determined and hopeful. They looked at each other without saying much. The tacit understanding and trust were deeply imprinted in each other's hearts. Clark spoke first, with a hint of emotion in his voice. Every time we fight side by side, I am more convinced that our strength comes from unity. No matter how powerful the enemy is, as long as we work together with one mind and one strength, there will be no difficulties that we cannot overcome. Wonder Woman smiled slightly, her eyes flashing with tenderness and tenacity. Yes, Clark, each of us has our own mission and power, but when these forces come together, we can create miracles that change the world. That's what Justice League is all about. Bruce nodded slightly, his eyes deep and wise. Moreover, we must not only defeat the enemy in front of us, but also prevent future threats. This incident reminds us that we must continue to be vigilant and strengthen science and technology supervision to ensure that such disasters will not happen again. The Flash very excitedly interrupted. That's right. Moreover, we can also use this victory as an opportunity to strengthen cooperation with other superheroes and organizations. For example, we can organize a joint exercise to enhance our collaborative combat capabilities and make the force of justice more indestructible. Clark heard this, and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. This is a good idea, Tianli. We can invite more heroes to join us, jointly formulate response strategies, and form a network of justice covering the world. Wonder Woman added. At the same time, we must not forget those who are being harmed during this crisis. We need to provide them with the necessary assistance and support to help them rebuild their lives and regain confidence. Bruce nodded in agreement. Indeed, Diana, this is not only our responsibility, but also our mission. I will arrange personnel to handle the follow-up assistance work to ensure that every victim can be properly resettled. The Flash suggested. Then we can use my speed to quickly transmit information and supplies so that aid can reach where it is needed more quickly. Clark patted the Flash on the shoulder and smiled. Good idea, Barry. Your speed is indeed a big help to us. But don't forget to rest. You are our lightning. Don't tire yourself out. The Flash chuckled and acted relaxed. Don't worry, Clark. I'm a superhero. This little thing can't bother me. Moreover, the thought of being able to contribute my 0.97 strength to justice fills me with motivation. The 4 of them smiled at each other, and their common beliefs and mission made them closely connected. They know that the road ahead is still long and that challenges and dangers will continue to emerge. But they believe that as long as they unite as one, nothing can stop them from moving forward. Just then, Bruce's communicator suddenly rang, interrupting their conversation. He quickly answered the phone and heard a hurried voice in the receiver. After a moment, he hung up the phone and his expression became serious. "There's an emergency," Bruce said solemnly. "There's an unidentified creature attack on the other side of the city. It looks like some kind of mutant creature. We need to get there immediately." 11 foot. Upon hearing this, Clark, Wonder Woman, and the Flash immediately stood up straight, with determination shining in their eyes. They know that a new battle has begun, and the Justice League will always stand at the forefront to protect the peace and tranquility of the world. Then what are we waiting for? Clark took the lead, his voice full of power. "For justice, let's go." Wonder Woman, Bruce, and the Flash followed closely behind, and the four of them disappeared quickly into the night like a flash of lightning, rushing towards a new battlefield. As the four rushed to the new battlefield at lightning speed, the city seemed even quieter and more mysterious under the night sky. Their figures stretched out under the street lights, and every step revealed their unquestionable firmness and determination. "Do you have any guesses about the mutant creatures this time?" Clark communicated with his teammates through the communicator while flying. His voice penetrated the wind, clear and powerful. Wonder Woman frowned. Her eyes were sharp. From a description, it seems to have extraordinary strength and speed, which is probably related to the experiment of that crazy scientist. "We must be careful, as these creatures may carry unknown dangers." Bruce pondered for a moment and analyzed. "Indeed, we cannot rule out this possibility. We need to collect field data as quickly as possible to understand the specific abilities and weaknesses of this creature. At the same time, we must also prepare for the worst. If it was released intentionally, there may be a bigger conspiracy behind it." The Flash Barry seemed eager to try, with a hint of excitement in his voice. "Anyway, I can't wait to see this guy's true face. Don't worry, I'm here. No matter how fast it is, it can't escape my eyes." 11. Clark smiled slightly, applauding Barry's optimism. "With your speed, we do have a better chance of winning. But remember, safety comes first. Don't act rashly." "Got it, Captain," Barry responded playfully, and then sped up, as if he couldn't wait to join the battle. Soon, four people arrived at the scene. A huge, distorted mutant creature was seen wreaking havoc in the ruins of the city. Its roar was deafening, and each attack caused huge amounts of damage. The surrounding buildings were crumbling, and the citizens were fleeing in panic. "It seems we have arrived at the right time." Wonder Woman rushed out first, her lasso of truth drawing a graceful arc in the air, accurately entangled one of the mutant creature's giant claws, trying to restrict its movement. Clark followed closely behind, his heat vision shooting at the mutant's weak points like a laser, trying to weaken its power. However, this creature seemed to be unusually tenacious. The thermal vision only caused it to pause briefly before it counterattacked even more violently. Bruce used his wisdom and tactics to quickly analyze the movement patterns of the mutant creatures and commanded the other three to launch a coordinated attack. The high-tech equipment in his hands continuously fired energy bombs, creating attack opportunities for his teammates. The Flash Barry shuttled across the battlefield like a ghost. He used his speed advantage to constantly distract the mutant creatures and look for opportunities to deliver a fatal blow. After a fierce battle, the four finally found the mutant's weakness and successfully subdued it with a perfectly coordinated attack. The mutant creature let out bursts of wailing and was eventually safely tied up, awaiting further processing. After the battle, the four men stood on the ruins and looked at each other, seeing fatigue and pride in each other's eyes. They knew that this victory once again proved the strength and unity of the Justice League. "We have defended this city once again," Clark said with emotion. "But this also reminds us that the fight will never stop. We must remain vigilant and ready to respond to new challenges." Wonder Woman nodded in agreement. "Yes, Clark, but as long as we are united, nothing can stop us from moving forward. Bruce looked into the distance, his eyes flashing with a deep light. Next, we need to investigate the origin of this mutant creature and its connection with the crazy scientist. At the same time, we must strengthen cooperation with other superheroes and organizations to jointly build a safer future. The Flash Barry patted his chest and said confidently, "Don't worry, Bruce. With me here, no conspiracy can escape my eyes. Together, we will uncover the truth and protect the peace and tranquility of this world." Clark smiled and patted the Flash on the shoulder, his eyes full of encouragement and trust. "Barry, your speed and keen observation are indispensable to our team. But remember, every challenge requires the wisdom and strength of our team to cope with it together. There may be a deeper conspiracy behind this incident, so we must be more cautious." Wonder Woman added, "That's right, we must conduct a comprehensive investigation, not only to find out the source of the mutant creatures, but also to eliminate all the dark forces related to them. The Justice League exists to prevent any conspiracy that threatens innocent lives from succeeding." Bruce nodded, his expression solemn. "Diana is right. We need a detailed action plan. I will use my resources and technology to track down the mutant's manufacturing site as quickly as possible and analyze all possible clues to find out the scientist's accomplices and funding sources." The Flash was eager to try. "Then I will be responsible for monitoring every corner of the city, and no movement will escape my eyes. And I can use my speed to quickly transmit intelligence and ensure our team's actions are coordinated." Clark nodded in agreement. "Very good. Barry's surveillance and intelligence gathering abilities are vital. We also need to develop a contingency plan in case more mutants appear. Bruce, you're responsible for coordinating this part and making sure we have enough capability to respond." Bruce nodded in agreement and quickly constructed the framework of an emergency plan in his mind. "I will immediately begin preparations, including mobilizing additional reinforcements and equipment and setting up emergency evacuation routes. At the same time, I will contact the government and other superhero organizations to ensure that we can get support quickly in the face of more." Wonder Woman added, "I will also contact the Amazon warriors, who are not only powerful in combat, but also good at tracking and reconnaissance. Request flowers. With their participation, our intelligence network will be more complete." The Flash said excitedly, "Great. This way, we have all-round protection. However, I have another idea. We can use this opportunity to show the public our strength and determination and enhance everyone's confidence in the Justice League." Clark thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "That's a good idea, Barry. But we must be careful about our methods and approaches, demonstrating our strength while avoiding causing panic. Bruce, you are responsible for the public relations work in this regard, ensuring the accurate transmission of information and the stability of public sentiment." Bruce nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I will take care of everything and make sure the image and reputation of the Justice League is not damaged. At the same time, we also need to use this incident to remind the public to pay attention to scientific ethics and prevent similar disasters from happening again." Wonder Woman clenched her fists and looked determined. "Yes, we must make everyone understand that the power of technology should be used to benefit mankind, not to become a tool of destruction. The Justice League will always stand on the side of justice and protect the peace and tranquility of this world." Clark looked around at the gradually calming city ruins, took a deep breath, and said, "Diana is right. Our actions are not just to solve the current crisis. It is also for long-term peace and stability. After this incident, we must strengthen popular science education, raise public awareness of scientific ethics, and let more people understand the double-edged sword nature of science and technology." Bruce nodded in agreement and added, "At the same time, I also suggest that we establish a multinational science and technology supervision agency to review and supervise high-risk scientific experimental projects. Prevent the likes of this mad scientist from happening again. This requires the joint efforts and cooperation of the international community." The Flash Barry blinked. Although he was not as sensitive to complex political and technological issues as others, he also understood the importance of them. It sounds complicated, but I believe you can handle it. I will use my speed to run errands for these plans and ensure that everyone who needs help gets it in a timely manner. Wonder Woman smiled slightly, her eyes full of warmth. Barry, we feel your kindness. Your speed is indeed a valuable asset to our team. But what is more important is the persistence and belief in justice of each of us. As long as we think and work together, nothing is impossible. Clark looked at the rising sun in the distance and said firmly, "Yes, Diana. Every challenge is a test of our will and ability, but it is these challenges that make us more united and stronger. Justice League is more than just a name. It is our common belief and mission. Let us move forward hand in hand for a better tomorrow." The four of them looked at each other, without saying much. The tacit understanding and trust have been deeply imprinted in each other's hearts. They know that no matter how great the difficulties and challenges they face in the future, as long as they are together, nothing can stop them from moving forward. At this moment, a slight vibration came from the ground, which seemed to indicate that something new was about to happen. Clark reacted quickly, opening his arms to prepare for possible new threats. But this time, he did not wait for any attack, but received an emergency communication message from afar. "Clark, this is Batman's command center. We have detected a series of abnormal energy fluctuations, which may be related to the experiments of that mad scientist. A new crisis may be brewing. Please prepare immediately." Bruce's calm but urgent voice came from the communicator. Clark responded immediately. "Roger that, Bruce. We will gather immediately and prepare to deal with new situations. Justice League, never give up." With the end of the communication, the four of them once again plunged into intensive preparations. Bruce was in Batman's command center, his fingers typing rapidly on the keyboard, with new data and analysis results constantly popping up on the screen. The energy fluctuations this time were more complex and unstable than before, and they seemed to appear in multiple locations at the same time, forming a network of huge amounts of energy. He frowned and shared the latest intelligence with his team members. The Flash Barry was collecting information from a distance through high-speed movement. His voice suddenly sounded in the communication channel with a hint of urgency. "Bruce, I found an abandoned factory on the edge of the city. The energy readings there are abnormally high and are related to these hijacked sources. I suspect it is another experimental base of scientists." Wonder Woman Diana responded immediately. "I will go to support Barry and make sure no innocent people are threatened there." She flashed, and the lasso of truth was wrapped around her waist, ready to fight at any time. Clark looked up at the sky, and his extrasensory ability allowed him to perceive more. Not only the energy on the ground, but also the energy in the sky was gathering. "We need to split up. Clark and Bruce will be in charge of the sky, and your ground team will continue to track down the factory. Keep the communication open. We are here to support you." Bruce nodded in agreement and quickly adjusted his strategy. "Okay, Clark. I will fly the bat plane into the air and use the equipment to conduct aerial reconnaissance. 3.0 at the same time, I will contact other superhero organizations to see if anyone can help us monitor these energy fluctuations. The Flash can't wait any longer. Let's act quickly. Time is running out. We can't give this guy any more chances." Wonder Woman patted Barry on the shoulder and encouraged him. "We're together, Bali. No matter what we face, justice will always be with us." The four of them acted separately. Bruce and Clark took off into the air, and the Batplane cut through the sky, heading straight for the area with the most concentrated energy. On the ground, Barry and Diana rushed to the abandoned factory at full speed, and every step was full of urgency. Soon, Bruce sent a message through the headset. "Clark, I found that these energy fluctuations seem to be guiding the arrival of some unknown object. They are like coordinates, pointing to a specific location." Clark stared into the distance, with a sinister feeling in his heart. "Whatever it is, we can't make it succeed. Get ready to intercept, Bruce." Meanwhile, inside the factory, Barry and Diana encountered numerous guards and traps. But with their extraordinary abilities and fearless courage, They resolved the crisis and gradually approached the core area of the experiment. Look, what is that? Diana pointed to a huge container in the center. There seemed to be some creature sleeping inside, surrounded by complex energy devices. Barry immediately realized, this must be the final work of the crazy scientist. We must destroy it, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Just as they were preparing to act, Bruce's urgent call came from the communicator. Be careful, Clark, and I have discovered that 10 powerful energies are converging towards your location. It seems that scientists have initiated some kind of summoning ritual, trying to transport that unknown object to you. Diana and Barry looked at each other, without any fear in their eyes, only firm determination. Come on, let's see how powerful this so-called unknown object is. Barry, Diana, prepare to face the unknown. Remember, our speed, strength, and wisdom are the key to protecting this world. Clark's voice came through the communicator, steady and powerful, as if it injected invisible power into the two of them. Got it, Captain, Barry responded, and his body seemed to be surrounded by an invisible electric current, which was a precursor to his speed power. He took a deep breath and prepared to respond as quickly as possible. Diana held the lasso of truth tightly, with a fighting spirit flashing in her eyes. Whatever it is, we will fight side by side until we defeat it. Her words revealed unquestionable determination, and the lasso of truth danced gently in her hands, as if foreshadowing the coming storm. As the gathering of energy reached its peak, huge amounts of cracks suddenly appeared in the sky, and dazzling light poured out from it, accompanied by a deafening roar. A huge, distorted, unknown creature slowly descended from the crack, with complex energy veins entangled in its body, emitting a heart-pounding aura. Is this the final masterpiece of scientists? Diana frowned. The lasso of truth was ready to catch the unknown creature off guard. No matter what it is, we have to stop it. Barry flashed, almost turning into a flash of lightning, and rushed straight towards the unknown creature, trying to interfere with it with his speed advantage. However, the unknown creature was obviously not a pushover. It let out a deafening roar, and the air around it seemed to tremble with its sound. Soon after, more energy runes began to emerge on the surface of its body, and a powerful energy wave spread out in all directions with it as the center. Be careful, its power is increasing. Clark's voice came from the communicator with a hint of anxiety. Bruce, how's the situation over there? Diana asked Bruce while dodging the attacks of unknown creatures. I'm trying to track the source of this energy, but it seems to be blocked by some powerful barrier. However, I have contacted other superhero organizations, and they're coming to support us. Bruce's voice was calm, but there was a hint of urgency. Okay, let's try our best to delay it and wait for reinforcements. Diana nodded, and the lasso of truth drew graceful arcs in the air, engaging in a fierce battle with the unknown creature. Barry used his speed advantage to shuttle back and forth on the battlefield, looking for the weaknesses of the unknown creature. Each of his attacks was as powerful as thunder, but the unknown creature seemed to have endless energy and could always recover quickly. This is not a solution. We must find the core of it, Barry said to Diana while attacking. I agree, but it's not easy. Diana fended off the attack of the unknown creature while observing its body structure. Its energy source seems to be spread throughout the body, with no obvious core. Just as the two were engaged in a bitter battle, a familiar figure suddenly dropped from the sky and landed beside them. That was Superman Clark. He quickly came to support with his powerful flight ability. Let me lend you a hand, Clark said, clenching his fists with hot eyes focused, ready to launch a fatal blow to the unknown creature. Okay, if the three of us join forces, we will definitely be able to defeat it. Seeing this, Diana became more motivated and danced with the lasso of truth more flexibly. Barry also smiled and increased his speed again. He shuttled across the battlefield like a ghost, creating more attack opportunities for Clark and Diana. The three of them worked together and finally found a flaw in the unknown creature. Clark seized the opportunity and shot out his thermal vision like a laser, accurately hitting the core of the unknown creature. With a deafening explosion, the unknown creature finally lost all its strength and slowly fell to the ground. The battle ended 8:57, and the four of them stood together again. They looked at each other and saw the joy of victory and exhaustion in each other's eyes. They knew that this victory once again proved the strength and unity of the Justice League. "We have once again protected this world," Clark said with emotion, "but as I said before, the fight will never stop. We must remain vigilant and ready to respond to new challenges." "Yes, Clark," Diana nodded in agreement, "but as long as we unite as one, nothing can stop us from moving forward." Bruce sent a message from Batman's command center. "Good job, guys. I have arranged for cleanup operations and have also stepped up monitoring for potential threats. We will not let a disaster like this happen again." Barry patted his chest and said confidently, "Don't worry, Bruce. With us, no conspiracy can escape the eyes of justice. We will always protect the peace and security of this world." "Indeed, Barry, your optimism and determination are our indispensable strength," Diana responded with a smile, her eyes flashing with a firm belief in the future. "And don't forget, we not only have each other, but also the entire Justice League and those ordinary people who are willing to stand up and protect the world. Their courage and faith are also the source of our strength." Clark looked up into the distance. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his face, giving the hero a layer of golden glow. "Yes, Diana, every crisis brings us closer together and gives the world hope. We must not only fight against external threats, but also inspire the light within each person and make justice and peace the norm in this world." At the moment, Batman's calm voice came from the communicator. "Ladies and gentlemen, although the crisis has been temporarily resolved, we must deeply analyze the reasons behind this incident to prevent similar situations from happening again. At the same time, I also suggest that we strengthen cooperation with other superhero organizations to jointly build a more complete defense system." "Bruce is right," Barry continued. "We must not only meet the challenges at hand, but also prepare for future battles. I will use my speed to continue gathering intelligence and ensure we gain the upper hand." Diana nodded and added, "And I will use the power of the lasso of truth to explore more secrets behind this unknown creature and the scientists. Sometimes, truth protects us better than power." Clark proposed a more ambitious vision. "At the same time, we should also consider how to enhance the public's awareness and trust in superheroes so that more people can understand our actions and be willing to lend a helping hand when needed. A united society is our strongest support." The conversation between the four people is full of expectations for the future and trust in each other. They know that although the road ahead is unknown and full of challenges, as long as they work together, nothing is impossible. At this moment, the communicator rang again. This time, it was the voice of the new member of the Justice League, Green Lantern Hal Jordan. "Hey, everyone. I just received an urgent message that abnormal energy fluctuations have occurred in another city, which looks like a new threat. Do you need me to investigate?" "Hal, you did the right thing," Clark responded quickly. "Stay alert. We will send reinforcements soon. Remember, no matter what we face, our Justice League will always be a whole, working together to protect the world." With the addition of Green Lantern, the Justice League is once again ready to take on new challenges. They know that every attack is to protect innocent lives and to maintain peace and tranquility in the world. And on this long and difficult road, they will never be alone. "Hal, thank you for your timely report." Bruce's voice came through the communicator, calm and with a hint of approval. "Please go and investigate immediately. Keep the communication open. We will be there soon. Remember, safety comes first. Try to collect more information and don't act rashly." "Got it, Bruce. I'll be careful and keep you updated." Hal's voice was full of determination, and the green light energy surrounded him, ready to set off immediately. Clark turned to Diana and Barry and said, "It seems that our work is far from over. But as we have said before, every challenge is a test of our beliefs and abilities. Let us fight side by side once again to protect this world from unknown threats. Diana nodded, her eyes flashing with firmness and determination. Yes, Clark. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, we will persevere. Because we are the Justice League and the light of this world. Barry clapped his hands, looking eager to try. Let's keep running, using our speed, strength, and wisdom to uncover the secrets hidden in the darkness, protect the innocent, and dispel fear. There is no need to explain the tacit understanding between the four of them. They each prepared themselves and adjusted their status quickly. Bruce and Clark continue to monitor the overall situation in the Batplane and coordinate support from other superhero organizations. Barry turns into a flash of lightning and goes to the city reported by Hal in advance for reconnaissance. Diana follows closely behind, using the power of the lasso of truth to prepare for possible battles or negotiations at any time. A few minutes later, Barry arrived above the target city. He quickly scanned the ground, looking for the source of the abnormal energy fluctuations. Found it. It seems to be hidden in an abandoned warehouse, and the energy readings are still rising. Barry reported to his teammates through the communicator. Good, Barry. We'll be there as soon as possible. How's your situation, Hal? Clark asked. I'm approaching the warehouse, but the security system here seems to be very tight, and it will take me some time to bypass them. Hal's answer was cautious. Stay safe, Hal. We'll be backing you up soon, Diana encouraged, speeding up to reunite with Barry. Soon, members of the Justice League gathered outside the warehouse. They each used their own abilities and cooperated tacitly to quickly break through the warehouse's defense system. Inside the warehouse, a more complex energy device was presented to them. It was obvious that this was another conspiracy of the scientists. It seems that they want to summon some terrible creature or power through this method again. Clark frowned. We must destroy it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Barry is ready to sprint towards the energy device. Diana raised the lasso of truth, ready to restrain any threat that might escape. Be careful. This time may be more dangerous than before. In the tense atmosphere, the members of the Justice League once again launched a fierce battle. They used their respective abilities to deal with the traps and automatic defense systems left by the scientists, while looking for the best time to destroy the energy device. After arduous efforts, they finally found the core of the energy device and successfully destroyed it. With a roar and a dazzling light, the entire warehouse began to collapse, but the members of the Justice League had already evacuated safely. As the warehouse collapsed and the dust gradually cleared, the members of the Justice League stood outside the ruins and exchanged reassuring glances with each other. There was a sense of victory and relief in the air, but everyone knew in their hearts that this was only a temporary calm. Well done, everyone. Clark's voice was steady and powerful. He looked into the distance, his eyes flashing with deep thoughts about the future. Every challenge makes us stronger and more aware of the responsibilities we shoulder. Diana nodded, and the lasso of truth gently wrapped around her wrist, as if it were her most loyal companion. Yes, Clark, but we must also realize that these scientists' ambitions will not stop. We must find them and stop them from causing disaster again. Barry wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although the battle was over, he still remained highly alert. I have begun tracking the whereabouts of those scientists. Their network is complex, but my speed allows me to find them before they can react. Bruce's voice came from the Batplane's communicator, with his usual calmness and analysis. Very good, Barry. I will use the Bat computer to assist you in tracking and preparing a corresponding action plan. At the same time, we will strengthen intelligence gathering to ensure that no clues are missed. At this time, Green Lantern Hal's voice interrupted with a hint of excitement. Hey, everyone! I just found something interesting. In the basement of the warehouse, there seems to be a passage leading to a secret laboratory. I guess that might be the actual location where these scientists conducted their experiments. Secret laboratory? Clark frowned slightly when he heard this. That's probably where they created the unknown creatures and energy devices. We must act quickly and not give them a break. I agree, Diana said decisively. We will split into 2 teams. One team will consist of Clark, me, and Barry. We will go to the secret laboratory and directly destroy their research facilities. The other team will be led by Bruce and Hal. We will continue to track the whereabouts of the scientists and ensure that they cannot escape the punishment of justice. The plan sounds perfect. Barry was eager to try it out. So let's get started. I can't wait to teach them a lesson. Okay, that's it. Clark made the decision, then turned to Bruce and said, Bruce, you have to be careful over there too. These scientists may have other accomplices or backers. Don't worry, Clark. I'll pay attention. Bruce's voice was calm and firm. Keep the communication open. We are ready to support at any time. As the decision was made, the members of the Justice League quickly took action. Clark, Diana, and Barry turned into 3 streams of light and headed straight for the secret laboratory, while Bruce and Hal continued to track the scientists' whereabouts, vowing to bring them to justice. On the way to the secret laboratory, Clark, Diana, and Barry maintained a high-speed flight, and the communication channel between them was filled with tense and firm conversations. Diana, what do you think about this secret laboratory? Clark's voice sounded in the communicator. His eyes were sharp, as if they could penetrate the heavy fog ahead. I suspect that's where all their evil plans come from, Diana responded, the lasso of truth dancing lightly at her fingertips, as if in anticipation of the upcoming battle. We must destroy it completely without leaving any trace. Barry interrupted with a hint of excitement in his tone. Besides, maybe we can find some clues there about the real purpose of these scientists and the people behind them. My speed will help us search the entire lab in the shortest possible time. Clark nodded in agreement. That's right, Barry. Your speed is our big advantage. But at the same time, we have to be careful not to give them any chance to fight back. While they were discussing, a dense forest appeared in front of them. The secret laboratory was hidden deep in the forest. The 3 of them tacitly slowed down and started a low-altitude flight to avoid being discovered by the ground surveillance system. It looks like this place is heavily guarded. Diana observed the movements below. We need a perfect infiltration plan. Leave it to me. Barry smiled confidently. His figure flashed, and he disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was behind a big tree at the edge of the dense forest. He used his speed advantage to quickly scout the surrounding environment and share the information with Clark and Diana through the communicator. According to my observation, there are 2 main entrances here. One is the main gate, which is heavily guarded. The other is a secret passage hidden in the forest, which looks more concealed. Barry reported. Clark pondered for a moment and made a decision. We will enter through the secret passage to reduce the risk of a head-on conflict. Diana, you're responsible for using the lasso of truth to deal with any patrols we may encounter. Barry, you're responsible for leading us through the dense forest and avoiding all surveillance. I will provide fire support at critical moments. Understood. The 2 answered in unison and then acted according to the plan. Diana jumped down from the clouds lightly, and a lasso of truth danced like a snake, quickly binding several patrolling guards to ensure that they would not raise the alarm. Barry transformed into a vague shadow, shuttling through the dense forest, guiding Clark and Diana. After a careful infiltration, the 3 finally arrived at the entrance of the secret laboratory. The interior of the laboratory is brightly lit, and the various high-tech equipment and the strange liquids bubbling in the test tubes reveal the extraordinary nature of this place. It seems that this is their lair, Clark said in a deep voice, his eyes revealing unquestionable determination. Prepare for action. We must completely destroy everything here. Diana held the lasso of truth tightly, her eyes blazing. Yes, Clark. But first, we need to find and disable any safety systems that may be in place to ensure our actions do not trigger a larger disaster. Barry nodded and quickly scanned the surroundings. Leave it to me. I will use my speed to find the location of the control system and try to shut it down remotely. After saying that, Barry's figure blurred again, turning into an almost invisible lightning, shuttling through the intricate laboratory. Soon, his voice came through the communicator. Found it. The security system has been locked under my control. Executing shutdown procedures. As Barry finished his words, the alarm in the laboratory stopped abruptly, and the monitoring screens that were originally flashing red lights also went out one by one. Clark and Diana took the opportunity to move forward quickly. Their footsteps echoed in the empty laboratory, and each step seemed unusually firm. "Be careful. The experiments here may not be stable. We have to handle them with care," Clark warned, while releasing thermal vision to scan the surroundings for possible sources of danger. Diana used the lasso of truth as a weapon and walked ahead vigilantly. Her eyes were sharp and she did not miss any details. Suddenly, she stopped and pointed to a huge glass container in front of her. "Look there. It seems something is waking up." Inside the glass container, a blurry mass of energy was fluctuating violently, as if it would break free from its restraints at any moment. Barry saw this and immediately rushed forward, ready to destroy it if necessary. "I'll take care of this. You continue to search other areas." "No, wait." Clark stopped Barry's action. He walked closer to the glass container and carefully observed the energy body. "This may not be the target we want to destroy. It looks like the product of some failed experiment or energy that was activated by mistake." Diana also looked closer, her brows furrowed. "Indeed, I can feel the struggle and pain inside it. If it is destroyed directly, it may trigger a greater energy explosion." At this moment, the glass container suddenly exploded, and a powerful energy wave spread instantly. The three reacted quickly. Clark released a protective force field to cover the three of them. Diana used the lasso of truth to weave a net, trying to restrain the out-of-control energy, and Barry spun around them at high speed, forming a wall of wind to further isolate them from the outside world. After some effort, the energy was finally stabilized and slowly dissipated into the air. The three of them smiled at each other. Although the process was thrilling, their tacit understanding and cooperation once again proved the power of the Justice League. "It seems that our mission is not only to destroy these facilities, but also to minimize the loss of innocent lives." Clark sighed. Diana nodded in agreement. "Yes, Clark. We must not only fight against evil, but also protect every life in this world." Barry patted his chest and said with a smile, "With us here, the world will have an extra layer of security. Keep going. The Justice League will never give up." As Barry finished speaking, the three of them organized their equipment again, preparing to go deeper into the core area of the laboratory. Clark's eyes became more determined. He took a deep breath and said, "We must not only destroy the research equipment here, but also find all the relevant experimental records and data to prevent these evil plans from being copied or continued." Diana nodded, the lasso of truth gently wrapped around her fingertips, as if ready to deal with any emergency at any time. "Yes, the conspiracy network behind these scientists must be eradicated. We want to make sure no clue is left unturned." Barry seemed extremely excited. He rubbed his hands eagerly. "What are we waiting for? I can't wait to uncover all the secrets here." The three of them divided the work tacitly. Clark was responsible for clearing obstacles and guards on the road to ensure the safety of the path. Diana used the ability of the lasso of truth to question and bind the experimental assistants who were manipulated or confused by the scientists one by one to obtain more useful information. And Barry used his speed to quickly search every corner of the laboratory for key documents and experimental records. They passed through room after room filled with high-tech equipment, and every research project they discovered shocked and angered them at the scientists' ambitions. These projects not only involve biological modification and energy weapons, but also technologies that attempt to control people's minds. "These guys are really crazy," Barry said indignantly, with a thick stack of experimental reports in his hands. "They want to use these technologies to rule the world. We must not let them succeed." Clark nodded heavily. "We must speed up. Their research may be close to completion. We must stop them before they cause more harm." Diana remained calm and wise as always. "Also, we must pay attention to those creatures or humans who may have been transformed or enhanced by them. They may become our most dangerous enemies." At this moment, a rapid alarm suddenly sounded and the lights in the laboratory began to flicker. It was obvious that someone had triggered the emergency defense mechanism. The three of them immediately became alert and looked at each other. Without saying anything, they knew what to do next. "Get ready to fight," Clark said in a deep voice, tensing all his muscles, ready to respond to any possible threats at any time. Diana held the lasso of truth tightly in her hand, her eyes flashing with determination. "No matter who it is, no one can stop us." Barry turned into a flash of lightning, quickly shuttling through the laboratory, looking for the source of the alarm and trying to shut it down. "Leave it to me. I will solve this problem as soon as possible." After a tense and fierce battle, the three not only successfully shut down the alarm system, but also defeated the last few guards and modified creatures in the laboratory. When they finally arrived at the control room in the deepest part of the laboratory, they found it empty, but a map was displayed on the screen with several unknown locations marked on it. "It seems that this is just one of their many bases." Clark pointed to the map and said, "We must destroy all of these locations, completely cut off their network." Diana nodded in agreement. "At the same time, we also need to pass this information to other superhero organizations so that they can assist us in our actions." Barry patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. Let me pass on the information. My speed allows this information to spread throughout the League in the shortest possible time." As soon as Barry finished speaking, his figure became blurred, as if a ray of light flashed by and disappeared from the spot in an instant. A few seconds later, his voice came through the communicator, clear and firm. "The message has been sent. The Justice League and other superhero teams are coming to support us." "Zero. We are not alone." Clark looked at Diana, his eyes flashing with approval. "Barry is always so quick and reliable. Now we have to start planning our next steps. These locations are spread all over the world, and we need a thorough plan." Diana pondered for a moment and suggested, "We can first analyze the characteristics of these locations to determine which ones may hide the most critical research or weapons reserves. At the same time, we need to ensure that there is sufficient support, with at least 2 to 3 superheroes operating at each location at the same time to reduce risks." Clark nodded and added, "Also, we need to consider how to safely transfer or protect innocent lives that may be used as experimental subjects by scientists. They are innocent victims, and we have a duty to protect them." At this moment, the laboratory's communication system suddenly rang, and a strange voice came. "Friends of the Justice League, I am a former researcher in this laboratory. I escaped from here, but my family is still under their control. I know you're looking for these locations, and I am willing to provide any information I know, just asking you to rescue my family." Diana responded quickly, "Please stay calm. Tell us your location, and we will arrange rescue as soon as possible. In the meantime, please send us any information you have. It is very important to us." As the communication ended, the three of them quickly took action. Clark used his X-ray vision to scan the entire laboratory, looking for any clues that might have been missed. Diana began to establish more detailed contact with the former researcher to ensure the accuracy of the information. And Barry, after confirming the information was correct, transformed into lightning again and went to meet the researcher and his family. "Barry, be careful and ensure their safety." Clark's voice came through the communicator, full of concern and trust. "Don't worry, Clark. I'll bring them back safely." Barry's voice was full of confidence, and then he added, "In addition, I will leave marks along the way to facilitate the follow-up support team to follow up." Diana nodded and said to Clark, "Clark, let's continue to investigate here and see if there are any hidden clues or dangers. At the same time, I will also try to establish a more stable communication link with the former researcher to ensure real-time updates of information." Clark nodded in agreement. Then his eyes swept across the map again, silently calculating every possible threat point and route of action in his mind. "Diana, do you think we should focus our efforts on attacking those locations that appear to be the most critical or the most heavily defended?" Diana thought for a moment and replied, "I agree, but we must ensure synchronization and coordination of our actions. Perhaps we could devise a phased attack plan, eliminating those bases that pose the greatest threat to us first, while keeping an eye on other locations in case they move important data or initiate emergency measures. Clark nodded, his eyes flashing with determination. Okay, let's start making this plan now. At the same time, I will also try to use my ability to remotely explore the specific conditions of these locations to provide more accurate intelligence for our actions. As the plan was gradually formulated, the cooperation between the three became more and more tacit. Clark used his super ability to conduct long-range reconnaissance. Diana was responsible for keeping in touch with the former researcher and obtaining more internal intelligence. And Barry went at full speed, not only picking up the former researcher and his family, but also setting up multiple safety points and contact points along the way. Soon after, support from a Justice League and other superhero teams arrived one after another. Based on the intelligence provided by Clark and Diana, they quickly developed a detailed battle plan and began a simultaneous attack on various target locations. In this global operation, the Justice League demonstrated unprecedented unity and strength. Not only did they destroy all the research bases of the evil forces, they also rescued a large number of innocent lives that were imprisoned or killed. And those conspirators who tried to use technology to rule the world finally got the punishment they deserved. When everything was settled, the three of them gathered together again. Looking at the city in the distance, which was gradually returning to peace, their hearts filled with satisfaction and pride. "We did it," Clark said with a smile, his eyes full of hope for the future. Diana nodded, with a gentle light in her eyes. "Yes, we did. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent." After the Justice League successfully prevented a global crisis, on the other side of the Earth, a world completely different from modern society, the Inuyasha world was also experiencing unprecedented turmoil. New Allin, a 10-year-old genius with extraordinary wisdom and insight, has a strong interest in ancient legends and mysticism. He lives in a quiet small town. In addition to being obsessed with studying various ancient books, he also likes to tinker with various inventions in the small laboratory in his backyard. One day, when New Allin was flipping through an ancient scroll, he accidentally triggered a hidden mechanism. A dazzling light illuminated his entire room. Then, he felt a powerful force enveloping him, as if he had traveled through a tunnel of time and space. In the distant cracks of time and space, New Allin unexpectedly perceived a call from another world. It was an ancient and mysterious world called Warring States Period, which was the chaotic place described in Inuyasha. Monsters are rampant. The conflict between humans and half-demons is escalating, and the world is facing an unprecedented crisis. When New Allin first arrived, he was shocked by the scene before him. Huge amounts of monsters were roaring in the mountains and forests, and the human villages were shrouded in fear. It is surrounded by dense forests, and in the distance you can faintly hear the roar of monsters. New Allin soon realized that he might have come to this world through some unknown means. Faced with this sudden change, New Allin did not panic, but instead aroused his curiosity to explore the unknown. But soon, he sensed the crisis from the tense atmosphere around him. The villagers looked panicked and fled in all directions, obviously facing some terrible threat. At this moment, a half-demon boy wearing armor and holding a long sword rushed in front of New Allin. It was Inuyasha. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Inuyasha asked vigilantly, but his eyes also revealed a desire for help. New Allin quickly organized his thoughts, briefly explained the circumstances of why he was summoned here, and expressed his determination to help the Inuyasha world. "I am New Allin from another world. I feel the crisis here, and I am willing to do everything I can to help you." When Inuyasha heard this, a glimmer of trust flashed in his eyes. "Okay, then you come with us." Now, the fragments of the Four Souls Jade are scattered everywhere again, causing countless disputes and disasters. We must collect them quickly to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. So, New Allin fought side by side with Inuyasha and embarked on a journey to find the fragments of the Four Souls Jade. As the last rays of sunset sank into the horizon, Allin and Inuyasha shuttled through the dark and dense forest paths. The air around them seemed to be frozen, leaving only their hurried and firm footsteps and a strange low hum coming from the distance from time to time. In this dead silence, for point two, an unprecedented sense of oppression quietly descended, as if even the space was trembling. Suddenly, a shrill hissing broke the silence of the night, and a huge, pitch-black monster spider head slowly walked out of the shadows of the dense forest. Its 8 eyes, flashing with cold light, were particularly eye-catching in the night, as if they could see through the deepest fear in people's hearts. The abdomen of the spider head is hung with dense cobwebs, each of which contains enough viscosity to bind powerful forces. Humph! Mere humans and half-demons dare to step into my territory. The spider head spoke in a low and majestic voice, with unquestionable majesty and cruelty in his voice. Allin's eyes were sharp, and he did not flinch at all. He quickly took out a device from his backpack that looked ordinary, but actually contained high technology. This was the element manipulator that he had created based on ancient books and his own wisdom. As his fingertips lightly touched the button, circles of barely visible energy fluctuations spread out from him, and the air around him seemed to vibrate. Inuyasha, let's go together. Allin's voice was calm and firm. He knew very well that facing such a strong enemy, strength alone was far from enough, and he must be both wise and courageous. When Inuyasha heard this, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. He gripped the sword tightly, stretched out his body, and pounced on the spider head like a cheetah. The sword flashed like a dragon, with a whistling sound that tore through the air and went straight to the vital point of the spider's head. However, the spider head reacted very quickly, and with a huge amount of its forelimbs, it easily blocked the fierce attack, and at the same time spit out a huge amount of spiderweb in an attempt to trap Inuyasha. At this critical moment, Allin activated the special function of the Wusu controller, Eye of the Storm. He used his hand as a guide, and the surrounding air seemed to be given life. A strong wind suddenly blew up, carrying sand, stones, and leaves, forming a rotating wall of storm, which not only cut off the spiderweb's attack, but also enveloped the spider's head. In the storm, thunder and lightning were raging, and each bolt of lightning accurately hit the spider's head, causing it to wail. But the spider head is a powerful monster after all. It roared, black auras swirled around it, and it forcibly broke free from the storm. It leaped up suddenly and launched an even more fierce attack on Allin and Inuyasha. Seeing this, Inuyasha burst out again. He used a combination of demonic power and swordsmanship, and each strike was extremely powerful, hitting the spiderhead's weak spot directly. Allin flexibly shuttled around the edge of the battlefield, constantly using the elemental manipulator to create various natural phenomena, such as ice cone stabs and flame jets, creating attack opportunities for Inuyasha while avoiding the deadly attacks of the spiderhead. The battle lasted for a long time. The roar of weapons clashing and the roar of monsters echoed in the forest. Fire and lightning intertwined to form a thrilling picture. In the endless night, the battle was like a violent storm, sweeping across the entire forest. Allin and Inuyasha, one with technology as wings and the other with demonic power as a spear, together weave a web of life and death. You think you can trap me with just such a trick? The voice of the spider head sounded particularly low in the storm. It waved its huge forelimbs, and each swing was accompanied by the distortion of space, as if it wanted to tear apart the cage of the storm. Allin's eyes condensed, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He danced his hands quickly, and the light on the element controller became more and more dazzling. The storm is just a prelude. The real storm has just begun. After saying that, he pushed the controller hard and saw that at the core of the Eye of the Storm, a more violent energy began to gather, as if the most primitive power between heaven and earth was awakened. The storm instantly upgraded and turned into a raging tornado, which completely swallowed up the spider head with the momentum of destroying the world. In the tornado, lightning danced like an angry dragon. Each strike contained the power to create the world, tearing the spider head's body protection black aura into pieces. Inuyasha, it's now. New Allin's voice penetrated the storm and reached Inuyasha's ears. Inuyasha's body stiffened, and he took advantage of the momentum to leap up like the brightest meteor in the night sky, rushing towards the center of the storm. His sword seemed to have soul at this moment. Every swing was extremely precise and aimed directly at the vital points of the spider's head. A mere human dares to challenge my majesty. The spider head roared, its body twisting and shape-shifting in the storm, trying to resist Inuyasha's attack. But Inuyasha's sword was like the scythe of the death god, breaking through its defenses time and time again, leaving shocking scars. So what if you're a monster? In front of this world, you're all ants. Inuyasha's voice was particularly clear amid the roar of the storm. His eyes were like torches, burning with an unyielding fighting spirit. Every time the tip of the sword collided with the hard shell of the spider's head, it stirred up circles of air waves visible to the naked eye, as if even the space was shaking. The spider head let out bursts of shrill roars, and its huge body tumbled in the storm, trying to trap Inuyasha with its dancing forelimbs and dense cobweb. However, Inuyasha's figure was like a ghost. He always managed to avoid the fatal blow at the critical moment, and at the same time strike back with a sword, leaving even deeper scars. New Allin, increase your strength. Inuyasha took advantage of the gap between attacks and yelled at New Allin on the edge of the storm. Although his voice was torn apart by the storm, his firmness and trust were clearly conveyed to New Allin. Upon hearing this, New Allin's hands almost turned into phantoms, constantly changing complex hand seals on the controller. In the center of the eye of the storm, the violent energy became more violent, as if a sleeping beast had been completely awakened, eager to tear apart everything and devour everything. Come on, let me see the limit of you, a monster. New Allin growled, and his whole body seemed to merge with the storm, controlling the most primitive power between heaven and earth and pouring it towards the spider head. The lightning and tornadoes in the storm were even more violent. They intertwined into an impenetrable web that tightly bound the spider's head. Lightning was like thousands of sharp swords, piercing through the spider head's defenses time and time again. Every strike was accompanied by its painful howls and the dissipation of the protective black aura. Impossible. What kind of power is this? The spiderhead's voice was filled with fear and despair. It could no longer maintain its superior posture, and its huge body was crumbling under the Stormlord. At this moment, Inuyasha found the best opportunity. He flashed and appeared above the spider head like thunder. Inuyasha's figure drew a brilliant trail in the storm, and his eyes flashed with a desperate light, as if he wanted to tear the darkness apart completely. He took a deep breath, and all the muscles in his body tensed. His demonic power boiled to the extreme at this moment, as if even the air around him was ignited, making crackling sounds. Today, I will let you, a monster, know what true power is. Inuyasha's voice echoed in the storm with unquestionable majesty. The sword in his hand seemed to have merged with him at this moment, and the tip of the sword was pointing at the spider head's defense line that was about to collapse. When the spider head saw this, a hint of madness flashed in its eyes. It knew that the moment of life and death had come. Then, it released the last of its demonic power without hesitation. Its entire body swelled instantly, surrounded by black aura, as if it was about to transform into a ball of darkness that swallowed up everything. You are just a half-demon, and you dare to talk about power. The spiderhead's voice was mixed with crazy roars, and it tried to fight back with this last struggle. However, Inuyasha remained unmoved. His eyes became more determined, and his body drew a perfect arc in the air, avoiding the crazy attack of the spiderhead. Then, he took advantage of the momentum to fall, and the tip of the sword cut through the air like lightning, pointing directly at Spider's vital point. Your era is over. Inuyasha growled, and the tip of his sword collided with the hard shell of the spider's head again. This time, it was no longer a simple confrontation, but a full-strength attack with the power to destroy the world. With a deafening roar, the shell of the spider head actually cracked under this blow, and black aura overflowed, as if even its soul was torn apart at this moment. Inuyasha used this force to pierce through the spider head's body like an arrow, completely piercing its huge body. After the deafening roar, the storm seemed to change color. Within the tornado, the collision between lightning and evil spirit reached an unprecedented intensity. Everything between heaven and earth seemed to be trembling under this force. At this moment, Inuyasha's figure seemed to have turned into the brightest star between heaven and earth, and his sword was the dawn that broke through the darkness. The spider head's huge body trembled violently in the storm, black aura and blood intertwined, and it let out a final roar, a voice that contained both unwillingness and despair. But there was no wavering in Inuyasha's eyes, only endless will to fight and determination. His sword is no longer just a weapon, but an extension of his will. Every swing of it is a challenge to fate and an interpretation of strength. Break it for me, Inuyasha growled, and the demonic power condensed on the tip of the sword, forming a dazzling sword light. The sword light was so sharp that it was enough to cut off all the shackles and restraints in the world. He leaped up like a meteor chasing the moon, and the sword gleamed across the sky, heading straight for the heart of the spider's head. The spider head fought desperately, waving its forelimbs wildly, and its cobweb was like a net, trying to trap Inuyasha in it. But Inuyasha's body was extremely agile, as if he had already known every move of the spider head, and every dodge was just right, while the sword light continued to swing, throwing those cobwebs. Cut off. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and every breath of air in the storm seemed to be ignited, bursting into brilliant light. The confrontation between Inuyasha and Spiderhead is no longer a simple fight of life and death, but the ultimate collision of two wills and two forces. At this time, Allin also joined the battle. The controllers in his hands lit up brightly again. This time, he was not only controlling the storm, but also guiding the natural forces between heaven and earth to provide Inuyasha with the most powerful assistance. In the center of the eye of the storm, an even more terrifying energy is brewing, a force that can overturn everything and reshape the world. Inuyasha, take my move. Allin's voice echoed in the storm with unquestionable firmness. He suddenly pushed the controller with both hands, and an unprecedented torrent of energy instantly erupted from the eye of the storm. The torrent was like an upside-down river in the sky, smashing towards the spider head with a devastating momentum. The spider head seemed so small in front of this force. Its struggle and resistance seemed so powerless at this moment. The storm, thunder and lightning, and demonic power intertwined together to form an irresistible torrent that completely submerged the spider head. No! Spider head let out a final scream, but everything was irreversible. As the scream came to an abrupt end, the storm gradually subsided, the thunder and lightning dissipated, and peace returned to the world again. The huge body of the spider head also disappeared under this force, leaving only a devastated battlefield and the bloody smell that had not yet dissipated in the air. The aftermath of the storm gradually dissipated, and the world returned to clarity, but a hint of blood and resentment still lingered in the air. Allin stood side by side with Inuyasha, his eyes traversing the mess on the battlefield, and finally fell on a fragment that was shining with a strange light. It was a part of the Four Souls Jade, containing an ancient and powerful power. "Is this the purpose of our trip?" Allin asked softly. Although his voice was soft, it revealed an unquestionable firmness. He walked slowly towards the fragment, and every step seemed unusually steady, as if every step was stepping on the note of fate. Inuyasha followed closely behind, his eyes flashing with complex emotions, including joy of victory and awe of the unknown power. He knew very well that this piece of debris was not only the gain of their trip, but also the source of countless disputes in the future. Yes, knew Allin. This is the fragment of the Four Souls Jade. Inuyasha said solemnly. His voice was full of solemnity. But we must be careful. Its power is too strong. If we are not careful, it will. Disaster will come. Knew Allin nodded slightly. He naturally understood Inuyasha's concerns. But he knew better that he must master this power in order to protect the justice and peace in his heart. He squatted down and gently held the fragment in his hands. A warm and powerful force instantly surged into his body and merged with his spiritual power. I feel this power, Knew Allin whispered to himself, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented light. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if he wanted to completely integrate this power into his blood. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly twisted, and an inexplicable force surged in the dark. Knew Allin suddenly opened his eyes and saw a dark void slowly unfolding before his eyes, as if it was a portal to an unknown world. Knew Allin was shocked, and he immediately realized that this power was unusual. He tightly grasped the fragment of the Four Souls Jade, his spiritual energy boiling, ready to face the upcoming unknown challenges. Knew Allin, be careful. Seeing this, Inuyasha immediately looked around vigilantly, but his voice seemed to be suppressed by some force and sounded unusually weak. The dark void grew larger and larger, and a powerful suction force surged out from it, trying to swallow Knew Allin and the Four Soul Jade fragments together. Knew Allin gritted his teeth, and his spiritual power surged throughout his body as he fought desperately against the suction. I won't let you succeed. Knew Allin growled. The spiritual power in his body was like boiling magma, constantly impacting the suction force. But his face became paler and paler, and he was obviously reaching his limit. At this moment, the fragment of the Four Souls Jade suddenly burst into dazzling light, illuminating the dark void. An ancient and mysterious power surged out from the fragments and integrated with Knew Allin's spiritual power, forming an unprecedented powerful force. Break it! Knew Allin shouted angrily. The fragment in his hand seemed to turn into a sharp sword and slashed at the dark void. There was a loud bang, and the void collapsed instantly, and the suction force disappeared without a trace. With the aftermath of the void collapse, the air around seemed to be torn apart, and strong winds howled, blowing up the dust and debris on the ground to form whirlpools. Knew Allin did not move, but stood firm like a rock. The Four Souls Jade fragment in his hand shone even brighter, like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating this chaotic world. This power is beyond imagination. Knew Allin panted. Sweat slid down his resolute face, but his eyes were brighter, as if he had just experienced a baptism of the soul. He looked down at the fragment in his hand, feeling the ancient power contained in it, and felt both excitement and awe in his heart. Knew Allin, are you okay? Inuyasha's voice was weak, but full of concern. He tried hard to get closer to Knew Allin, but the storm around him seemed to be hindering his progress, and every step forward was extremely difficult. I'm fine, it's just this power. Knew Allin looked up into the distance. There, the storm had dissipated, but the strange phenomenon after the collapse of the void was still continuing, as if foreshadowing that a greater change was about to come. We must leave here as soon as possible. This force may bring more unknowns. Inuyasha nodded, and the two of them turned around tacitly, preparing to leave this place of trouble. However, just as they were about to step into the safe area, the ground suddenly shook violently, and an even more powerful force surged from deep underground, as if some huge creature was awakening. Knew Allin's face changed. He could feel the terror and antiquity contained in this power, which was far beyond what he had seen before. Inuyasha, be careful. Before he finished speaking, a huge amount of cracks appeared on the ground, and a dark energy gushed out of it and rushed straight into the sky. That energy was mixed with roars and howls, as if tens of millions of souls were struggling and shouting. "What is this?" Inuyasha exclaimed. He had never seen such a strange sight, and he couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart. Allin tightly grasped the fragment of the Four Souls Jade, his whole body's spiritual power boiling, ready to meet this unknown challenge. He knew very well that the fragment in his hand might be the root of all this and the key to solving the mystery. "No matter what it is, we can't let it harm the world," Allin said in a deep voice, his eyes flashing with determination and firmness. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength on the tip of the sword, and prepared to attack the dark energy. At this moment, the dark energy suddenly stopped gushing out, as if it sensed Allin's threat, or perhaps it was motivated by some unknown will. It slowly condensed into huge amounts of black shadow, suspended in the air, facing Allin from a distance. A dark shadow hangs in the sky, like a giant beast from an ancient myth. It is surrounded by a terrifying dark aura. Every wave of it seems to tear the space apart, making people despair. Allin and Inuyasha looked at each other. Without saying anything, they understood each other's determination. "Come on, let me see your true face," Allin shouted in a low voice, like thunder resounding through the sky. He stretched out his body, like a dragon soaring into the sky, and the fragment of the Four Souls Jade in his hand shone brightly, transforming into a lightsaber, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the huge amounts of black shadows. The lightsaber cut through the air, bringing with it a series of sharp, whistling sounds, and went straight towards the black shadow. However, the black shadow did not dodge. Instead, it opened its huge mouth, and an even more dense, dark energy gushed out, colliding with the lightsaber, bursting out with dazzling light and deafening roar. The battle instantly became fierce. The lightsaber and dark energy intertwined. Like the falling of stars, the sky and the earth changed color. Allin is agile, and his swordsmanship is as fast as lightning. Every strike he makes contains his dedication to justice and his ultimate control over the opponent's area. The dark shadow was not to be outdone, and each counterattack seemed so ferocious, as if it wanted to swallow up all the light. "Allin, be careful," Inuyasha reminded anxiously. Although he could not directly participate in the battle, his concern and worry for his friend made him unable to stay out of it. He stared at the battlefield, looking for possible flaws. The battle lasted for a long time, and both sides were evenly matched, and it was difficult to tell who was the winner. Allin's forehead was covered with sweat, but his eyes became more determined. He knew very well that this battle not only concerned his own destiny, but also the safety of the entire world. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, Allin suddenly felt something in his heart. He felt that some special power contained in the fragments of the Four Souls Jade was slowly awakening. He took a deep breath and channeled this power into the lightsaber. Suddenly, the light of the lightsaber became brighter, as if it could illuminate all the darkness in the world. "Break it!" Allin shouted angrily, and the lightsaber suddenly accelerated, piercing the heart of the black shadow with an unstoppable momentum. The black shadow seemed to feel an unprecedented threat and let out a series of shrill roars, but was ultimately unable to withstand the attack. Boom! With a loud bang, the black shadow shattered under the bombardment of the lightsaber, turning into black light and dissipating in the air. The moment the black shadow shattered, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and darkness and light intertwined to form a shocking picture. Allin's body shook, and the lightsaber drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, and finally slowly dissipated, returning to the fragments of the Four Souls Jade, lying quietly in his palm. He was still gasping for breath, but his eyes were extremely sharp, as if he could penetrate the void and stare directly at the black light that was about to dissipate. At this moment, the ground shook again, but this time it did not come from underground, but from the black light. "This isn't over yet," Allin whispered, with a hint of disbelief in his voice. The black light that was about to dissipate suddenly condensed and formed a vortex. In the center of the vortex, a deeper and more ancient power was brewing. Allin, be careful. Inuyasha's voice sounded again, filled with unprecedented tension and worry. He tried to get closer, but the barrier formed by that force was like a solid wall, isolating him from the outside. At the center of the vortex, the ancient force finally erupted. It was no longer pure darkness, but a chaos force that transcended light and darkness and integrated the origin of all things. This force instantly enveloped Allin, forming a huge amount of energy ball, shining brightly. Allin let out a long howl, which was a desire for power and a fear of the unknown. He felt that the spiritual power in his body was colliding wildly with this chaos force, as if it was going to tear him in half. But he did not give up. Instead, he gritted his teeth and tried his best to guide this force and tame it. The battle unfolds deep in Allin's heart. He seemed to be in an endless battlefield, surrounded by the clash of chaos and order, and every breath was accompanied by the surge and collision of spiritual power. He didn't know how long he had persisted. He only knew that every time he fell he had to stand up stronger, and every failure was a step toward success. Finally, after countless struggles and efforts, Allin felt that he had established a subtle connection with the chaos force. He began to be able to harness this power and turn it into his own weapon. He opened his eyes, and light shot out from them, illuminating the entire energy ball and everything around him. "I did it," Allin whispered, with excitement and pride hard to conceal in his voice. However, just as he was about to break out of the ball, an even greater force suddenly emerged from inside the energy ball and enveloped him again. "What is this?" Allin was shocked. He felt that this force was completely different from the previous chaos force. It was purer and more ancient, as if it could see through the essence of everything in the world. "Allin," Inuyasha's voice came from a distance, full of concern and anxiety. But Allin had no time to care about it. He could only do his best to deal with this sudden force. Just as this ancient power was binding Allin tightly, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder roared, as if even the earth was trembling for the upcoming battle. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, dust flew up, and a huge figure slowly walked out from the shadows. It was the legendary monster, Zutaro. Zutaro's body is as majestic as a mountain, covered with black scales that gleam with a metallic luster, and looks even more ferocious in the sun. Its eyes were like torches, flashing with cunning and ferociousness, and saliva hung from the corners of its mouth, as if it had already regarded Allin as a sure thing. A pair of huge amounts of fangs extend from its mouth, enough to tear apart anything in the world. "Allin, be careful. This is Zutaro, the legendary king of monsters." Although Inuyasha's voice was far away, it was full of anxiety and worry. Although he was blocked by the barrier, he was concerned about Allin and did not want to see her make any mistakes. Allin took a deep breath and looked at the huge monster with a sharp gaze, without any fear in his heart. He knows very well that only by defeating the enemy in front of him can he solve all the mysteries and protect the world behind him. "Come on, Zutaro, let me see your strength," Allin shouted in a low voice, and his body suddenly jumped up like an arrow from a bow and rushed straight towards Zutaro. The fragment of the Four Souls Jade in his hand once again emitted a dazzling light, turning into a lightsaber, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Zutaro's vitals. Seeing this, Zutaro roared angrily, and his huge body shook violently, causing the ground to tremble. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out a jet of dark, evil spirit, which collided with Allin's lightsaber, causing a deafening roar. The demonic energy and the lightsaber intertwined, forming a thrilling picture. Light and darkness clashed fiercely in the air, as if to tear the whole world apart. The battle instantly became intense. Allin was agile, and his swordsmanship was as fast as lightning. Every time he swung his sword, spiritual power surged, forcing Zutaro to retreat again and again. Zutaro was not to be outdone. It waved huge amounts of its front hooves, and each attack was enough to shake the mountains, forcing Allin to respond with all his might. Humph! A mere human dares to challenge the authority of Zutaro. Zutaro let out a deafening roar, his voice full of disdain and anger. It suddenly stretched out its body, turned into a black shadow, and instantly appeared behind Allin, opening its huge mouth as if to swallow him in one gulp. Allin reacted quickly, twisted his body, and narrowly avoided Zutaro's attack. He took advantage of the situation to counterattack, and his lightsaber cut through the air like lightning, going straight for Inotaro's eyes. Zutaro cried out in pain and rolled his huge body in the air, barely avoiding the fatal blow. Allin's figure suddenly rose up, like a falcon in the wind, forming a sharp contrast with Zutaro's huge figure. The lightsaber in his hand drew silver tracks in the air. Each strike carried the force of thunder and lightning, yet without any drag, fully demonstrating the exquisiteness of his swordsmanship and the tremendous power. Oomph! You think you can hurt me with just a sword light? Zutaro sneered, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Its body suddenly grew in size, pressing down like a mountain, its dark scales gleaming in the sun, as if every October contained the power to tear apart space. Allin looked solemn, but not at all flustered. His body suddenly accelerated, and he shuttled between Zutaro's huge body, like a fish swimming in the water, extremely agile. The lightsaber seemed to come alive in his hands, sometimes turning into a sharp sword beam, piercing Zutaro's vitals, sometimes turning into a lingering sword net, dissolving Zutaro's offensive. Zutaro, although you are strong, it is just brute force. Allin's voice seemed particularly calm in the fierce battle, with a bit of sarcasm and confidence in his words. True strength lies in the heart and in the mind, not in the size of the body. Upon hearing this, Zutaro became extremely furious. He let out a deafening roar, and his entire body was filled with boiling evil energy, as if it was about to ignite the air around him. It leaped suddenly, and huge amounts of its body rushed towards Allin like a mountain, bringing up a gust of wind that made the surrounding trees tremble. Allin retreated violently, and at the same time, the lightsabers in front of him intertwined into an impenetrable sword net. Above the sword net, spiritual energy surged, as if thousands of stars were shining, releasing brilliant light. When Zutaro's giant hoof was about to land on the sword net suddenly exploded, turning into countless sword lights, pouring down like a rainstorm and directly hitting Zutaro's vital points. Bang! With a loud bang, Zutaro's huge body was hit by the sword light. Huge amounts of impact force made it roll several times in the air, and finally it fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, it did not fall down, but roared even more wildly, and the weather became even thicker, as if it wanted to vent all its anger and unwillingness. What a kid! You can hurt me so much. Zutaro's voice was a little hoarse and unwilling. But do you think it's over? Before he finished speaking, Zutaro attacked again. This time, he was faster and stronger, as if he wanted to pour all his strength into this attack. Allin was not to be outdone. He tightly grasped the lightsaber, a look of determination flashed in his eyes, and he was ready for the final battle. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and every confrontation was accompanied by earth-shaking sounds, as if the whole world was going to be dragged into it. The air around seemed to be ignited, releasing a hot breath, making people feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Allin, be careful. Inuyasha's voice came again. Although he could not directly participate in the battle, his heart was always with Allin, cheering him on. Allin's figure was as fast as lightning, shuttling back and forth in the intersection of dust, light, and shadow. The lightsaber in his hand seemed to have become the sharpest brushstroke between heaven and earth, outlining a series of pictures of life and death. Every time he swung his sword, it was accompanied by the roar of spiritual power. It was not just a collision between sword and flesh, but also a clash of will and belief. Zutaro roared repeatedly, and his demonic energy surged like a raging tide. His huge body tumbled in the air, and every time he landed, the ground shook as if he wanted to tear the land apart completely. Its eyes were red, full of brutality and madness, and it seemed to want to devour Allin completely. Allin, you have indeed impressed me, but today is the end of you. Zhu Tailong's voice was like thunder, shaking people's minds. It kicked the ground suddenly, and the ground cracked instantly. Its body shot like an arrow straight at Allin. Allin moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided Zutaro's fatal blow. He knew in his heart that facing such a strong enemy, he could not be careless at all. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body seemed to boil, and the lightsaber in his hand shone with an unprecedented light. It was his desire for victory and also his self-transcendence. Zutaro, you are wrong. Today is not the end of me, but the end of you. Allin's voice was firm and powerful. He jumped up and took the initiative to attack Zutaro. The two men engaged in a fierce confrontation in the air, with sword light and demonic energy intertwined, forming a thrilling picture. Allin's movements were agile and swift. He used his speed and skills to constantly look for flaws in Zutaro's offensive. However, Zutaro, with his powerful strength and tenacious defense, turned Allin's attacks into invisible time and time again. A mere human. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Zhu Tailang sneered, and his attacks became more and more fierce, as if he wanted to completely submerge Allin in the ocean of evil spirit. However, Allin did not back down. He knew very well that in this battle, only by persevering to the end could he win the final victory. He gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into the lightsaber in his hand. Every time he swung the sword, it seemed as if he was going to split the sky and the earth apart. Inuyasha, watch out. This is my determination to fight against the powerful enemy. Allin muttered in his heart, and at the same time his body accelerated again, shuttled through Inotaru's attack like a stream of light. He found the right moment and swung his sword. The sword light was like a dragon, directly piercing through Zutaro's defense and deeply into its body. Zutaro roared in pain, and his huge body trembled in the air. It never imagined that this seemingly weak human being could burst out with such powerful strength. It's over, Zutaro. Allin's voice was calm and indifferent. He swung the lightsaber in his hand again. This time, he showed no hesitation or mercy. The sword flashed, and Zutaro's huge body fell to the ground with a bang, unable to move anymore. Just when Allin thought everything was settled and was ready to breathe a sigh of relief, something strange happened. Zutaro's huge body trembled slightly in the dust, and then an even more terrifying aura burst out from his body, as if a sleeping ancient beast was completely awakened. I saw Zutaro's body began to undergo amazing changes. The originally dark scales gradually metamorphosis into deep dark purple, flashing an ominous light, and each scale seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. Its body swelled again, its muscles became knotty, its strength doubled, and it was surrounded by a thick demonic aura, forming a huge amount of black vortex that distorted the surrounding air. What was even more shocking was that Zutaro's eyes turned blood red as torches, and there seemed to be flames burning in his pupils, revealing a heart-pounding madness and despair. The corners of its mouth opened, revealing even sharper fangs, each of which flashed with a cold light, enough to tear apart anything tough in the world. This is the second form. Allin was horrified. He realized that his previous attack did not really defeat the king of monsters, but instead stimulated its even more terrifying power. At the same time, Inuyasha in the distance also felt this unprecedented sense of oppression. He anxiously wanted to break through the barrier, but he was powerless and could only watch Allin face this sudden crisis. Allin took a deep breath and suppressed the fear and anxiety in his heart. He knew that retreating at that moment was a dead end, and only by trying his best could he have a chance of survival. He gripped the lightsaber tightly, and the spiritual power in his body surged wildly, merging with the lightsaber, emitting a dazzling light that seemed to illuminate the dark night sky. Zutaro let out a deafening roar, and huge amounts of his body pressed towards Allin like a mountain. Every time he swung his claws, there was a roar that tore through the air, as if he wanted to destroy Allin and the land together. Allin suddenly jumped up, like a seagull in the wind, and flexibly shuttled through Zutaro's attack. The lightsaber in his hand swung out like lightning, clashing fiercely with Zutaro's claws and fangs. Every collision burst out with brilliant light and deafening sound. In that space twisted by demonic energy and spiritual power, Allin's figure streaked across the night sky like a meteor. Every 10 dodges and counterattacks contained an unyielding will and determination. Each of Zutaro's attacks was like a landslide with destructive force, but was always resolved by Allin at an incredible angle and speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages and a 130. A mere human can force me to this point. Zutaro's voice was low and majestic, and flames danced in his eyes, as if he could see through the deepest fear in people's hearts. However, Allin's eyes became more determined. He knew very well that retreating at this moment would mean death. Only by moving forward courageously could he find a glimmer of hope. Just as the battle was becoming increasingly intense, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Inuyasha finally found a way to break through the barrier. He flashed and turned into a silver lightning, rushing straight to the center of the battlefield. His arrival added some variables to this life-and-death battle. Allin, I'm here to help you. Inuyasha's voice was filled with unquestionable determination. The Tessega in his hand shone with a cold light under the moonlight, as if it could cut off all the constraints in the world. Seeing this, Zutaro roared and turned his huge body suddenly. His huge amounts of tail swept across like a steel whip, aiming directly at Inuyasha. But Inuyasha was no ordinary man. He dodged easily by moving his body to the side. At the same time, he swung out Tessega, and a sharp sword energy cut through the air and went straight to Ayataro's flank. Allin was delighted when he saw this. He seized this rare opportunity and swung his sword like a dragon, transforming it into a dazzling arc of light that pierced Zutaro's heart. However, Zutaro's second stage form was indeed extraordinary. It twisted its body at the critical moment and used its indestructible scales to block Allin's 10 fatal blows. Ha ha ha, you're just an ant? You want to hurt me? Zutaro's laughter echoed on the battlefield, full of arrogance and disdain 5.1. But then, its smile froze on its face because Inuyasha's Tessega had quietly circled behind it, and a more fierce sword energy burst out from behind, straight through his chest. You are wrong. We are not ants, but warriors who can shake fate. Allin and Inuyasha's voices sounded almost at the same time, and their eyes flashed the same light. It is the desire for victory and the trust in the deep friendship between each other. Zutaro roared in pain, and his huge body trembled violently, but he did not fall down. On the contrary, an even crazier flame burned in its eyes, as if all its anger and unwillingness were about to be poured out. Do you think you can defeat me like this? You are so naive. Zutaro's voice was like thunder. He kicked the ground hard, and the ground cracked instantly. His whole body was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, and he launched a final charge towards Allin and Inuyasha. Allin and Inuyasha looked at each other, and without saying anything, they understood each other. The two men suddenly jumped up like two lightning bolts, attacking Zutaro from the left and right. The lightsaber and Tessega intertwined in the air to form an impenetrable net, neutralizing Inotaro's attacks one by one and looking for opportunities to counterattack. The battle became stalemate again, and every clash was accompanied by earth-shaking noises, as if to tear the whole world apart. On the battlefield where chaos was intertwined, the heaven and earth seemed to change color. A strong wind suddenly arose, carrying with it demonic energy and spiritual power, forming a series of heart-pounding scenes. Allin and Inuyasha, like two unyielding lightnings, shuttled through Zutaro's violent attack. Every collision sparked brilliant sparks, illuminating the space shrouded in darkness. Oomph! A mere human dares to claim that he can shake fate. Zutaro's voice was deafening. His body seemed to be driven by endless rage, and every step he took made the earth tremble. Its attack became more ferocious. As it swung its giant claws, the air seemed to be torn apart, causing gusts of whistling wind to go straight to the vital points of Allin 02 and Inuyasha. However, Allin and Inuyasha became more and more courageous as the battle went on. They cooperated perfectly, as if they had already become one. Allin's lightsaber drew brilliant tracks in the air, and each swing was extremely precise, targeting Itaru's weaknesses, while Inuyasha used his agility to look for flaws in Itaru's attack, and each swing of Tessega was accompanied by tearing air sounds, leaving deep scars visible to the bone. We are not fighting alone. We are fearless in order to protect. Allin's voice was firm and powerful. His words were like a horn, inspiring Inuyasha to burst out with a stronger fighting spirit. The attacks of the two became more and more fierce, and the lightsabers and Tessega intertwined in the air to form an impenetrable net of death surrounding Inotaro. Zutaro roared continuously. His body seemed to have reached its limit, but the pride and unwillingness that came from his ancient blood made him unwilling to give up easily. It suddenly leaped up, and its huge body drew a black arc in the air. With the power to destroy the world, it launched a final fatal attack on Allin and Inuyasha. Faced with this earth-shattering attack, Allin and Inuyasha did not retreat at all. They smiled at each other, their eyes full of trust and determination for each other. At this moment, they seemed to no longer be separate individuals, but had turned into the most indestructible fortress between heaven and earth. Let us prove our courage and determination with this battle. Allin's voice resounded through the sky, and the lightsaber in his hand suddenly burst out with dazzling light, reflecting with Inuyasha's Tessega, forming a dazzling sword light that was bright enough to cut through the darkness. The sword gleamed like a dragon, rushing straight toward Zutaro. At this moment of life and death, a trace of fear and despair finally flashed in Zutaro's eyes. However, it had no way to retreat and could only use its last bit of strength to confront the sword light. With a loud bang, the entire space shook. The sword light and Zutaro's full-strength attack collided in the air, bursting out with dazzling light, like a falling star, tearing the surrounding space into pieces. In the light, the roar like thunder was deafening, as if the heaven and earth were trembling at this moment, and all things lost their color. The figures of Allin and Inuyasha were looming in the light. There was no fear in their eyes, only determination and persistence for victory. At this moment, the lightsaber and the iron fang seemed to be given life. They intertwined and collided in the air, and every confrontation burst out with a devastating force, compressing the surrounding air almost to solidification. Oomph! Even if I die, I will let you know that my dignity, Zutaro, cannot be violated. Zutaro's voice sounded particularly low and powerful amid the roar, and there was an unyielding flame burning in his eyes. Even at this moment of life and death, he was unwilling to lower his proud head. However, are Allin and Inuyasha the kind of people who would give up easily? They share a common belief in their hearts, which is to protect and persist. At this final moment, they cooperated more closely together. The lightsabers and Tessega seemed to have become an extension of their wills. Every swing was precise and deadly. Zutaro, your time is over. Allin's voice pierced through the roar, and his lightsaber suddenly burst out with unprecedented light, which contained his desire for victory and his persistence in justice. The sword gleamed like a dragon, rushing straight to Zutaro's heart. I vow to completely crush the arrogance of the Lord of Melu. Inuyasha was not to be outdone. He flashed and turned into a silver lightning, going around Inotaro's flank. The Tesseiga was wielded with impenetrable force in his hand, and each strike landed precisely on Inotaro's weak points, leaving behind a series of shocking scars. There was a cold light flashing in his eyes, as if he wanted to pour out all his anger and unwillingness in this final battle. Zutaro roared in pain, and his body gradually became fragmented under the attack of the lightsaber and Tesseiga. However, even in this desperate situation, it still did not give up resistance. An even crazier fire burned in its eyes, as if it wanted to concentrate all its strength into the explosion at this moment. In that moment of despair and madness, Zutaro's body seemed to be driven by the invisible power. Every inch of his muscle burst out with amazing strength. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from the fatal restraints. The air was filled with a strong sense of blood and indomitable will, as if even the heaven and earth were shaken by this will. Allin and Inuyasha's eyes became more solemn. They knew very well that this final struggle would be Zutaro's most fierce counterattack. The two men's figures intertwined like two whirlwinds, leaving afterimages on a battlefield. Their movements were so fast that they almost exceeded the limit of the naked eye. Every collision stirred up layers of airwaves, removing the surrounding dust and rubble into the sky. A mere human. You want me to surrender? Zutaro's voice became hoarse and distorted as he roared. Although his body was broken, the wildness that came from his ancient blood became stronger and stronger. It suddenly leaped up, and its huge amounts of body drew a black arc in the air, and with a devastating momentum, it rushed towards Allin and Inuyasha. Allin and Inuyasha retreated violently, but they did not panic. It seemed as if they had anticipated Zutaro's move. The two men moved almost synchronously, one on the left and one on the right, avoiding Zutaro's attack respectively, and completed a tacit exchange of positions in the air. Inuyasha, get ready. Allin's voice sounded particularly firm amidst his rapid breathing, and his eyes flashed with determination. Inuyasha understood what he meant, and he jumped up again, like a silver lightning, and rushed straight to Ichiro's weak spot. His movements were as fast as lightning, yet as steady as a rock. Every punch he threw was accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, hitting Zutaro's vital points directly. Allin took the opportunity to go behind Zutaro, his lightsaber flashing coldly in the darkness, like a lurking cheetah, waiting for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Zutaro roared angrily, feeling the threat from behind, but unable to take care of the attack from both sides. Its body twisted in the air, trying to adjust its posture to cope with this sudden crisis. However, its movements had become slow and clumsy, no longer as flexible as before. At this critical moment, Allin's lightsaber finally found an opportunity. He swung the sword violently, and the sword flashed like lightning, instantly penetrating Zutaro's defense and piercing deeply into its body. At the same time, Inuyasha's fist slammed down on Ichiro's flank, knocking his huge body into the air. As Zutaro's huge body rolled in the air, a powerful demonic power surged out like a raging sea, attempting a final struggle and counterattack. However, this power seemed so weak and pale under the tacit cooperation between Allin and Inuyasha. Allin's lightsaber was deeply embedded in Zutaro's body. The tip of the sword shone brightly, as if the power of the stars was flowing, constantly eroding the vitality of the monster. He gritted his teeth, gripped the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands, and poured every bit of his strength into this fatal blow, not allowing the enemy to retreat in the slightest. Your struggle is in vain. Allin's voice was low and powerful, penetrating the roar and striking deep into Zutaro's heart. His eyes showed both the desire for victory and the respect for life. Even if it was his opponent, he hoped that he could understand that everything was destined. Inuyasha did not slack off at all. He followed Allin closely, his figure following him like a shadow. Every attack was precise and accurate, as if it was closely connected with every move of Inotaro. His fists were like hammers, and every time they landed, there was a deafening roar, making Zutaro's already broken body even more vulnerable. Roar! Zutaro let out a final desperate roar, his eyes wide open with resentment and anger. However, in this despair, there seems to be a hint of relief and relief. It knows that its era has indeed ended, and no matter how unwilling it is, it cannot change this predetermined fate. At this moment, Allin and Inuyasha increase their attack strength at the same time. Allin's lightsaber shone brightly, as if illuminating the entire world. The tip of the sword burst out with brilliant light, piercing Zutaro's heart directly. Inuyasha's fist was like a heavy hammer hitting a drum, smashing hard on Ichiro's head and completely crushing his huge body. Zutaro's body drew a parabola in the air and finally fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up a cloud of dust and gravel. As Zutaro's body fell heavily to the ground, dust and rubble flew everywhere as if swept by a strong wind, covering half of the sky. However, this did not stop Allin and Inuyasha's attack. They pounced on the still, struggling monster again like two lightning bolts. Allin flashed and was next to Zutaro. The lightsaber in his hand seemed to have spirituality. Every time he swung it, it was accompanied by the sound of the sword. The sword light was like a dragon, drawing gorgeous tracks in the air. His eyes were cold, and every movement he made revealed his unquestionable determination, as if he wanted to completely wipe out this monster from the world. Your era is really over. Allin's voice was deep and powerful, and his words contained endless majesty and irresistible power. The lightsaber suddenly accelerated, turning into a stream of light and heading straight for Zutaro's vital points. Inuyasha was like a nimble cheetah shuttling across the battlefield. His fists were as dense as raindrops, and each attack was precise and powerful, hitting Zutaro's weak points directly. His body tumbled and jumped in the air, forming a perfect coordination with Allin. The attacks of the two were like an airtight net, trapping Zutaro tightly. Roar! Zutaro roared unwillingly, with the last bit of madness and stubbornness burning in his eyes. However, in this desperate situation, its strength is almost gone, and every counterattack seems so powerless and pale. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and Allin and Inuyasha's attacks became more and more fierce. The lightsaber and iron fist collided continuously in the air, emitting dazzling light and deafening roar. The entire battlefield seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force, and the space was twisted and torn apart at this moment. "We won't let you hurt anyone again." Inuyasha's voice was filled with determination and anger, and every punch he threw seemed to be seeking justice for those innocent lives. There was a cold light flashing in his eyes, which showed his persistence in justice and hatred for evil. In the center of this battlefield filled with chaos and roars, Allin and Inuyasha's offensive was like a violent storm, without a moment's pause. Every time Allin's lightsaber swung, it seemed to split the void, leaving behind long and thin cracks in space. The faint light from these cracks reflected his resolute and unyielding face. "Your anger will only accelerate your destruction." Allin's words were cold and resolute. His lightsaber drew a perfect arc in the air, and the tip of the sword pointed exactly where Zutaro's heart was. Although Zutaro's huge body was covered with scars, his ancient wildness made him try to resist tenaciously, but every effort seemed in vain. Inuyasha shuttled across the battlefield like a ghost, his fists whistling, and each blow carried a force enough to shake mountains. His movements were smooth and precise, as if each attack had been rehearsed countless times, and hit Inotaro's vital points directly. His eyes showed not only the desire for victory, but also the trust and reliance on his companions. "Allin, let's end this together." Inuyasha's voice reached New Allin's ears through the roar. The two people's eyes met at this moment. There was no need for words, as they had reached a tacit understanding with each other. With Inuyasha's loud shout, he suddenly jumped up and turned into a silver lightning, rushing straight towards Ichiro. His fist condensed into a dazzling fist light in the air, as if it could penetrate all obstacles in the world and hit Zutaro's head directly. New Allin followed closely behind. The lightsaber in his hand turned into a dazzling galaxy, and wherever the sword light passed, the space seemed to be cut apart. His body was agile, and his sword was as powerful as a dragon. Every time he swung his sword, it was extremely precise and aimed directly at Inotaro's fatal spot. Zutaro roared in despair, his body trembling under the attack of the two men, and the power derived from his ancient bloodline seemed to have come to an end at this moment. Its eyes were filled with resentment and anger, but more of it was a sense of helplessness and sadness. At this critical moment of life and death, the attacks of New Allin and Inuyasha were like two destructive storms, crashing down on Zutaro. The lightsaber and fist light met in the air, bursting out with dazzling light and deafening roar, and the entire battlefield seemed to be torn apart at this moment. In this devastating collision, the heaven and earth seemed to change color, and space was distorted like ripples on the water, spreading outward in circles. New Allin and Inuyasha's attacks were like the falling of stars, with unparalleled power, completely submerging Itoro's huge body. Roar! Zutaro let out his last heart-wrenching roar, which was mixed with endless pain and unwillingness, but could not prevent the fire of his life from being extinguished. Its body began to break apart piece by piece under the ravages of the lightsaber and fist light. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, turning into a bloody rain that dyed everything around it red. The last bit of stubbornness and madness burned in its eyes, as if it wanted to concentrate all its strength into the explosion at this moment. However, how could it easily shake New Allin and Inuyasha? The cooperation between the two of them had reached a seamless level. Every attack was as smooth as flowing water, forcing Tokotoro to retreat step by step. Your struggle is in vain. New Allin's voice rang out again, and his lightsaber suddenly accelerated, turning into a dazzling stream of light, rushing straight towards Zutaro's heart. Wherever the sword light passed, the space seemed to be cut open, leaving long and thin cracks, which was a challenge and transcendence to the limits of life. Inuyasha took the opportunity to go around Ichiro's flank, and his fist condensed into a dazzling fist of light in the air, as if it could penetrate all obstacles in the world. He leaped up suddenly, like a ferocious cheetah pouncing on its prey, and went straight for Zutaro's vital points. Deep in the battlefield where chaos and blood mist intertwined, the offensive of New Allin and Inuyasha was like two unstoppable torrents, stirring up every inch of space. The light was dim, and it seemed as if even the heaven and earth had changed color. The air around was torn into pieces by endless power, making bursts of shrieks. Humph! A mere demon beast dares to try to defy fate and change your destiny? New Allin's voice was low and magnetic. He leaped up like a dragon soaring into the sky, and every leap was accompanied by a slight tremor in space. He held the lightsaber tightly in both hands, and a faint blue light flowed from the tip of the sword. That light seemed to be able to penetrate the past and cut through the illusion. Inuyasha was like a raging wave in a strong wind. His body shape was strange and changeable, and every punch he threw was accompanied by a thunderous sound. The air seemed to be directly compressed by his fist, erupting with a deafening roar. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk, locking onto every subtle movement of Inotaro, striving to hit the vital points with every 10 strikes. Ichitaro, your doom has come. Your struggle will only make you a laughing stock. Inuyasha roared, and his body turned into a black lightning. He instantly crossed a distance of several feet and punched Chitaro in the side. Wherever the fist wind passed, the air seemed to be ignited, bursting into brilliant flames, illuminating everything around it as if it were daytime. Zutaro let out a series of shrill roars, and his huge body seemed to stagger even more as he was attacked by the two men. Its eyes were filled with reluctance and despair, but the wildness deep in its blood made it continue to struggle hard, trying to find a glimmer of hope. However, how could Allin and Inuyasha give it this chance? The cooperation between the two became more and more tacit, and the attack was like an endless rainstorm, shrouding Zutaro in a shadow of death. Allin's lightsaber drew brilliant tracks in the air, and every swing seemed to split the void, leaving long and thin cracks in space. Inuyasha's fist was like a sledgehammer. Every blow made the void tremble, as if it wanted to crush every inch of the monster's bones into powder. "Break it!" Allin shouted suddenly. All the strength in his body was concentrated on the lightsaber at this moment. The tip of the sword burst out with dazzling light, as if it could illuminate the entire battlefield. His figure flashed, and he turned into a stream of light, rushing directly towards Zutaro's heart. Wherever the lightsaber passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind shocking cracks. It was the ultimate challenge to the limits of life. Seeing this, Inuyasha launched a final charge without hesitation. He leaped up like a ferocious cheetah, pouncing on its prey, and his fist condensed into a dazzling fist of light in the air, as if it could penetrate all obstacles in the world. His eyes were filled with determination and ruthlessness, and he vowed to kill the monster right here and now. "Ichitaro, your era is over." The two shouted almost at the same time, and the lightsabers and fist lights intersected in the air, bursting out with an unprecedented bright light. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be swallowed up by this force. Space was distorted, time was stagnant, and the sun turned into nothingness. In that devastating collision, Zutaro let out a last desperate roar, and his huge body collapsed under the ravages of the lightsaber and fist light, with blood and flesh flying and bone shattered. Its eyes were filled with resentment and anger, but more of it was a sense of relief and relief. On this battlefield stained with blood, it finally ended its long and tragic life. Allin and Inuyasha stood quietly in the center of the battlefield like two unshakable monuments. Their figures were vaguely visible in the blood, rain, and dust, but their determination and perseverance burned like an inextinguishable flame. As Zutaro's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, the battlefield fell into silence in an instant, with only the melody of drizzle and dust echoing. Allin and Inuyasha looked at each other, and there was no need for many words. The tacit understanding and trust between them had been deeply engraved in the marks of every time they fought side by side. Although this monster is powerful, it cannot escape its fate. Allin said softly, with a hint of emotion in his tone. The lightsaber slowly fell, and the light flowing on it gradually converged, as if even the violent power between heaven and earth had subsided. Inuyasha walked silently to the broken body of Ichiro, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, scanning the surroundings as if looking for something. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on an inconspicuous wound on Zutaro's chest, which was emitting a faint and mysterious light. "Look, what is that?" Inuyasha exclaimed, reached out his hand, and carefully took out a crystal-clear fragment from the bloody mess. For colors of light were flowing on it. It was the legendary Four Souls Jade fragment. The Four Souls Jade. Allin's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard it, and then he quickly stepped forward and looked at the ancient fragment with Inuyasha. The power of the Four Souls Jade is enough to distort people's hearts and trigger endless greed and desire, but it also carries the dual meaning of protection and hope. This monster actually has this thing hidden in its body. Could it be that its madness and power all come from this? Allin pondered, frowning, feeling uneasy in his heart. No matter what, the appearance of the Four Souls Jade fragments is by no means accidental. We must handle it carefully to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. Inuyasha said solemnly, holding the fragment tightly in his hand, as if he could feel the powerful power and complex emotions contained in it. At this moment, the sky suddenly changed. The originally dense rain suddenly turned into a downpour, with thunder roaring, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking with this sudden discovery. The air around them became heavy and oppressive again, and an ominous premonition spread in their hearts. Allin, we have to leave here as soon as possible. I feel there's a force watching us in the dark. Inuyasha looked up at the cloudy sky. A hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Yes, the appearance of the Four Souls Jade will surely attract countless greedy eyes. We must find the remaining fragments as soon as possible and reseal them to prevent another disaster. Allin nodded in agreement, and the two of them moved and turned into two streams of light, instantly disappearing in the vast rain. However, at the moment they left, a faint green light flashed quietly in the soil beneath Zutaro's remains, as if something was awakening in the dark, quietly watching the direction the two were leaving. The rain became heavier and heavier, and the thunder rumbled like war drums, echoing between heaven and earth, as if foreshadowing that more drastic changes were about to unfold. Allin and Inuyasha shuttled through the rain so fast that the rain could hardly touch the corners of their clothes, leaving only two blurry shadows, speeding through the world of chaos. The rain comes strangely, as if even the power of heaven and earth is trying to stop us. Allin's voice came through the sound of rain, with a hint of solemnity in his tone. He stretched out his hand and waved it, and the lightsaber gently rotated in his palm. Circles of sword light spread like ripples, temporarily forcing back the surrounding rain. Indeed, but the appearance of the Four Souls Jade fragments means we cannot stay here any longer. Inuyasha responded, clenching his fists, the demonic power and spiritual power in his body intertwined, ready to respond to any emergency at any time. His eyes penetrated the rain and looked into the distance. There seemed to be some unknown call from there, making him uneasy. Just as the two were preparing to speed up and leave, the ground suddenly shook violently. An indescribable force surged out from under Zutaro's body, turning into a dark green beam of light that shot into the sky. The light contained an ancient and evil aura that froze the surrounding air. This is... Allin and Inuyasha's faces changed at the same time. They turned around quickly and saw a huge amount of translucent animal shadow slowly condensing into shape in the green light. It had no entity, but seemed to be able to control the elements between heaven and earth, making the rain more violent and the thunder more deafening. It seems that Zutaro is not a simple monster. There are deeper secrets hidden in its body. Allin said in a deep voice, and the lightsaber lit up again, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the dark green beast's shadow, ready to meet the unknown challenge. 0 request flowers, 0. No matter what it is, we can't let it succeed. Inuyasha roared, and his body suddenly rose up like a raging wave in a strong wind, and his fist was wrapped with the power to destroy the world and went straight to Zheng. The two forces collided violently in the air, and the lightsaber and invisible fist wind intertwined to create a series of shocking pictures. The rain curtains seemed to be ignited, and every drop of rain turned into a sharp blade, cutting through the space. The thunder was like a war drum, adding a bit of tragedy and excitement to this invisible battle. However, the green beast was extremely cunning and powerful. It seemed to be able to predict the attacks of the two people, always avoiding the vital points at the critical moment and using the surrounding elements to counterattack. For a moment, on the battlefield, light and shadow intertwined, thunder and lightning flashed, forming a doomsday scene. This won't work. We must find its weakness. Allin shouted, his lightsaber drawing brilliant trails in the air, trying to find the flaw in the beast's shadow. Its power comes from the fragments of the Four Souls Jade. Perhaps we can start from there. Inuyasha had a flash of inspiration, and the fragments in his hand suddenly burst into dazzling light, resonating strongly with the beast's shadow. With the help of this force, he retreated violently and threw out the fragments in an attempt to seal it again. However, just as the fragment was about to touch the beast's shadow, an even more terrifying force surged out from the ground and bounced the fragment back. The beast howled miserably, as if it felt an unprecedented threat, and began to attack the two men frantically, intending to put them to death. Allin and Inuyasha looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock and confusion. They realized that this battle was far more complicated and dangerous than they had imagined. At this moment, a dazzling light broke through the sky from afar and headed straight for the battlefield. The light contained a pure and powerful force, as if it could purify all the evil in the world. The two were delighted, thinking that reinforcements had arrived, but they did not expect that the light would suddenly stop the moment it approached the beast's shadow and turn into a mysterious rune that slowly merged into the beast's shadow. As the runes were integrated, the beast's shadow's body began to tremble violently, and eventually turned into points of light and dissipated into the air, leaving behind only a devastated battlefield and the Four Souls jade fragment lying quietly in the mud. What is going on? Allin and Inuyasha looked at each other, their hearts filled with doubt and confusion. They knew that although the battle was temporarily over, the secret of the Four Souls jade and the appearance of the mysterious rune were just the tip of the iceberg. Although the rain had not stopped, it seemed a little confused by the sudden change. The raindrops splashed in the mud and quickly merged into the chaos. Allin and Inuyasha stood there, their eyes fixed on the fragment of the Four Souls jade, the shock and confusion in their hearts intertwined into a complex web. Where did that rune come from? Why could it so easily resolve the fury of the Beast 943? Allin frowned, and his lightsaber slowly dropped, but it still flashed a vigilant light. Yes, this power is neither demonic power nor spiritual power. It seems to transcend all things in the world. Inuyasha pondered. He squatted down and carefully picked up the fragments of the Four Souls jade. The light on the fragments seemed softer than before, but also deeper, as if it contained endless stories and secrets. Just as the two were about to explore further, the surrounding environment suddenly changed subtly. The originally violent rain gradually became gentle, and the thunder gradually faded away, as if the whole world fell into a strange tranquility at this moment. However, beneath this tranquility lies an indescribable depression and uneasiness. Allin, do you feel it? There's an unusual atmosphere in the air. Inuyasha whispered, his eyes scanning the surroundings, trying to capture the fleeting abnormality. Yes, this aura seems to have some connection with the Four Soul jade fragments. Allin nodded, and the lightsaber lit up again. He looked around vigilantly, ready to deal with any possible changes. At this moment, the fragments of the Four Souls jade suddenly burst into dazzling light, enveloping the two of them. In the light, ancient pictures flashed through the minds of the two people like a kaleidoscope of light. They were records of the history of the Four Souls jade, its birth, its split, and the countless disputes and wars it had caused. Is it showing us its past? Allin was shocked, but more than that, he was in awe of this power. Perhaps it not only shows the past, but also warns the future. Inuyasha's voice was low and firm. He held the fragment tightly, as if he could feel the solemnity and responsibility contained in it. The light gradually dissipated, and when the two men came back to their senses from the shock, they found that the surrounding environment had undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally desolate battlefield was replaced by a strange scene, covered with ancient runes and patterns all around, as if it was a forgotten ancient relic. Where are we? Allin looked around, eyes full of disbelief. I don't know, but no matter what, we have to be careful. Inuyasha looked around vigilantly. He knew very well that in this land full of unknowns, any negligence could be fatal. Just then, a breeze blew by, bringing with it a gentle call from afar. The voice was both familiar and unfamiliar, as if it was guiding them in some unknown direction. The two looked at each other, and an inexplicable urge surged in their hearts, as if something was calling them, leading them to explore the unknown secret. Let's go and take a look. Allin took the first step, and the lightsaber lit up again, illuminating the road ahead for this unknown journey. Following Allin's order, the two stepped into the depths of the ruins covered by ancient runes. Every step seemed to be stepping on the dust of time, emitting a dull and long echo. The air around is filled with an ancient and mysterious atmosphere, which makes people feel awe involuntarily. The interior of the ruins is intricate, with winding passages like a maze. Allin and Inuyasha walked side by side, their lightsabers and demonic powers intertwined into an indestructible line of defense, vigilantly responding to any crisis that might arise. However, apart from the occasional pieces of stone falling from the stone walls and the strange sound of wind in the distance, it was extremely quiet here, as if the whole world was holding its breath. There seems to be some powerful power hidden in these ruins. Allin whispered, his eyes scanning the surroundings, trying to interpret more information from those ancient runes and patterns. Yes, I can feel an aura that resonates with the fragments of the Four Souls Jade. It seems to be guiding us to a certain place. Inuyasha nodded, his demonic power surging in his body, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. At this moment, a strong vibration suddenly came from the depths of the ruins, and the entire space seemed to tremble at this moment. Allin and Inuyasha looked at each other, and a solemn look flashed in their eyes. They knew that this vibration was not a natural occurrence, but a sign that some force was about to awaken. "Be careful," Allin shouted, and the lightsaber instantly turned into a dazzling sword light, cutting through the air and rushing towards the direction where the vibration came from. Inuyasha was not willing to be left behind. He suddenly jumped up and turned into a black lightning, following Allin closely. The two of them, one in front and one behind, were like two meteors streaking through the night sky and instantly rushed into the deepest part of the ruins. There a huge amount of altars stood in the center. On the altar, a gem emitting dazzling light was slowly rising, resonating strongly with the fragments of the Four Souls Jade. "That's—" Allin and Inuyasha exclaimed at the same time. They realized that this gem was probably the true core of the Four Souls Jade and the root cause of all these changes. However, just as they were about to approach the altar to further explore the truth, an unprecedented force suddenly erupted from the gem, shocking the two of them back again and again. The power was so strong that it seemed to be able to tear apart space and destroy everything. 0.5 This power is too terrifying. Allin's face turned pale, and the light of the lightsaber became dim. "We must find a way to control this power, otherwise the entire ruins or even the entire world may be destroyed." Inuyasha gritted his teeth, his demonic power surging wildly in his body, trying to fight against this power. At this moment, the gem on the altar suddenly stopped rising and began to slowly rotate, releasing an even more dazzling light. In the light, the ancient runes seemed to come alive. They intertwined and collided in the air, forming complex and mysterious patterns, covering the entire altar area in a dazzling light. Allin and Inuyasha stood outside the light, feeling the power that was enough to shake the world, and they were shocked and anxious. This power seems to be looking for some kind of balance, or maybe waiting for something. Allin stared at the altar, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "No matter what it is waiting for, we can't just sit there and wait for death." A determination flashed in Inuyasha's eyes. He took a deep breath, and the demonic power in his body surged like boiling magma, preparing to make an unprecedented attempt. "Allin, if we work together and use our strength to guide this unknown energy, maybe we can find a way to control it," Inuyasha suggested, his voice firm and powerful. Allin's eyes flashed when he heard this, and he nodded. The lightsaber lit up again, and the sword light and demonic power intertwined to form a powerful energy flow, which slowly extended towards the gem on the altar. The two of them exerted their strength at the same time, and waves of power poured into the gem like a tide, trying to resonate with it and find the key to controlling the power. However, this power was far more complex and violent than they had imagined. It seemed to have its own will, sometimes obeying and sometimes resisting, making it extremely difficult for the two to guide it. "Hold on, Allin. We can't give up." Fine beads of sweat oozed out of Inuyasha's forehead, but he still gritted his teeth and tried his best. "I know, Inuyasha. Our fate, the future of the world, all depend on this moment." Allin's voice was equally firm. His lightsaber shone brightly, perfectly integrated with the demonic power, forming an indestructible barrier to resist the backlash of the violent power in the gem. Just when the two were about to exhaust all their strength, the gem on the altar suddenly burst into an even brighter light, and the entire ruins trembled. In that light, it seemed as if an ancient and mysterious portal was slowly opened, and an indescribable aura emanated from it, causing the hearts of both men to tremble. What is this?" Allin and Inuyasha exclaimed at the same time. They felt as if they were standing at the end of the world, facing the abyss of the unknown and fear. However, at this moment, the power suddenly became unusually docile. It no longer violently resisted, but began to slowly merge into the bodies of the two people, merging with their power. Allin and Inuyasha felt an unprecedented power and freedom, as if the whole world was in their hands. But at this moment, everything suddenly became blurry again. The light, the portal, the power, all disappeared like a dream bubble. Allin and Inuyasha stood there, looking at each other, their hearts full of doubts and confusion. "Did we succeed?" Allin's voice trembled a little. "I don't know." Inuyasha shook his head, his eyes deep and complicated. "But I feel that this has just begun." As the two looked at each other, the silence around them was quietly torn apart by an inexplicable force, as if even the air had solidified. The unknown power that had just been integrated into Allin and Inuyasha's bodies was like a sleeping dragon being awakened, and began to rush through their blood, and every heartbeat was accompanied by a thunderous roar. "This power is beyond imagination," Allin roared, and the lightsaber seemed to come alive in his hand. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, releasing bursts of dazzling light, dispelling the darkness around them. His eyes flashed with unprecedented determination and enthusiasm, as if he was ready to meet any challenge. How could a mere force bind my heart?" Inuyasha sneered, and his demonic power condensed into a black storm around him. The rotation brought up gusts of wind, blowing the surrounding dust and debris into the sky. His figure was looming in the storm, like a death god traveling through the netherworld, ready to deal a fatal blow to the enemy at any time. Suddenly, a low roar came from deep within the ruins, and the ground began to shake violently, as if some giant creature was awakening. Allin and Inuyasha's faces changed, and they looked in the direction of the sound at the same time, only to see huge amounts of cracks spreading from the ground. From the cracks, an ancient and evil aura gushed out, making people's hearts palpitate. "What the hell is this?" Allin shouted and swung the lightsaber suddenly. A dazzling sword light cut through the sky and slashed straight into the depths of the crack. However, as soon as the sword light touched the edge of the crack, it was easily dissolved by an invisible force and dissipated into the invisible. "Be careful. This power is extraordinary," Inuyasha warned, and at the same time his body suddenly jumped up, turning into a black lightning and rushing towards a crack. He clenched his hands, gathered his demonic power into a fist, and smashed it into the center of the crack. But wherever the fist wind passed, the space was distorted, but it still failed to stop the crack from continuing to expand. "Humph! A mere crack. You think you can trap the two of us?" Allin sneered. He flashed and appeared next to Inuyasha. The two stood back to back. Lightsabers and demonic powers intertwined into an airtight net. The space around the crack was firmly blocked. Combined attack technique, Light of Dawn. Allin shouted and communicated with Inuyasha's mind. The two of them exerted force at the same time, and the lightsaber and demonic power were integrated into a dazzling light, as bright as the rising sun, and crashed into the crack. Boom! There was a deafening sound, and the entire ruins trembled. Where the light and the crack collided, a dazzling light and a strong shockwave erupted, instantly clearing away the surrounding dust and rubble. However, when the light faded, the crack not only did not disappear, but became even larger, and an even more terrifying aura surged out of it, suffocating people. How is this possible? Allin and Inuyasha looked at each other in disbelief. They knew very well that they had tried their best, but still failed to stop the crack from expanding. It seems that we underestimated its power, Inuyasha said in a deep voice. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. But even so, we can't give up. That's right. Allin nodded. The lightsaber lit up again. The tip of the sword pointed directly at the depths of the crack. No matter what it is, we must seal it. The two fought side by side again. Their lightsabers and demonic powers intertwined into a denser net, and they attacked fiercely towards the depths of the crack. However, the power in the crack seemed endless, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not seal it completely. Just when the two were about to exhaust all their strength, a strange wave suddenly came from the crack. The fluctuations seemed to contain some kind of ancient will and wisdom, causing the two men to feel an inexplicable awe and anticipation. What does this mean? Allin frowned. He felt that there seemed to be some information or guidance hidden in the fluctuation. I don't know. Inuyasha shook his head, but his eyes became unusually firm. But no matter what, we must continue to fight until we find a way to seal it. The two of them exerted their strength again, and the lightsabers and demonic power intertwined into a brilliant light, engaging in a fierce battle with the power in the crack. However, just when they were about to exhaust all their strength, the strange fluctuations suddenly became extremely strong, covering the entire ruins in a brilliant light. In the light, the ancient runes and patterns seemed to come alive. They intertwined and collided in the air, forming complex and mysterious patterns. These patterns slowly merged into the cracks, resonating strongly with the power within them. This could it be? Allin and Inuyasha exclaimed at the same time. They felt that the power was gradually subsiding and the cracks were slowly healing. However, just when they thought everything was about to end, the power suddenly erupted again, shaking the entire ruins to the point of collapse. In the light, a vague figure slowly emerged. It seemed to be closely connected with the power in the crack, yet seemed to be above all things in the world. At the moment of the brilliant explosion, time seemed to freeze and space trembled. A sense of vastness originating from ancient times surged like a tide, tightly wrapping the bodies of Allin and Inuyasha. This is no longer a simple showdown of power, but a contest across time and space, a collision of Tao and reason. The world is cruel and treats all things as straw dogs. But today we too are determined to go against heaven. Allin's voice resounded in this chaos, and the lightsaber instantly turned into thousands of sword beams, each of which contained the determination to cut off fate and attacked the vague figure fiercely. Wherever the sword light passed, the void was like paper and was easily torn apart, but it only caused ripples around the figure, making it difficult to get close. Inuyasha roared, his demonic power boiling. His whole body turned into a dark shadow with endless wind and flames. He was like a dragon in the raging sea, passing through the flames and storms. Strike directly at the core of that figure. As his fist swung, the air exploded and the space twisted, but only a faint trace was left on the figure, as if he had touched an invisible wall. You're just an ant. How dare you dream of shaking my authority? The blurry figure finally spoke. His voice was low and majestic, with unquestionable power. As its words fell, the ancient runes and patterns around the ruins seemed to respond to the call and turn into chains, wrapping around Allin and Inuyasha, trying to trap them here, never to be reborn. Destiny, you can't easily lock it. Allin's eyes flashed with a trace of determination, and he danced with the lightsaber, abandoning the attack and instead turning it into a circle of exquisite sword nets to cut off those chains. Every time he cut off a sword, his sword intent became stronger, as if he was fighting against the sky and his life. Inuyasha howled towards the sky. His demonic power ran wild, and he transformed into a giant beast, frantically tearing at the restraints. Ancient totems gradually emerged on his body. That was the power dormant in his blood, which was completely awakened by this battle. The giant beast roared. The wind and clouds changed color, and the chains in front of it seemed like fragile silk threads, breaking one after another. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate and the energy in the ruins had reached its peak, about to cause unpredictable changes, the blurry figure suddenly stopped, and an even more ancient and profound aura spread. It seemed to be examining and considering, and finally spoke slowly. "You are courageous, but you are inexperienced. This seal was caused by an accident. Today I will give you an opportunity. If we meet again in the future, I hope you will have the ability to live as long as the heaven and earth." After saying that, the figure slowly dissipated, along with a huge crack, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind only a mess of ruins and two figures who were panting but with more determined eyes. Is this the end? Allin looked at the empty space ahead, somewhat incredulous. Inuyasha took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling, and the demonic power in his body boiling again. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the space that was once occupied by the blurry figure. There was both relief and reluctance in his eyes. No, this is by no means the end. Every challenge is a step towards becoming stronger. Allin, our journey has just begun. Allin smiled faintly when he heard this, and the lightsaber slowly calmed down, but it seemed to contain even more powerful power. That's absolutely true, Inuyasha. Perhaps there are more unsolved mysteries and more powerful trials hidden beneath these ruins. We should work together to uncover all this. Before he finished speaking, a strange energy wave suddenly surged in the ruins. Different from the previous vastness and antiquity, this time it brought a new vitality and temptation. The ground began to shake slightly, as if something dormant was about to wake up. It seems that this relic has a backup plan. Allin's eyes focused, and the lightsaber lit up instantly, with the tip of the sword lightly tapping the ground, as if detecting something. Who cares about his backup plan? Just come at me. Inuyasha snorted coldly, gathering his demonic power in his fists, ready to deal with unknown changes at any time. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the center of the ruins. Unlike the previous terrifying crack, the light emitted this time was warm and peaceful, as if it was a portal to another world. Waves of pure energy flowed out from it, making both of their bodies feel comfortable. This is... Allin and Inuyasha looked at each other and saw surprise and curiosity in each other's eyes. No matter what it is, let's go in and take a look. Inuyasha took the first step, leaped, and stepped into the light. Allin followed closely behind, lightsaber tightly grasped. Inside the portal was a bizarre space with all kinds of strange crystals floating around, emitting soft light. They seemed to be slowly rotating, forming a complex formation. In the center is an ancient stone statue with its eyes closed and focused, as if it is breathing and sharing the same fate with the heaven and earth. Is this a place of inheritance? Allin murmured to himself. He could feel the profound power and knowledge contained here. No matter whether it is true or not, since we are here, we must not return empty-handed. A determination flashed in Inuyasha's eyes, and he strode towards the stone statue, ready to explore the mystery within. However, Just as they were about to touch the stone statue, the entire space suddenly vibrated violently, and the floating crystals began to spin faster, releasing a dazzling light that illuminated the entire space like daylight. This is Allin and Inuyasha felt an unprecedented pressure at the same time, as if the whole world was pressing down on them at this moment. Just when this pressure was about to crush the two of them, a low and long roar suddenly came from the depths of space, like an ancient giant beast waking up from its slumber, shaking the entire place of inheritance. The light suddenly dimmed, and a cold aura spread from the darkness, gradually gathering into a huge figure. It was a monster never seen before, the star music snake, with a huge body covered with scales that shone with the luster of stars. Each scale seemed to contain the secret of a universe, and it shone brightly under the weak light. Its eyes were like deep black holes, revealing endless greed and cunning. Its long tongue kept moving in and out, making a hissing sound which was creepy. Oomph. Mere humans and half-demons dare to trespass here. They are truly courting death. The voice of the star music snake echoed in the space, carrying with it an unquestionable majesty and power. Allin and Inuyasha looked at each other, and a look of determination flashed in their eyes. They knew that this battle was inevitable, and that only by giving it their all could they have a chance of survival. Shingless Snake, you and I have no grudge against each other, but if you block our way, don't blame us for being rude. Allin shouted in a deep voice, and the lightsaber instantly turned into a dazzling sword light, cutting through the air and going straight to the vital point of Shingless Snake. The Shingless Snake twisted its body and easily avoided Allin's attack. At the same time, its tail was like a whip, lashing towards Allin with a whistling sound. Allin retreated violently, waving his lightsaber, barely blocking the fierce attack, but the huge force still made his arm feel numb. Quite interesting. The star music snake sneered and leaped up again. This time, it opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs and the dark space that seemed to be able to swallow everything. Inuyasha, be careful, Allin shouted, and at the same time the lightsaber turned into thousands of sword shadows, surrounding the star snake, trying to buy time for Inuyasha. Inuyasha had already been ready to go. He roared, and his demonic power boiled over, transforming into a black lightning and rushing straight towards the star music snake. On top of his fists, the demonic power condensed into substance, like two meteors, slamming into the big mouth of the star music snake. Bang! With a loud noise, the whole space shook. Inuyasha and Hashigaki's fists and fangs collided, bursting out with dazzling light and a strong shockwave. The two men and the demon were each knocked back several steps, but none of them were injured. What a powerful force! Allin and Inuyasha thought at the same time. They knew that the star music snake in front of them was no ordinary creature, and they had to go all out to defeat it. A mere ant dares to compete with me. The star music snake roared angrily, and the star scales around its body began to flicker. Powerful forces surged out of its body and gathered into star arrows, shooting towards Allin and Inuyasha. Allin and Inuyasha retreated violently, using their own special skills at the same time. Allin's lightsaber drew a series of brilliant trajectories in the air, knocking down the star arrow, while Inuyasha transformed into a black whirlwind, moving freely among the star arrows, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. The battle became more and more intense, and the entire Heritage Land seemed to be ignited by this battle, with lights and explosions coming one after another. Allin and Inuyasha put all their efforts into every attack, and the star music snake also showed its terrifying strength as a powerful monster. In this fierce confrontation, the space seemed to be torn into countless pieces. Every collision between light and airflow was like the falling of a star, shocking people. Allin and Inuyasha, one with a sword, one with a demon, and one with a fist, their figures became blurred and firm in the interweaving of light and shadow. A mere monster dares to act so rampant in front of me. Inuyasha roared, his voice full of indomitable spirit and fighting spirit, as if it could penetrate all obstacles and strike the soul of the star music snake. As his words fell, the demonic power in his body boiled again, transforming into a black storm that swept towards the star music snake. The storm contained endless strong winds and raging flames. Every gust of wind was like a sharp blade, and every piece of fire was like a meteorite attempting to devour the star music snake. When the star snake saw this, a trace of disdain and anger flashed in its eyes. It shook its body and actually shuttled freely in the storm, as if the black storm was nothing to it. It opened its mouth wide, and a deeper, colder dark force gushed out of its mouth, colliding fiercely with Inuyasha's storm. Boom! With a deafening roar, the storm and the dark forces intertwined and collided in the air, bursting out with brilliant light and strong shockwave. Ace! The entire heritage site seemed to be torn apart at this moment, with space distorted and light dancing wildly. And New Allin was looking for opportunities in this chaos. His figure was as fast as lightning, and his lightsaber was as fast as a shadow. He shuttled through the gaps between the star arrows. Every dance of the sword tip was precise and deadly. He seemed to have merged with the lightsaber, transforming into a streak of silver lightning on the battlefield, constantly cutting through the attacks of the star music serpent, while also looking for an opportunity to deal it a fatal blow. "Oomph! You think you can hurt me with just a sword light?" The star snake sneered, and with a sway of its body, its star scales seemed to come alive, emitting a dazzling light and forming a solid defense. Although New Allin's sword light was sharp, it could only leave shallow marks under the defense of the star scales. "Really? Then let me show you what the true sword intent is." New Allin's voice was cold and firm. He took a deep breath, and the light on the lightsaber suddenly surged as if some mysterious power was awakened. He leaped up and turned into a stream of light, going straight for the vital point of the star snake. This time, New Allin's attack was no longer a simple waving of the sword, but was integrated with his deep understanding and perception of the way of the sword. Each of his swords seemed to contain the power of heaven and earth, and each of his swords seemed to be able to sever fate and cause and effect. Wherever the sword light passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, revealing dark cracks. The star snake finally felt an unprecedented threat. It roared, and the star scales all over its body flashed wildly, and a powerful force burst out from its body. Under the explosion of this power, the body of the star music snake seemed to expand. What flowed between its star scales was not only light, but also an ancient and deep rhythm, which was the rhythm of the movement of stars and the breathing of the universe. Its eyes were as bright as cold stars, revealing an almost crazy fighting spirit and unwillingness. How could a mere human force me to this point? The voice of the star music snake echoed in the space, carrying with it a majesty and anger that should not be underestimated. It leapt up suddenly, no longer just dodging or defending, but actively launching a fierce attack. The star scales turned into sharp blades, cutting through the air, forming a dense rain of stars. Each blade was strong enough to penetrate metal and stone and directly hit the vital points of New Allin and Daiksha. New Allin's body was agile, and as he swung his lightsaber, the sword light weaved like a weave, defeating the rain of stars. But his expression became more and more solemn, because he could feel that the power of the star music snake was constantly rising and had reached a heart-pounding level. "Inuyasha, we must join forces. Otherwise we will be hard to defeat," New Allin shouted loudly, and at the same time, the lightsaber shone brightly, forming a tacit response with Inuyasha's demonic power storm. Inuyasha roared when he heard this, and the black storm became even more violent, as if it was going to swallow up the entire space. He rushed forward with New Allin towards the shingless snake, and their attacks reached an unprecedented level of tacit understanding and coordination at this moment. Roar! The star snake was not to be outdone, and also let out a deafening roar. Its star scales gathered into a dazzling beam of light, shooting straight into the sky, and then suddenly fell down, trying to suppress Allin and Inuyasha together. However, at the moment when the beam of light was about to fall, Allin and Inuyasha shouted at the same time, and their attacks were like two lightning bolts, one on the left and one on the right, hitting both sides of the beam of light at the same time. The sword light and the demonic power storm intertwined at this moment, bursting out with amazing power, and actually tore the light column apart. "What?" the Star Snake exclaimed. It had never seen such a tacit and powerful joint attack. But at this moment, it has no time to think too much. It must go all out to survive this battle. Thus, a more intense and cruel battle began in the Land of Inheritance. Allin and Inuyasha's figures shuttled between light and shadow. They put all their efforts into every attack, and every defense was precise and correct. The Star Snake, relying on its huge body and the defense of its star scales, continuously launched counterattacks, trying to find opportunities to turn the tide of the battle. The three people in the battle seemed to have turned into three lightning bolts, constantly colliding and interweaving in this small space. Every confrontation was accompanied by a deafening roar and dazzling light. The entire Inheritance Land seemed to have become their battlefield. The space was distorted and the light was dancing wildly, as if even the heaven and earth had changed color. "Monster, today I'll let you see what true power is." Allin's voice was particularly cold and firm during the battle. His lightsaber at this moment seemed to have turned into the sharpest blade in the world, constantly cutting off the attacks of the Star Music Snake. Inuyasha roared continuously, and his demonic power storm seemed to turn into endless gale and flames, tightly surrounding the Star Music Snake. His eyes were filled with indomitable spirit and fighting spirit, as if he wanted to burn the whole world to ashes. On this battlefield where chaos and light intertwine, Allin and Inuyasha's offensive becomes more and more fierce. Every confrontation between them is like the collision of stars, releasing the power to destroy the world. Allin's lightsaber was like a silver dragon, shuttling through the rain of stars. Every tap of the sword tip was accompanied by a slight tremor in space, as if even the void was cut open by him with tiny cracks. You are just a monster, and you dare to talk nonsense about power." Allin's voice was as cold as ice, and his eyes were shining with an unyielding light, which was a desire for victory and a challenge to his own limits. He retreated violently, and his lightsaber drew a perfect arc in the air. Then he suddenly jumped up, and the sword light went straight to the vital point of the Star Music Snake like a streak of silk. The Star Music Snake roared, and its star scales flickered again, forming a solid barrier to try to block Allin's fatal blow. However, Allin's lightsaber seemed to contain some mysterious power, easily penetrating the defense of the star scales and going straight to the vital point of the Star Snake. "Impossible!" the Star Snake roared in horror. It never expected that this seemingly ordinary human could possess such powerful strength. But at this moment it had no time to think too much. It could only try its best and mobilize all the star power in its body to fight back. At the same time, Inuyasha's demonic power storm became more and more violent. He transformed into a black whirlwind, moving freely in the rain of stars, constantly looking for the flaws of the Star Music Snake. Each of his attacks hit the Star Snake like a sledgehammer. Although it could not cause fatal damage to it, it made it feel unprecedented pressure. "Roar!" The Star Snake roared angrily, and it suddenly jumped up. Its star scales turned into countless sharp blades, and it launched a more fierce attack on Allin and Inuyasha. At this moment, the entire Heritage Land seemed to have turned into a sea of stars, with light and sharp blades intertwined together to form a shocking picture. In the depths of this ocean of stars, the battle has sublimated to another dimension. Every confrontation between Allin and Inuyasha seems to be the most intense dialogue between heaven and earth. No words are needed. There is only a collision of strength and will. Allin's figure was graceful, like the brightest star in the night sky. His lightsaber was intertwined with the rain of stars. Every time the sword was swung, it was accompanied by the distortion and roar of space, as if even time was trembling under his sword. His eyes became increasingly cold, reflecting his persistence in winning and his desire for self-transcendence. "Monster, your doom has come." New Allin's voice penetrated the rain of stars and struck deep into the soul of the star music snake. He suddenly jumped up again, and the lightsaber drew a brilliant track in the air like a pouring galaxy, directly hitting the heart of the star snake. Zero request, flower 0. This attack gathered all his strength and faith, and he vowed to completely destroy the monster. The star snake felt an unprecedented crisis. It roared, and its star scales burst into an even brighter light, trying to use its last bit of strength to resist this fatal blow. However, New Allin's lightsaber was like an indestructible blade, easily penetrating the defense of the star scales and piercing straight into its heart. The star snake let out a shrill wail, its body trembling violently as the lightsaber pierced through it. The power of the stars seemed to have lost control at this moment, running wildly in all directions, emitting destructive shockwaves. At this moment of life and death, Inuyasha's roar sounded again, and his demonic power storm reached its peak at this moment. He turned into a giant black beast, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed all the scattered star power. His eyes were burning with a raging fighting spirit, as if he wanted to devour this ocean of stars. "New Allin, give me a hand." Inuyasha's voice echoed in the storm. He knew that he could not completely destroy the star snake by himself. Upon hearing this, New Allin joined the battle without hesitation. His lightsaber and Inuyasha's demonic power storm intertwined to form an unprecedented powerful force. "Okay." New Allin responded, and his lightsaber drew perfect arcs in the air, coordinating with Inuyasha's demonic power storm to surround the star music snake. At this moment, they seemed to have become the masters of this sea of stars, controlling everything of life and death. As the combined offensive of the two men intensified, the wailing of the star music snake became weaker and weaker. Finally, with a deafening roar, the huge body of the star snake completely collapsed and disintegrated, turning into tiny points of starlight and dissipating into the invisible. And at this moment, the powerful star power was completely sealed deep in the land of inheritance and could no longer bring harm to the world. The noise of the battlefield gradually died down, leaving only the sound of the wind echoing in the empty space, as if it was nature's silent response to this epic battle. New Allin and Inuyasha, two former rivals, now stood side by side, in ragged clothes and covered in blood, but unable to hide the determination and exhaustion in their eyes. "We won this battle." New Allin's voice was deep and powerful, his eyes piercing through the void, as if he was examining this land baptized by battles, and as if he was recalling those moments of fierce fighting. Inuyasha nodded, a complicated smile on his face. "Yes, but the price of victory is always heavy." His words showed both emotion for the victory and regret for the lost lives. All around, the shattered mountains and rivers gradually returned to calm, but the solemn and murderous atmosphere in the air lingered for a long time. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, not from an aftershock, but as if some ancient power was slowly awakening. "New Allin, do you feel it?" Inuyasha turned around abruptly, his eyes fixed on the ground, where a barely perceptible trace of black aura was quietly spreading. New Allin's expression was stern. Although the lightsaber had been sheathed, the sword energy around him was still sharp. He closed his eyes and sensed it for a moment, frowning. "It's that power. It hasn't really dissipated, but is waiting for the opportunity to prepare for a more violent counterattack." The two looked at each other, and without saying anything, they understood each other's vigilance and determination. They knew very well that this battle might just be the prelude to a bigger storm. "We must stop it," New Allin said in a deep voice, with determination and worry about the unknown in his tone. Inuyasha clenched his fists, his demonic power surging in his body, as if ready to explode again at any time. No matter what it is, if it dares to threaten the peace of this land, I will make it pay the price. At this moment, the black aura suddenly spread faster and faster, transforming into a solid black mist that rushed straight into the sky and covered half of the sky. In the black fog, a low and ancient chant could be heard faintly, like a call from the abyss, which made people feel cold. "Are you ready?" Allin asked, and the lightsaber appeared in his hand again. Although the sword light was not released, the terrifying power it contained could be felt. "Never retreat." Inuyasha moved slightly and turned into a black lightning, rushing straight into the black fog. The demonic power boiled around him like a raging sea, vowing to swallow up all the darkness. The black fog was as dark as ink, covering the sky and turning the sun into a deep night. Allin followed closely behind with firm steps. Each step seemed to be on the edge of nothingness and reality, with sword energy lingering around him, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding darkness. "Inuyasha, be careful." Allin's voice penetrated the black fog with a hint of subtle tension. In the black fog, the invisible power began to condense and transformed into twisted shadows that attacked the two like tentacles. Inuyasha snorted coldly, and his demonic power boiled even more. The black figure shuttled through the black fog like a ghost. Every flash was accompanied by a slight distortion of space, and he easily avoided the entanglement of those shadows. He waved his hand back, and the demonic power condensed into substance, transforming into a black storm, sweeping into the depths of the black fog, trying to tear open the dark barrier. "Oomph. You think a mere black fog can trap me?" Inuyasha's voice echoed in the storm, carrying with it an unquestionable domineering attitude. However, the black fog did not seem to be afraid of the raging storm. Instead, it surged even more violently, gradually swallowing up the storm. At the same time, more shadows surged in from all directions, surrounding the two. Allin's eyes became more solemn when he saw this. He took a deep breath, and the sword energy in his body boiled, as if it was about to break through the restraints of his body. I saw his figure suddenly rise up and turned into a silver stream of light, shuttling between the black fog and shadows. Every tap of the sword tip was accompanied by a tremor in the space, as if even the endless darkness was cut into tiny cracks by him. Inuyasha attacked together. Allin's voice penetrated the black fog with unquestionable determination. Inuyasha's eyes flashed with light when he heard this. He retreated suddenly and stood back to back with Allin. An inexplicable tacit understanding seemed to have formed between the two. As the two men suddenly rose up at the same time, two figures, one black and one silver, intertwined in the black fog. The demonic power and sword energy reflected each other, forming an unprecedented powerful storm. The storm spread out in all directions with the two people as the center. Wherever it passed, the black fog and shadows were torn apart, as if even the space was distorted by this force. However, the black fog did not seem to stop there. It began to surge wildly, as if it was going to swallow up the entire world. Under the pressure of this force, Allin and Inuyasha's breathing became heavy, but they did not retreat. Instead, they became more determined in their beliefs. "We can't let it go on." Allin gritted his teeth, and the sword energy boiled again. His figure was as fast as lightning, leaving silver afterimages in the black mist. Every 10 attacks were aimed directly at the core. Inuyasha was not to be outdone. He roared, and his demonic power completely exploded, transforming into a black giant beast, wreaking havoc in the black fog, tearing apart those shadows. His eyes burned with a raging fighting spirit, as if he wanted to completely devour this endless darkness. Just as the two were in a stalemate with the black fog, suddenly, a low and long roar came from the depths of the black fog, as if some ancient existence was awakening. The roar made Allin and Inuyasha feel a chill in their hearts. They knew that the real challenge had just begun. Inuyasha knew Allin was about to speak, but was interrupted by Inuyasha. No need to say more. You and I will fight side by side and share life and death. Before he finished speaking, the two of them joined forces again and launched an even more fierce attack into the depths of the black fog. However, the power in the black fog seemed to be constantly increasing. Every collision made the two men's blood boil, but they still did not give up because they knew that this was not only for their own survival, but also for the tranquility and peace of this land. As the battle continued, the roars in the black fog became more and more frequent, as if huge amounts of change were about to happen. The figures of New Allin and Inuyasha seemed increasingly insignificant in the endless darkness, but their wills were as bright as the stars, illuminating the entire battlefield. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the depths of the black fog, instantly engulfing the two people and the surrounding darkness. The light was as bright as the rising sun, instantly tearing through the surrounding darkness and enveloping New Allin and Inuyasha. Everything around them was illuminated by this sudden light. The light seemed to contain some ancient and mysterious power, which shocked the two of them. What is this? New Allin was horrified, but remained calm. He clenched his fists, and sword energy surged wildly around his body, trying to resist this sudden change. Inuyasha's eyes flickered in the light, his demonic power boiling to the extreme. He roared, and the form he transformed into a black giant beast became more solid, as if he wanted to carve out a way out in the light. Whatever it is, we have to get out of the hospital. The two of them were in tune with each other, and without further ado, they rose up at the same time, two figures, one black and one silver, interweaving and weaving in the light, like two lightning bolts cutting through the sky. Every time they collided, the space trembled, as if even time had lost its meaning in this light. In the light, the invisible power seemed to have substance, transforming into twisted shackles that tried to restrain the two people's movements. But how could New Allin and Inuyasha be trapped so easily? They roared, and the sword energy and demonic power intertwined to form sharp blade edges, cutting off those shackles. However, the battle between light and darkness is far from over. There seemed to be some kind of will awakening in the light, which was constantly strengthening, trying to completely devour the two of them. New Allin and Inuyasha's breathing became rapid, but their eyes became more determined. They knew that only by persisting could they find a way out of the predicament. Inuyasha, we can't go on like this. We must find the source of this light. New Allin's voice echoed in the light, with a hint of anxiety. That's right. Only by finding the source can we completely disintegrate this power. Inuyasha's response was equally firm. He roared, and his demonic power boiled again, turning into a black torrent, rushing towards the depths of the light. Seeing this, New Allin was not willing to be left behind. He jumped up like a silver meteor, following Inuyasha and heading into the depths of the light. The speed of the 202 people was so fast that it almost exceeded the limit of the naked eye, leaving only a series of afterimages flickering in the light. As they went deeper, the light became more and more dazzling, as if even space was distorted by this force. New Allin and Inuyasha's breathing became heavy, but they still did not give up. They knew that this was their only chance. Just as the two were about to touch the source of the light, suddenly, an unprecedented force erupted from the light, violently bouncing the two away. They each rolled in the air for several times before they could barely keep their balance. What kind of power is this? New Allin's face turned pale, and he was inexplicably horrified. Inuyasha also had a solemn expression on his face. He stared into the depths of the light, with an unyielding light flashing in his eyes. No matter what force it is, we can't give up. New Allin, let's try again. The two looked at each other again, and without saying anything, they understood each other's intentions. They took a deep breath and charged into the depths of the light again. However, Just as they were about to touch the source of the light, an even more terrifying force suddenly erupted from the light, shaking the entire space. Allin and Inuyasha looked so small under this power, as if they would be swallowed up at any time. No! The two roared at the same time. They tried their best to resist this force. But at this moment, the light suddenly faded, and everything returned to calm, leaving only Allin and Inuyasha standing there with wounds all over their bodies, panting. Is this over? Allin looked at the darkness around him, returning to calm in disbelief. Inuyasha also looked confused. He shook his head. No, this is not over yet. That power, it's still there. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of vigilance and uneasiness. They know that although the light has disappeared, the ancient and mysterious power still lurks in the darkness, waiting for the next awakening. As the two men watched vigilantly, the darkness seemed to come to life and began to slowly wriggle, like the slight struggle of a giant beast in the deep sea before waking up. Allin and Inuyasha could feel that the ancient and mysterious power had not really dissipated, but was brewing a more violent outbreak in the darkness. Allin, we have to be careful. This power seems to be stronger than before. Inuyasha's voice was low and powerful, his eyes fixed on the surroundings. The demonic power surged in his body, ready to deal with sudden changes at any time. That's right. We must find its weakness. Otherwise, if we continue like this, it will sooner or later exhaust our strength. Allin responded, his sword energy condensing into a thin protective shield around his body to prevent any accidents. Suddenly, a low roar was heard in the darkness, as if some huge monster was slowly approaching. Allin and Inuyasha immediately became alert. They stood back to back, with their backs to each other, facing this unknown threat together. As the roar intensified, the darkness began to fluctuate violently, as if countless pairs of invisible hands were tearing the space apart. Allin and Inuyasha could feel a strong suction coming from the darkness, trying to pull them into the endless abyss. Hold on, Inuyasha growled. All his muscles tensed, and his demonic power surged out like a tide, forming a black barrier to resist the suction. Allin was not to be outdone. He took a deep breath, and the sword energy boiled, transforming into silver sword lights that shuttled through the darkness, trying to find the source of that power. However, the power in the darkness seemed endless, and every resistance was like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to shake it in the slightest. Allin and Inuyasha's breathing became more and more rapid. Their physical strength and demonic power were rapidly consumed, but they still did not give up. We can't go on like this. We must find a way to break it. Allin's voice was filled with anxiety. He knew very well that if they continued like this, they would sooner or later run out of strength and become victims of the darkness. I know, but the key now is that we don't know the source and weakness of this power. Inuyasha also looked helpless. He looked around, but could only see endless darkness. At this moment, a faint light suddenly appeared in the darkness. Although it was tiny, it was particularly dazzling in the endless darkness. Allin and Inuyasha's eyes lit up at the same time, as if they saw hope. Look, there is light over there. Allin pointed at the light, with a hint of excitement in his voice. Let's go and take a look, Inuyasha said without hesitation. He moved and turned into a black lightning, rushing towards the light. Allin followed closely behind, and the two of them were so fast that they almost left afterimages in the darkness. As they gradually approached the light, the darkness around them seemed to soften and the powerful suction weakened. Allin and Inuyasha had an inexplicable premonition in their hearts. They knew that this light might be the key to unlocking this power. However, just as they were about to touch the light, a strange laugh suddenly came from the darkness. The voice was low and hoarse, as if it came from the underworld, making people shudder. Ha ha! Do you think we can find a solution like this? You are so naive. Before the laughter died down, the darkness became violent again, as if countless pairs of eyes opened in the darkness, staring at Allin and Inuyasha. The laughter echoed like a death knell floating in the night wind, making the air around them freeze a little. Allin and Inuyasha looked at each other. Both of them were determined and resolute. They know that this is not only a challenge of strength, but also a test of will and belief. No matter who is behind this, we will not back down. Allin's voice echoed in the darkness with unquestionable determination. He stretched out his body like a silver cheetah and accelerated instantly. The sword light followed him like a shadow, weaving an impenetrable net in the darkness, trying to capture the source of the strange laughter. Inuyasha roared, his demonic power boiling to the extreme. His body twisted and shape shifted in the darkness, turning into an even more ferocious black beast, surrounded by a dim light, which was the embodiment of his demonic power, tearing through the air like a substance and rushing straight to where the light was. The two, one in front and one behind, one silver and one black, interweaved in the darkness to create a thrilling picture. Each of their charges was accompanied by a tremor in space, as if even the darkness itself was trembling. However, the laughter became more and more rampant, and the power in the darkness seemed to be increasing as well. Countless dark shadows surged in from all directions like tentacles, attempting to drown the two. A mere darkness thinks you can trap us." Inuyasha sneered. He suddenly opened his huge mouth, and a mouthful of black flame gushed out. It was the ultimate manifestation of his demonic power, enough to burn all illusions. Wherever the flames passed, the shadows retreated, but soon more shadows filled the gap, as if endless. Seeing this, Allin was not willing to be left behind. He pointed his sword at the sky, and the sword energy soared into the sky, turning into a silver tornado, spinning and spreading in all directions, crushing those shadows. The sword light and the flame intertwined, drawing brilliant tracks in the darkness. But even so, they still could not reach the source of the laughter. "This darkness seems to have life," Allin said breathlessly, with a glimmer of enlightenment in his eyes. He began to realize that this was not just a simple showdown of strength, but also a test of the mind and wisdom. Life? Humph! If that's the case, then let it see what the real life force is. Inuyasha shouted angrily, the demonic power in his body boiling again. This time, he chose a more direct way to break the law with force. He suddenly jumped up and turned into a black lightning, rushing directly towards the light. Allin followed closely behind, and the two fought side by side, with sword light and demonic power intertwined into one, vowing to uncover the truth of the darkness. However, just as they were about to touch the light, the laughter in the darkness suddenly became shrill, as if some existence was struggling in pain. Then, the entire space began to tremble violently. Darkness and light intertwined together, forming a heart-pounding picture. In that moment of chaos, darkness seemed to be given substance, transforming into endless black waves, surging and surging, and each ripple carried the power to devour everything. Allin and Inuyasha, both figures seem increasingly insignificant in this chaos, yet they are tenacious like a lone boat against the current, vowing to break through this endless cage of Proxima Midnight. "Ha ha! You ants, do you also want to shake my domain?" The laughter was mixed with crazy ridicule and unwillingness, like a call from the deepest abyss, shaking the space. It also shook the hearts of the two. But when Allin and Inuyasha looked at each other, there was only a more ardent fighting spirit and unyielding spirit in their eyes. A mere illusion. Do you think you can call it domain?" Inuyasha roared, his whole body full of boiling demonic power. In the form of a black giant beast, his muscles were knotted and every hair was flashing with a faint light, which was a sign that his demonic power had boiled to the extreme. He suddenly leaped forward, like a black meteorite streaking through the sky, heading straight for the source of the laughter. Wherever he passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind black cracks. New Allin's figure is agile, like a silver dragon flying through chaos. The sword in his hand is no longer a simple weapon, but has turned into the first ray of dawn. Every swing is accompanied by a slight distortion of space. Wherever the tip of the sword points, even the deepest darkness will retreat. His every breath resonated with the rhythm of the surroundings, as if he had become a part of this chaos, and yet transcended it. The two cooperated seamlessly, one attacking and the other defending, one hard and the other soft. The sword light and the demonic power intertwined into a huge amount of net, which continuously compressed and tore the surrounding darkness. However, this darkness seemed to have self-awareness, constantly squirming and shape-shifting, trying to devour all light and vitality. It seems I have to let you see what true despair is. The laughter sounded again, accompanied by an unprecedented, terrifying force. In the darkness, invisible giant hands appeared out of thin air. They ignored the constraints of space and time and went straight for the vital points of Allin and Inuyasha. Faced with this sudden attack, the two men were not afraid at all, but became more determined to fight. Allin's figure turned into thousands of afterimages, and every flash of the sword was a provocation to the darkness. Inuyasha roared, and black flames swam around him like dragons and snakes, and every time he spit out flames, he burned those hands with the power of destroying the world. However, just as the battle reached its climax, the entire space suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The crazy laughter came to an abrupt end, and the interweaving of darkness and light seemed to freeze time. Allin and Inuyasha looked around vigilantly, but found that everything was unusually calm, as if everything before was just an illusion. The two looked at each other, their hearts full of confusion and vigilance. Have we just stepped into a bigger game? Allin asked in a deep voice, his eyes showing both doubt and determination. Inuyasha did not answer, but clenched his fists tightly, with demonic power surging in his body, ready to take on unknown challenges at any time. At this moment, the space trembled slightly again, and a faint light shone through the endless darkness, as if guiding some unknown direction. In the darkness of Kingly, shrouded in eerie tranquility, a faint light, like a lone star falling into the sea, led Allin and Inuyasha through the unknown fog. Although the two were filled with doubts, their steps became more determined, as if they were being pulled by some invisible force, moving towards the source of the light. This light seems to hide some secret, Allin whispered, his eyes as sharp as torches, penetrating through layers of darkness, trying to capture the truth behind the light. His figure seemed even more graceful amid the interweaving of light and shadow. Every time the tip of his sword lightly touched the void, it was as if he was conversing with the invisible law. His sword was full of power and should not be underestimated. Inuyasha followed closely behind. In the form of a black giant beast, his eyes flashed with a strange red light, which showed his desire for unknown challenges and his will to fight. The demonic power in his body surged like a volcano about to erupt, and the flames surrounding him became more intense. Every breath he took was accompanied by a low roar, as if he wanted to completely burn away the endless darkness. Suddenly, the darkness became restless again. It was no longer the invisible giant hand as before, but turned into a more complex undercurrent vortex. They intertwined and entangled, forming a huge amount of net, trying to trap the two people in it. This net, invisible and formless, contains the power to destroy the world, making the surrounding air heavy and depressing. You think you can restrain us with just a trap? Inuyasha snorted coldly. He suddenly jumped up, turned into a black lightning, and rushed directly into the center of the vortex. Black flames danced wildly around him like a mad dragon emerging from the sea. Wherever he went, undercurrents were torn apart and turned into nothingness. Seeing this, Allin also flashed, and his sword flashed like a weave. He was no longer confined to attacking and defending, but integrated the sword intent into every move. Wherever the sword light passed, the space seemed to be cut, leaving behind fine and deep cracks. He and Inuyasha, one inside and one outside, one with fire and one with sword, together they weaved a web to break the formation. However, this dark vortex seemed to have endless vitality. Even if it was torn and shattered, it could quickly reorganize and recover as before. It seemed to have a will of its own, constantly changing its form in an attempt to consume the two's physical strength and will. What the hell is this? Allin panted, beads of sweat already oozing out of his forehead, but his eyes remained firm, with no intention of backing down. No matter what it is, just break it. Inuyasha's answer was brief and powerful, and the demonic power in his body boiled again. The black flames instantly surged and turned into huge amounts of fire dragons, roaring towards the core of the dark vortex. Just as Inuyasha's fire dragon was about to devour the dark vortex, the space suddenly shook, as if the heaven and earth were dimmed. A deafening roar exploded from the depths of the whirlpool, and soon afterwards, a huge monster slowly walked out of the darkness. It had a burly figure and was covered with blue-green scales, which glowed coldly under the faint light. This was the legendary monster, the Chiming Tiger. Its eyes were like torches, flashing with wisdom and wildness. Every breath it took caused the surrounding air to surge, revealing its extraordinary strength. Roar! The Chiming Tiger roared towards the sky, and the sound waves were like waves, instantly rushing towards Allin and Inuyasha. The two of them were involuntarily shaken back several steps, and their faces changed slightly. The appearance of this monster undoubtedly made the already tense situation even more confusing. Humph! I didn't expect there was such a guy hiding here. Inuyasha steadied himself. The black flames became more vigorous. A sneer appeared on his lips, and he was full of fighting spirit. But this is a good opportunity to test the limits of this new power. Allin also pointed his sword at the Chiming Tiger. The sword light flashing, he said in a deep voice, "It seems that our challenge is not over yet." After that, his figure turned into a silver stream of light again, shuttling around the Chiming Tiger, looking for an opportunity to defeat the enemy. Seeing this, a trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of Chiming. It leaped suddenly, and its huge amounts of body drew a graceful arc in the air, rushing straight towards Inuyasha. Its speed is so fast that it seems to transcend the limitations of space, bringing up gusts of wind that are dazzling. "Well done!" Inuyasha shouted, and instead of retreating he advanced. The black flames condensed into a fist and smashed forward to meet the heavy blow from the blue tiger. The two collided, causing a deafening roar, and the space seemed to be torn apart. Powerful energy waves spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding darkness to tremble. Allin took the opportunity to go around to the side of the Chiming Tiger, and with the sword flashing like lightning, he stabbed several times in succession, each of which landed accurately in the gaps between the Chiming Tiger's scales, trying to find a flaw in its defense. However, the scales of the Chiming Tiger were extremely hard, and even Allin's sword light could not penetrate them, and only spark sparks. "Oomph! A mere human dares to provoke my Chiming Tiger?" The Chiming Tiger roared, and it swung its tail, bringing up a gust of wind that swept towards Allin. Allin was agile and dodged the attack in time, but he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The strength of this monster was indeed extraordinary. The battle became more and more intense. Inuyasha and the blue tiger confronted each other head-on. The wind from their fists and the shadows from their claws intertwined into one. Every collision seemed like the collapse of the sky and the splitting of the earth. Allin used his physical advantage to constantly look for opportunities to deal a fatal blow to the Chiming Tiger. One is hard and the other is soft. One is fire and the other is sword, and they're performing a thrilling contest in this dark realm. As time went by, the Chiming Tiger seemed to be angered by the tenacious fighting spirit of the two men. It howled towards the sky, and the blue-green light around it became brighter, and an even more powerful aura surged out of its body. Obviously, it was ready to exert even more powerful force to end this battle. Be careful, this monster is going to fight to the death. Allin warned, his eyes becoming extremely serious. Come on, I want to see how strong your demon beast is. Inuyasha snorted coldly, and the demonic power in his body boiled again. The black flames erupted like a volcano, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Under the illumination of Inuyasha's volcanic eruption of black flames, the entire space seemed to be ignited. The dark background was torn apart by the blazing light, revealing pieces of bright fragments. Allin took a deep breath, and silver light flowed around him. His sword was no longer a simple weapon, but a link that shuttled between darkness and light. Every time he swung it, subtle ripples in space appeared, as if even the flow of time was surrendering to his sword. Inuyasha, let's join forces to show this blue tiger what true willpower and indomitable spirit are. Allin's voice was firm and powerful. His words were like a war drum, inspiring Inuyasha beside him and shaking the entire battlefield. When Inuyasha heard this, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes, and then the black flames became more violent. He seemed to have transformed into a god of war in the dark, and started a more intense confrontation with the Hollow. Every collision between the two was accompanied by a deafening roar, and the space around them twisted and shattered, as if even this chaotic world could not withstand the anger between them. Seeing this, the Chiming Tiger roared angrily. It no longer held back, and the blue light around it surged, transforming into sharp blades that cut through the sky and went straight to the vital points of Allin and Inuyasha. These blade energies were as fast as lightning, carrying the power to tear everything apart, causing the entire space to tremble. Allin's body was agile, like a dragon playing in the water. He cleverly dodged the attacks of the Chiming Tiger, and at the same time, his sword flashed like a weaving, constantly looking for opportunities to counterattack. Every time he swung his sword, it seemed to resonate with the space, leaving behind silver tracks. These tracks intertwined together, gradually forming a complex sword net that slowly trapped Qin Yanhu. A mere demon beast dares to act violently in front of me. Allin shouted coldly, the spiritual power in his body boiling to the extreme. The sword net suddenly shrank, turning into a dazzling silver sword light, piercing the heart of the Chiming Tiger. However, the Chiming Tiger is a legendary monster after all, and its strength should not be underestimated. At this critical moment of life and death, it suddenly burst out with a powerful force and shattered the silver sword light. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth, and a beam of blue light spurted out of its mouth, heading straight for Allin. Inuyasha was shocked when he saw this. He gave up the fight with the blue tiger without hesitation and flashed in front of Allin. The black flames condensed into a solid shield, which took the blue-green light beam. The beam of light collided with the shield, causing a dazzling burst of light and a deafening roar. Inuyasha's body swayed slightly, and he was obviously under great pressure, but he did not back down. Instead, he became more determined in his belief. He roared, and the black flames surged again, launching an even more frantic battle with the Chiming Tiger. In the moment when light and roar intertwined, the space seemed to be infinitely compressed and then released instantly. Every collision was like the falling of a star or the birth of the universe, with both magnificence and terror coexisting. Allin's eyes were as sharp as torches. Seeing Inuyasha standing in front of him, a warm current surged in his heart. At the same time, an even more intense fighting spirit was ignited. Inuyasha, you and I stand side by side, fearless of any challenge. Allin's voice pierced through the roar, and his sword lit up again. It was no longer just a silver stream of light, but an upside-down galaxy containing the power to destroy the world. Every ray of light seemed to be able to penetrate the void and sever the cause and effect. Seeing that its attack was blocked, the Chiming Tiger roared even more fiercely, and its eyes seemed to have turned into two whirlpools, swallowing up all the light and sound around it. Even the elements in the air began to surge violently because it provided a constant source of power. The blue-green light condensed into a solid armor on its body, and each scale shone with a heart-pounding light, as if it was originally a god in the darkness. Roar! The azure tiger roared again. This time, it no longer simply spit out a beam of light, but gathered all its strength into a blue beam. With the power to tear apart space, it swept towards Allin and Inuyasha. Facing this devastating blow, Allin and Inuyasha looked at each other. There was no need for further words, as their tacit understanding was worth more than 1,000 words. Inuyasha growled, and the demonic power in his body boiled to the extreme. The black flames surged on his body like a substance, forming an impenetrable defense wall, which forcibly blocked the first wave of the green storm. Allin took this opportunity to transform himself into a silver shadow, weaving through the cracks in the storm. His sword light intertwined with the storm, and every collision produced a brilliant burst of light, as if countless stars were born and destroyed at this moment. His swordsmanship was no longer limited to form, but was free and unrestrained, as if he had merged with the world and become a god who controlled wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. King Minghu, do you know that in this world, only will and perseverance are the eternal power? Allin's voice echoed in the storm, and his sword light became more and more dazzling, and finally gathered into a long silver rainbow, penetrating the core of the storm and approaching the body of King Minghu. The Chiming Tiger felt an unprecedented crisis. It let out a shrill roar, and its whole body's strength surged again, trying to resist this fatal blow. However, at this moment, both its blue light and the power of the storm seemed so pale and powerless. The long silver rainbow was like a sword of judgment, easily penetrating its defenses and striking its heart. At that decisive moment, the silver rainbow touched the heart of the Chiming Tiger, bursting out with unprecedented light, like the collision of stars and the collapse of the universe. The huge body of the Chiming Tiger trembled violently, and the blue light seemed to be swallowed up by endless darkness at this moment. Its eyes that were once full of majesty gradually lost their luster, leaving only despair and unwillingness. Roar! This was its last roar, full of tragedy and helplessness, but it also foreshadowed the end of its life. As the silver rainbow penetrated deeper, the body of the Chiming Tiger began to collapse. The blue-green light scatters like broken glass and eventually returns to nothingness. Allin and Inuyasha stood in the aftermath of the storm, looking at the fallen figure of Minghu. They felt both the joy of victory and the sadness of the loss of life. The air around them seemed to still retain the aftermath of the battle, and the space slowly returned to calm, and everything returned to tranquility. "We did it," Allin said softly, with a hint of fatigue in his voice, but more of determination and pride. He looked at Inuyasha, and their eyes met in the air. Without words, they could understand each other's emotions. "Zero request flowers." Inuyasha nodded. The black flames gradually dissipated, and he smiled, which was a recognition of his comrades and an affirmation of his own strength. "Yes, we fight side by side and are not afraid of any challenge." At this moment, the surrounding scene began to change. The originally dim sky gradually brightened. An ray of sunlight penetrated the clouds and sprinkled on the land that was once shrouded in darkness. The breeze blew by, bringing a hint of fresh air, as if nature was also cheering for the victory of this battle. As the dust of the battle settled, Allin and Inuyasha embarked on a new journey. They crossed the land that had been baptized by battle, and every step seemed extremely heavy and firm. Along the way, the scenery is picturesque, as if nature is soothing this scarred land in the most gentle way. The sunlight shines through the sparse clouds and dapples onto the ground, adding a touch of warmth to the desolate scene. Wild flowers and weeds grow tenaciously among the ruins, blooming with the colors of life. They sway in the wind, as if telling the difference and hope of life. In the distance, a clear stream gurgles by. The sound of water is crisp and pleasant, adding a bit of vividness to this quiet picture. Allin and Inuyasha walked along the stream. Although their pace was slow, each step was full of power. The two would occasionally stop and gaze into the distance, their eyes flickering with longing and expectation for the future. This land will eventually come back to life, Allin said softly, his eyes deep and far-reaching, as if he had already seen the future. Inuyasha nodded slightly when he heard this. A black flame flashed in his eyes, and then he returned to calm. Yes, life is always reborn in constant reincarnation. Although we are just passers-by, we must also do our part. They continued walking and soon came to a small village surrounded by mountains. The village is nestled against the mountains and beside the water, with smoke rising from the chimneys, which contrasts beautifully with the mountains in the distance, creating a tranquil and harmonious picture. The busy figures of the villagers are shuttling back and forth in the fields, the children are playing and fighting in the village, and the laughter and joy are heard one after another, full of the breath of life. Allin and Inuyasha stepped into the village and immediately felt the simplicity and warmth of the place. The villagers looked at us with curiosity, but more of them were friendly and welcoming. They were invited to a family's home, where they tasted the villagers' homemade rice wine and carefully prepared food, and felt this rare tranquility and warmth. However, under this tranquility, Allin and Inuyasha felt a little uneasy. They know that the world is far more complicated and dangerous than they imagined. Although the village in front of them is peaceful, who can guarantee that there are no more terrible challenges waiting for them in the unknown distance? As night falls, the village is shrouded in a peaceful night. The night was as dark as ink, gradually swallowing up the afterglow of the day. The small village was gently shrouded in a layer of light mist, looking particularly mysterious and quiet. 507. Allin and Inuyasha sat under an old tree at the edge of the village. The moonlight filtered through the sparse branches and leaves, casting mottled shadows and adding a touch of silver coldness to the quiet night. Inuyasha, do you feel it? Allin suddenly spoke, his voice low and solemn. His eyes penetrated the night, as if he could see into the deeper darkness. Inuyasha tilted his head slightly, black flames looming in his eyes, which was a symbol of his strength and a reflection of his inner emotions. Well, there's an unusual smell in the air, like some ancient power is awakening. As soon as he finished speaking, the air around him suddenly became heavy, as if invisible pressure was coming from all directions. The branches and leaves of the old trees rustled without wind, which intertwined with the occasional chirping of night birds in the distance, creating an eerie and tense atmosphere. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and a powerful energy wave came from deep underground and rushed straight into the sky. Allin and Inuyasha stood up almost at the same time, staring at the source of the vibration, vigilance and curiosity flashing in their eyes. What is this? Allin asked in a deep voice. He could feel the antiquity and power contained in this force, which far exceeded any challenge they had encountered before. Inuyasha did not answer. His black flame became unusually active at this moment, as if it was having some subtle communication with that power. He walked slowly towards the center of the vibration, and each step he took was extremely heavy, as if he was carrying a heavy burden. As they approached, the energy fluctuations became stronger and stronger, and the ground began to crack, releasing a dazzling light. Allin and Inuyasha looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination and firmness. They know that no matter what awaits them ahead, they must face it, because this is their destiny and their mission. Just as they were about to step into the light, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the ground, shocking the two of them back. There seemed to be some terrifying existence hidden in that light, slowly awakening. "Be careful," Allin shouted, and he quickly drew out his sword. The sword light drew brilliant tracks in the air like a silver snake, trying to resist the sudden impact. Inuyasha was not to be outdone. His demonic power boiled, and the black flames transformed into sharp blades, engaging in a fierce confrontation with that force. The air was filled with harsh roars and explosions, as if the whole world was trembling at this moment. However, the being in the light did not seem to be shaken by their attacks, but instead released its power even more violently. Allin and Inuyasha were forced to retreat again and again, their faces filled with solemnity and suspicion. "What on earth is this?" Allin asked breathlessly, his eyes fixed on the center of the light, trying to see through the secret. Inuyasha's black flames danced wildly in the night, like a surging undercurrent in a raging sea, colliding violently with the unknown force gushing out from the ground. Every confrontation was accompanied by the tearing of the air and the distortion of space, as if even time had lost its meaning in the face of this force. Is this the seal loosening, or is it awakening? Inuyasha's voice was low and hoarse. He clenched his teeth and tried his best to resist this unprecedented impact. The black flames condensed into a solid shield around him, resisting the indiscriminate ravages of that force. Allin's sword drew silver lightning in the air. Wherever the tip of the sword passed, the air seemed to be cut open, making a sharp whistling sound. His body was agile, constantly shuttling between light and shadow, looking for the flaws in that power. But every attack was like a stone sinking into the sea, without causing even a ripple. "We must find the source and stop it." Allin's words were filled with unquestionable determination. He knew very well that if this force was allowed to continue to wreak havoc, not only this small village, but the entire region would face a catastrophic disaster. The two exchanged glances, and without further words, a tacit understanding was established. They exerted their strength at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, and rushed towards the center of the light. Every step was earth-shaking, as if it was going to tear the land apart. Just as they were about to touch the core of the light, an even more violent force suddenly erupted, knocking the two of them several meters away. Their bodies tumbled in the air, and the black flames and silver sword lights intertwined, forming a thrilling picture. This power is beyond imagination. Allin stood up with difficulty, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were even more determined. Inuyasha was also in a mess, but his black flames burned even more vigorously, as if to devour the endless darkness. "Whatever it is, we can't let it get out of control." At this moment, a huge amount of cracks suddenly appeared in the center of the light, and an even more ancient and powerful aura emanated from it, making people's hearts palpitate. The cracks in the light were like the cracks at the beginning of the universe, revealing an ancient and profound light. The power contained in that light made Allin and Inuyasha feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. 3.6. There seemed to be countless whispers echoing in the cracks. Was it the sigh of history or the call of the future? Is this the awakening of ancient ruins or the echo of a forgotten era? Inuyasha's voice echoed in the silent night sky. His black flames seemed to come to life at this moment, spinning wildly around his body, forming black tornadoes, engaging in a silent contest with the power gushing out from the cracks. Allin tightly grasped the long sword, the tip of the sword trembling slightly, as if responding to some unknown call. He took a deep breath, and his body turned into a silver lightning again, rushing straight into the crack. Wherever the sword passed, the air seemed to be ignited, leaving behind silver tracks, which were his determination to fight against fate and his courage to face the unknown challenges. The two fought side by side again, sword by sword, weaving out a magnificent picture in front of the crack. Every clash between them was like the collision of stars, causing the surrounding space to tremble, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking because of their battle. However, the power in the cracks seemed endless, and every explosion made Allin and Inuyasha feel more exhausted. Scars gradually appeared on their bodies, and the black flames and silver sword lights began to dim, but their eyes became more determined, which was a desire for victory and trust in each other. Inuyasha, we can't give up. Allin's voice pierced through the noise of the battle, his eyes fixed on the depths of the crack, where the answers to everything seemed to be hidden. I know, Anonymous, but we must be careful. This power is too strong. If we are not careful, we may be lost forever. Inuyasha responded with a hint of worry, but his black flames burned more crazily, as if to burn all obstacles to ashes. At this moment, an unprecedented powerful force suddenly erupted from the crack, knocking the two away again. Their bodies drew arcs in the air and finally fell heavily to the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. What kind of power is this? Allin struggled to stand up, his eyes full of shock and confusion. Inuyasha also had a solemn expression on his face, his black flames swaying in the night wind, and he was thinking about something. Whatever it is, we must find a way to control it, or else. Before he finished speaking, a low and long humming sound suddenly came from the crack. The humming sound seemed to have crossed the boundaries of time and space and directly impacted the souls of the two people. As the buzzing intensified, the crack began to slowly expand, and an even more ancient and mysterious aura emanated from it, enveloping the entire small village. As the hum intensified, the crack seemed to become an all-consuming abyss. Weird ripples began to appear at its edges, as if the river of time was flowing backwards or space was twisting and reorganizing. Allin and Inuyasha looked at each other. Without words, they could both feel the horror and uncontrollability of this power. Allin gripped the sword tightly. The tip of the sword lightly touched the ground, and the silver light on the sword became brighter, as if to tear apart the darkness. He moved as fast as a cheetah and rushed towards the crack again, determined to uncover the secret behind it. But this time, he is no longer fighting alone. Inuyasha's black flame follows closely behind him, like a loyalist guardian, vowing to face this danger with him. In the cracks, waves of invisible power surged in, some piercing like ice, some burning like flames, attempting to devour the two. Allin's sword drew brilliant tracks in the air, and every swing was accompanied by the explosion of air and the distortion of space. He seemed to be fighting against the power of the entire universe. Inuyasha's black flames transformed into countless sharp blades, shuttling back and forth in the cracks, cutting through the invisible forces. There was an unyielding light in his eyes, and every attack contained his desire for freedom and pursuit of power. The two men, one in front and one behind, fought fiercely in the crack. Their figures shuttled between light and darkness, and every confrontation seemed to be hovering between life and death. Sweat and blood were intertwined, but they never thought of retreating. Allin, this power, it seems to be leading us somewhere. Inuyasha's voice echoed in the crack, with a hint of doubt and uneasiness in his tone. Allin's heart moved when he heard this. He carefully felt the flow of the power and found that it seemed to be pointing in a direction. He nodded and responded. No matter what lies ahead, we must keep going. So, the two of them continued to move forward along the direction of that force. The scene in the crack began to become more and more bizarre. Sometimes they seemed to be under the starry sky with twinkling stars. Sometimes they seemed to have come to an ancient battlefield with thundering war drums and deafening cries of killing. But whenever they tried to take a closer look, the scenes disappeared like bubbles. Just as they were about to reach the end of the crack, an even more powerful force suddenly erupted, knocking the two of them away again. This time the impact was much more violent than any other time before. Their bodies rolled in the air like kites with their strings cut off, and finally crashed heavily into the cracked wall. The two were knocked unconscious, but their unyielding will was as solid as a rock. Allin endured the severe pain all over his body and struggled to stand up. The silver sword light lit up again, as if it was the unyielding flame in his heart. He looked at Inuyasha, only to see that he also stood up shakily. Although the black flame was a little dim, it was still burning tenaciously, which was a silent encouragement and support to his partner. Inuyasha, we haven't lost yet. New Allin's voice was firm and powerful. He knew very well that in this unknown rift, only mutual trust and persistence could support them to move forward. Inuyasha nodded, and the black flames suddenly surged, as if responding to New Allin's determination. He roared, and his body turned into a black lightning again, rushing straight to the source of the explosive power. New Allin followed closely behind, wielding his sword. The silver light and black flames intertwined to form an indestructible line of defense. The power in the crack seemed to have intelligence. It began to surge wildly, forming twisted vortices in an attempt to devour the two 173 people. But New Allin and Inuyasha were not afraid at all. They were like two rays of light swimming upstream, and they launched a fierce confrontation with this force. Every confrontation was accompanied by the tearing and reorganization of space, as if even time had lost its meaning in the face of this force. New Allin's sword drew brilliant tracks in the air, and every swing was accompanied by the explosion of air and the distortion of space. His eyes were full of determination and fearlessness. Inuyasha, with his deceptive perception of power, uses the blade energy transformed from black flames to accurately cut through those invisible power vortexes. His body was as agile as a ghost, and every dodge and counterattack was just right, showing his powerful strength and combat wisdom as a half-demon. Just as the fierce fight reached its climax, a dazzling light suddenly appeared at the end of the crack. There is an ancient and mysterious aura in that light, as if it can see into people's hearts, the past, and the future. New Allin and Inuyasha stopped attacking at the same time. They stared at the light, feeling an inexplicable awe and anticipation in their hearts. "What is this?" New Allin's voice trembled slightly. He had never seen such a strange light. Inuyasha also had a solemn expression on his face. His black flame seemed to have felt the pressure of that power at this moment and became unusually calm. Deep in the crack, the light was like the rising sun, but without any warmth, only coldness and depth, swallowing up all the darkness and distortion around it. New Allin and Inuyasha's breathing became heavy at this moment, and their figures appeared small and firm under the light. Is this light a revelation or a test? New Allin's voice was low and powerful. He gripped the sword tightly, with the tip of the sword trembling slightly, as if ready to face the unknown impact at any time. A hint of determination flashed in Inuyasha's black eyes, and black flames slowly condensed around him, forming a flowing protective film to resist the invasion of that inexplicable force. No matter what it is, you and I together, we can always achieve dawn. His words were brief, but full of unquestionable power. Suddenly, an indescribable wave of power surged in the light, and the entire space seemed to be squeezed fiercely by an invisible giant hand. The air made a sharp whistle, and the edge of the space crack began to tremble violently, as if it could collapse at any time. New Allin leaped up like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. He turned into a streak of silver lightning and rushed straight to the center of the light. As the long sword was swung, there was no sound at all, but it cut the air into pieces, leaving behind fine cracks in the space. Every time the tip of the sword tapped, there was a violent distortion of space, as if even time had been briefly stopped. Inuyasha followed closely behind. His movements were even more agile and treacherous. Black flames swirled around his body, forming countless sharp flame spikes. Every swing was like a volley of thousands of arrows, accurately piercing those invisible power fluctuations. Black and silver light intertwined in the cracks, weaving into thrilling battle scenes. However, the power in that light seemed endless. Every attack was easily resolved by it, and it even intensified the oppression on the two. Space began to distort more violently. The sense of time became blurred, and it was difficult to distinguish what was real and what was illusion. Allin, this power, it seems to be testing our will and limits. Inuyasha's voice echoed in the distorted space, with a hint of panting, but also more determined. Allin nodded. There was no sign of retreat in his eyes, only a more ardent fighting spirit. Then let it see what it means to be unyielding. After saying this, his whole body glowed with silver light, and a faint sound of thunder could be heard from the longsword. That was a sign of the ultimate explosion of his internal strength. Seeing this, Inuyasha's black flames also surged, transforming into a roaring flaming beast, merging with him and facing the unknown challenge together. At this critical moment of life and death, an unprecedented bright light suddenly burst out from the center of the light, illuminating the entire crack. There seemed to be some ancient secret hidden in that brilliance, and it also seemed like an ultimate recognition of the two. At this moment, Allin and Inuyasha seemed to be pulled by some force, and their bodies moved forward involuntarily until they stepped into the core of the light. Just when they were about to be completely swallowed up, the space suddenly shook violently, and then everything returned to calm. Within the crack, the light dissipated, leaving behind a strange space that was neither bright nor dark, but an unknown chaos in between. Allin and Inuyasha stood in the center of this strange space. The air around them seemed to freeze, and even breathing became unusually heavy. Is this the end or a new beginning? Allin's voice echoed in the emptiness, his eyes piercing through the void, trying to capture the answer hidden in the invisible. Inuyasha's black flames also seemed unusually calm at the moment. They no longer burned violently, but flowed slowly, like a river at night, quietly guarding their master. No matter where we are, as long as you and I are together, that is our home. His voice was soft, but it was full of unquestionable firmness. Just as the two were preparing to further explore this unknown space, the space suddenly began to fluctuate violently, as if some force was awakening inside it, trying to break free. The air around was stirred by this force like boiling water, making a deafening roar. Allin and Inuyasha reacted almost at the same time, their bodies tensed, preparing for the impending changes. The silver light on Allin's body became brighter again, as if endless power was surging in it, ready to explode at any time. Inuyasha was surrounded by black flames, with sharp light flashing in his eyes, staring at the source of the space fluctuations. With a deafening roar, the space seemed to be torn apart, and countless rays of light and undercurrents intertwined to form a vortex of huge amounts of light. In the center of this vortex, there seems to be a force that can devour everything. It is slowly rotating and attracting everything around it. Be careful, Allin shouted in a low voice. He moved his body and shuttled between the light and undercurrent like a ghost. His long sword turned into silver tracks, trying to stabilize the space that was about to collapse. However, the power of the vortex was too strong, and every time the tip of the sword touched it, it could only cause a more violent wave. The same was true for Inuyasha. He was agile, and the black flames transformed into countless sharp blades, cutting through the undercurrents and lights that tried to approach. But even so, they still couldn't stop the vortex from expanding and intensifying. This power is beyond imagination. Inuyasha's voice was filled with shock and helplessness. He knew very well that it would be difficult for the two of them to resist this power. Allin didn't say anything, but his eyes revealed the same worry and determination. He took a deep breath, and the power in his body surged again. The silver light almost materialized, forming a solid shield that tightly wrapped the two of them. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the center of the vortex, illuminating the entire space like daylight. In the light, there seemed to be some ancient and mysterious patterns slowly rotating. They exuded an indescribable charm and majesty that made people involuntarily feel awe. As the dazzling light burst out, the chaos in the space gradually dissipated and was replaced by a strange sense of clarity, as if the whole world had been rebaptized. In this new scene, a huge figure slowly appeared. It was a powerful monster named Dragonbone Spirit, whose body was so huge that it was enough to cover half of the sky. The Dragonbone Spirit is covered in thick black scales, each piece of which sparkles with a metallic luster, as if it were condensed from the hardest store. Its eyes were like two balls of burning fire, deep and cold, revealing endless murderous intent and wisdom. Several thick chains were wrapped around its body. These chains seemed to come from ancient times, with complex runes engraved on them. They faintly exuded a suppressive force, but they seemed unable to completely restrain the giant beast. Humph! A mere human and a half-demon dare to intrude into my territory. The Dragonbone Spirit's voice was deep and rich, reverberating throughout the space like thunder, shaking the air around it. Allin and Inuyasha looked at each other and saw solemnity and vigilance in each other's eyes. They knew that the monster before them was no ordinary creature, and they had to go all out to have a chance of defeating it. Inuyasha, let's fight side by side and let this monster see our strength. Allin shouted in a low voice, and the silver light in his body surged again. His figure instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed straight towards the Dragonbone Spirit. Inuyasha followed closely behind, black flames surrounding him, forming a fiery shield to defend against possible attacks. His eyes flashed with determination and fighting spirit, as if he was ready to fight the monster to the death. Upon seeing this, the Dragonbone demon let out a deafening roar, and its huge body shook violently, and the air around it seemed to be solidified by it. Then it swung its giant claws that were as heavy as a mountain, and smashed towards Allin and Inuyasha with a whistling sound. Allin was agile, and with his superb body skills, he dodged and shuttled between the giant claws. At the same time, he swung his sword, and the silver sword light cut through the air like lightning, piercing towards the vital point of the Dragonbone Spirit. However, the Dragonbone demon's scales were extremely hard, and although the sword was sharp, it could only leave shallow scratches on its surface. Inuyasha adopted a more direct attack method. He jumped up suddenly, and the black flames turned into sharp blade energy, attacking the weak point of the Dragonbone Spirit like a violent storm. But the Dragonbone Spirit also reacted extremely quickly. It swung its huge tail and released the menacing sword energy. "Oomph, you dare to show off your mere tricks in front of me." The Dragonbone Spirit sneered, and its huge amounts of body suddenly rose up, pressing towards Allin and Inuyasha like a landslide. Faced with this sudden attack, Allin and Inuyasha were not afraid. They staggered their bodies, coordinated tacitly. One attacked, and the other defended, and together they resisted the fierce attack of the Dragonbone Spirit. The silver sword light and the black flame intertwined in the air to form a thrilling battle picture. Every collision aroused a strong energy fluctuation, causing the entire space to tremble. The battle entered a white-hot stage. Allin and Inuyasha were like two whirlwinds, moving flexibly under the shadow of the Dragonbone Spirit that blocked out the sky. Every confrontation seemed like the most dazzling fireworks between heaven and earth, gorgeous and deadly. In the space, light and shadow intertwined, and silver light and black flames intertwined into a complex web, trying to trap the Dragonbone Spirit in its midst. However, the giant beast was not at all panicked. Instead, it became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Each attack was more ferocious, and it was determined to crush anything that hindered its progress. "You are just a mere mortal, and you think you can stop me?" The Dragonbone Spirit's voice echoed, full of disdain and contempt for the weak. Its huge claws drew black tracks in the air, and each strike seemed to be able to tear through space, heading straight for Allin and Inuyasha. Allin's figure was elusive, as if blending into the air, and every movement was just right to avoid the Dragonbone Spirit's fatal attack. The long sword in his hand was no longer limited to a single trajectory, but turned into sword shadows all over the sky. As the silver light flowed, it seemed as if the power of countless stars had gathered together. Every 10 strikes contained the power to split mountains and rocks. We are not alone. For the sake of protection and justice, we must fight to the last moment, even if it means death. Allin's voice was firm and powerful. Every word he said was like a resounding oath, inspiring Inuyasha and seeming to declare their determination to the dragon-bone spirit. Inuyasha's eyes became even more fiery when he heard this. He growled, and the black flames all over his body suddenly surged out like a raging tide, burning and distorting the surrounding air. His body was as fast as lightning, transforming into black streaks of lightning, attacking the dragon-bone spirit like a violent storm. Every impact caused a roar, and the space seemed to be shaking at this moment. The attacks of Allin and Inuyasha were like a continuous storm, but the dragon-bone spirit was like a rock standing in the center of the storm. No matter how fierce the wind and waves were, it remained unmoved. The black scales flickered under the interweaving of silver light and black flames, and every collision erupted with a deafening roar, as if even the space was howling. A mere ant, do you dare to shake the majesty of me, the dragon-bone spirit? The giant beast's voice was filled with endless majesty and anger. It suddenly opened its huge mouth, and a torrent of dark energy gushed out of its mouth, instantly swallowing up the surrounding air, forming a dead and dark area. Allin and Inuyasha retreated violently. They knew the horror of this energy and did not dare to be careless. However, the darkness followed them like a shadow, constantly compressing their space for activities, as if it wanted to swallow them up completely. Inuyasha, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Allin's voice echoed in the darkness with unquestionable determination. The silver light in his body surged again, illuminating the surrounding darkness like bright stars. With a wave of the sword, countless silver sword lights streaked across the night sky like meteors and struck out into the darkness. Inuyasha also roared, and black flames danced wildly around him, transforming into ferocious flaming beasts that launched a fierce attack on the dark realm. The flames and darkness intertwined, bursting into a dazzling light, illuminating the entire space like daylight. However, the power of the dragon-bone spirit was far beyond their imagination. Instead of being broken, the dark realm became even more solid. It seemed to have the power to devour everything, dissolving the attacks of Allin and Inuyasha, and even began to devour their power. In this moment of despair and light, Allin and Inuyasha seemed to be standing on an endless abyss, with every step on the edge of happiness and destruction. The dark realm was like a huge amount of net, blocking their hopes and escape routes, leaving only endless battles and struggles. Allin, we can't give up. Inuyasha's voice sounded particularly firm amid the roar, and the black flames on his body became even more blazing, as if to burn away all the darkness in this world. He rose up again, desperately rushing towards the almost solidified darkness. Every impact was accompanied by his low roar, which was a struggle against fate and a desire for survival. Allin's eyes were equally determined. He knew very well that at this critical moment of life and death, only by trying his best could he find a glimmer of hope. The silver light in his body seemed to be awakened by some mysterious power. It shone so brightly that it almost penetrated the thick darkness and illuminated the entire world. The long sword in his hand turned into silver streams of light, weaving into a dense sword net in the air. Each sword light contained enough power to cut off the stars and bombarded towards the core of the dark realm. However, the power of the dragon-bone spirit is still so strong that it is despairing. The dark realm seemed to have self-awareness, constantly twisting and shape-shifting, dissolving the attacks of Allin and Inuyasha, and even swallowing up the silver sword lights and black flames. The air was filled with anxiety and despair, as if even time had stopped at this moment. A mere mortal dares to challenge my limits? The dragon bone spirit's voice echoed in the darkness, carrying with it endless ridicule and contempt. It swung its giant claws suddenly, and a black energy wave burst out from its claws, sweeping towards Allin and Inuyasha like a raging sea wave. Faced with this sudden attack, Allin and Inuyasha reacted almost at the same time. They intertwined their bodies, one attacking and one defending, coordinating seamlessly. Allin used his sword as a guide to condense the silver light into a dazzling sword river, trying to resist the black energy fluctuations, while Inuyasha transformed himself into the incarnation of fire, using his physical body to withstand the terrifying impact, buying Allin time to counterattack. However, even so, they still feel unprecedented pressure. The black energy waves surged like a tide, constantly impacting their defenses. Every collision made them feel as if they were hit by a huge hammer, causing unbearable pain. Allin, we must find its weakness. Inuyasha's voice sounded a little hurried amid the roar. He knew very well that if they continued like this, their strength would be exhausted sooner or later. Allin heard this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and the silver light in his body surged again, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. He closed his eyes and tried to feel everything around him, trying to find the faint light hidden in the darkness, the weakness of the dragon bone spirit. Allin's mind sank into a strange state. The darkness and roar around him seemed to move away from him, leaving only the extremely subtle fluctuations, like the most inconspicuous stars in the night sky, but flashing the light of hope in the darkness. He felt an ancient and profound rhythm, which was the trajectory of the dragon bone spirit's power and also the clue to its weakest point. Found it! Allin was delighted and suddenly opened his eyes. A determined light flashed in his silver eyes. He stopped hesitating and transformed into a silver lightning, directly penetrating the gap between the black energy fluctuations and rushing straight into the seemingly impeccable defense of the dragon bone spirit. Humph! Even ants want to find an opportunity. The dragon bone spirit seemed to have noticed Allin's intention, but it was too late. Allin's sword had turned into countless silver rays, as dense and sharp as drizzle, accurately hitting a subtle node on the surface of the dragon bone spirit. There, beneath the black scales, a barely perceptible dim light could be seen. This was where the power was gathered and dispersed. Boom! As Allin's attack landed, the dragon bone spirit let out a deafening roar, and the entire dark realm trembled. The black energy waves began to fluctuate violently, as if they had received an unprecedented impact, and shattered into pieces, revealing the real scene behind it. Seeing this, Inuyasha's eyes flashed with joy, and he seized the opportunity, condensing the black flames into huge amounts of fire dragon, roaring and rushing towards the dragon bone spirit. The flame dragon opened its huge mouth and spewed out a torrent of blazing flames, which complemented the silver sword light of Allin, and together launched a fatal attack on the dragon bone spirit. The dragon bone spirit roared continuously. Its huge body seemed to be ignited at this moment, and flames of resistance surged under its black scales. It swung its giant claws, trying to resist the double attack, but Allin and Inuyasha's coordination was impeccable, and each attack just weakened its defense. Impossible! How could a mere mortal? The dragon bone spirit's voice was filled with disbelief and anger, but before it could finish its words, it was drowned by the endless silver, sword light, and black flames. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and the entire space was filled with deafening roars and dazzling lights. The figures of Allin and Inuyasha were looming in the light. They were like two intertwined lightning bolts, constantly launching fierce attacks on the dragon bone spirit. In this void torn apart by war and light, the figures of Allin and Inuyasha seemed to have become the most dazzling two stars between heaven and earth. Every time they clashed, the space trembled and the stars lost their luster. All around, darkness and light intertwined to form a series of doomsday scenes. But in the center of this chaos, there was an unyielding will burning. You, a mere ant, dare to shake my majesty. The roar of the dragon-boned spirit resounded through the sky. Although its body was entangled in flames and sword beams, it did not retreat at all, which aroused an even more violent counterattack. The black energy surged like a raging tide, and every impact made the void tremble, as if it was going to pull this world back into chaos. Zero. New Allin's silver hair was flying. His eyes were as cold as frost. His figure was agile, like a ghost shuttling through a storm, and every swing of his sword was the ultimate interpretation of speed and power. Today, I will let you, a relic of ancient times, see what the ambitions of mortals are. His voice was low and firm, and the long sword in his hand turned into thousands of lights and shadows, each of which accurately tore through the defenses of the dragon-bone spirit and shattered those seemingly indestructible scales. Inuyasha becomes the embodiment of fire, and every leap he makes carries destructive power. The flaming dragon roared, responding to New Allin's sword light, forming a trail of destruction that burned the space around the dragon-bone spirit into pieces. He roared, "Your time is long past. Now is our time." The battle became more and more intense, and the heaven and earth seemed unable to withstand this force and began to collapse. The stars fell, the void twisted, but New Allin and Inuyasha were like two never-stopping stars, constantly illuminating the battlefield. Every collision between them caused energy ripples, causing chaos in the darkness and light around them. Even if I die, I will let you be buried with me. The dragon-bone spirit let out its final roar. It seemed to sense the approach of Doomsday and began to release the power in its body desperately. The black energy was like a flood that broke through a dam, madly attacking New Allin and Inuyasha's defenses. However, New Allin and Inuyasha did not back down. They smiled at each other, with the same faith and determination flashing in their eyes. Let us use this battle to prove the power of mortals. Before he finished speaking, the two men simultaneously launched even more violent attacks. Their figures intertwined and collided in the light and flames, and finally converged into an unrivaled force, rushing straight to the core of the dragon-bone spirit. With a deafening roar, the huge body of the dragon-bone spirit finally collapsed and disintegrated under this force, turning into dust and fragments all over the sky. Darkness and light dissipated at the same time at this moment, revealing the long-lost tranquility and light. In this peaceful and bright light, the figures of New Allin and Inuyasha gradually became clear. They stood in the void, surrounded by the energy aftermath that had not yet completely dissipated. They seemed to be two gods of war who had walked out of the flames of war, emitting the radiance
Hello, everyone.
of indomitable and tenacious
As we wrap up this
spirit.
video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.